Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jay, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be talking about Jermell Hitlist and Boots Stop Canelo, and Keyshawn Davis petitioning for a title shot. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button, and make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let a couple more people pull up in here. Shout out to Vabella Buttes, Kurt Hurd, Brock Howard, Mr. Fist, Lee Jackson, Cash Crypto, All Things. What up, y'all? What is up? Y'all see what Cash Crypto said? Hit the like button. What y'all looking at? Man, so crazy week in boxing. Let me see. Man, I be trying to, you know how people be having shows and they'll be always popping stuff up on the screen. I be trying to make sure I have that done for y'all, but I'm going to get better with that. If y'all haven't checked out my latest videos I've been dropping, check them out. I'm working on doing some little editing and add some little things in there. But you know, as soon as you start trying to edit and make a video look cool, add videos in there, you get copyrighted. Like, you can use nothing. Like, golly, I be seeing all these people making these cool videos, got other videos in them. I'm like, is they shit getting copyrighted too, or is this just me? For real. But I don't know if y'all seen my latest video. Let me pull it up real quick. No friends in the industry. Jermell Lyons only. Charlo said he ain't got no friends in the industry. He called out everybody. We're gonna talk about his hit list. He called out Fundora. He called out Boots. He called out Bud. Who else he called out? Virgil Ortiz. He called out everybody. I mean, listen, I ain't trying to get into Jermell right now, but the man went up, had his little whatever he did with Canelo, and then he came right back to the same division where they stripped all his belts to get him back. How is that for y'all, quote unquote, hardcore fans out there? That's legacy, the like legacy. How is that? Are you not entertained? But my question would be, right? But my question would be, is Jermell Lyons only Charlo too old to hang with the young fighters in the 154 division? See, y'all done already got me started on Jermell. I didn't want to start with Jermell. Let's flip over to Boots, switching gears real quick, because we're not going to start with Jermell. Jaron Boots Ennis. A strange turn of events. Now, Jaron Boots Ennis gave Canelo that work, and Canelo could only withstand 3 rounds worth of sparring, and Boots dropped Canelo, apparently, is the word on the YouTube streets. Boots dropped Canelo. And so I wasn't really even aware like this was like a rumor like that, but I just started seeing a few titles, and I clicked on the video. You know, some of y'all favorite YouTube, one of y'all favorite content creators, you know, your favorite tabloid YouTube channel. And this person was like saying Boots was, giving Canelo that work. He stopped Canelo. And it was people on their panel arguing with him like, man, Boots can't stop Canelo. Ain't no way Boots stop Canelo. Like the same people that told you Boots sold out are now the same people that's telling you Boots stopped Canelo. You can't make this up. You can't make this up, Kevin Samuel voice. So I'm like, what is it? Because at first I was like, they doing all this drama calling him a sellout because they don't want this man to get the notoriety that he getting from sparring Canelo. And then they flipped it to saying Boots knocked out Canelo. So now is that up in his style? Like, I'm so confused. Is he just a good sellout? Like the games and trickery and they playing with Boots is crazy to me. I don't understand. What is the look? I ain't making that noise. Thank you. Cardenas, what's going on? Marshawn West, thank you for joining me. Y'all be sure to punch that like button. Javon Freeman, y'all be sure to punch that like button for me. Ladies only, let me drop the link for the ladies only. It's ladies night. And so I mean, because Bernie was just calling the boy a sellout and all this other stuff and for helping. And then it went from that to Boots was beating the shit out of Canelo, apparently. Beating the shit out of Canelo. Canelo could only take 3 rounds with him. That's how cold Boots is. So anyway, my bad. I got a phone call. I got interrupted. What was I talking about? Oh, the Boots situation. So that lead me to the next topic, right? Because Boots wasn't on code. He wasn't on code. And now he helping Canelo. And this was what's crazy, right? He was off code helping Canelo beat Bud. And then it went from that to, well, Boots ain't Bud. It ain't gonna do nothing. It ain't gonna mean nothing because Boots ain't Bud. And then it went from Boots was knocking Canelo out. Like, what? This is the most all over the place narrative, jumping, spinning, hula hooping thing y'all doing is crazy. So then, let me see if I can pull it up on X. We could look at it together. Because this is the Friday night review show, all women's panel, where we come on here. We just review videos, X, Instagram. We just review different things about boxing for the week. I try to give all my shows a different little spin, try to make each show unique, give you a reason to want to come and check it out. For some reason, my X be tripping when I pull it up on the computer. But we're finna pull it up because now Devin Haney has accused Naji of cigar talk for being off code. Yes, now Naji is off code. Now, the people, they're probably not here yet, but when the people get here that's going to want to argue with me about the code, I want everybody to put in the chat, drop the link for the code so we can review it on 2 Cents Boxing All Women's Panel Friday review show. We can review the code. Look, we talk everything boxing. And if the code is affiliated with boxing, we can talk about it. So if anybody has it, if you're listening to the replay of this live, let me know and drop it below. Drop the link to the code so we can get it all out there so everybody could be on the same page. Drop the link to the code. The code that obviously only y'all know about, because I don't know about the code. And the interview, because Naji is off code. What's up, Tez 305? Cash Crypto in the build. I think I already said what's up to Cash Crypto. Track and 327. The Cardenas in the building. What's up? So Naji apparently is off code because he is interviewing King Ra Garcia. So let's review these tweets. Let's see what he had to say. This Art Man, the great guy, that's why I don't trust Tethers. I think he had a lot. So, y'all know how I do, right? I be flipping around the YouTube streets. I hop on panels. I just hop on the panel, just talk, especially with people that we have difference of opinions. I like to hop on a panel and have conversations with them. Like, what's the point of talking boxing if I can't go talk and have dialogue with people of a different opinion? That's why my platform, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Shout out KQKC Boxing Network in the building. What's going on, KQKC? So I'm up there on this dude channel. What's his name? Art Man the Great, right? And he keep muting me all in the video, muting me, because I said Devin Haney not a great fighter. I said Devin Haney is a good fighter, but he's not a great fighter. And he's trying to tell me he is a great fighter. I said, what makes Devin Haney a great fighter? He's like, because he got undisputed. I said, so accolades make you a great fighter? He was like, yes. I'm like, okay, cool. So then we start having a conversation about Rolly, and I informed him Rolly is a 2-division champion. I said, according to you, he got accolades. He's a great fighter. And then he got all mad and pissed off and muted me on the panel and shit when I'm trying to get my point across. I'm like, man, these dudes crazy. But you know how it is. You know how it is. Oh, Naji took the post down. I think he had a post. Damn, I should have screenshotted that. I'm gonna learn to start screenshotting stuff. But Naji said something to the effect of something about him taking the left hook and this and that. And then this is how Devin responded. So I want y'all to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents. Do you think Naji is a sellout for interviewing Ryan Garcia? Because remember, and I'm not trying to talk about nobody. I'm just telling you what happened, the story. I'm not talking about nobody. I don't want nobody to go say 2 cents was talking about this and that. I'm not talking ill of nobody. I'm just giving my 2 cents on the situation. So this Naji guy, right, from my understanding, y'all let me know if I'm wrong. Mr. Fist in the building, what's going on? Brock Howard, what's up? So this is Naji that ran up on Tszyu when Tszyu wanted a black man to come play with his banana. Y'all remember when Tszyu was saying all that gay shit? So this guy ran up on Tszyu and was, like trying to check him, right? Because he said this, he was being racist and said these racial things. And I guess people was like, Naji stood on business. He stood on business. Yeah, he stood on business. He confronted Tszyu. He stood on business. Yes, he stood on business. That's how the YouTube streets, that's how y'all be sounding. Like, he stood on business. And I'm like, I mean, I guess y'all saying he stood on business. In my opinion, it was really unnecessary, bro. Like, what was you finna do? You wasn't finna fight Tszyu. You're just doing this shit for the camera. In my opinion, maybe he really did feel some type of way. I don't know. So fast forward, you interviewing Ryan Garcia, who's also said the N word. And listen, me personally, I don't necessarily think they just like. Anyway, I just think they idiots. I'm gonna say that. I think Ryan and T.O. be both being idiots, and they do stupid shit. And so you interviewing Ryan Garcia because this is your job. This is what you do. You a podcaster and you interview fighters, and people want you to stay on code. Or not people, Devin Haney. Devin Haney wants you to stay on code and not be a sellout and interview Ryan Garcia because Ryan Garcia said racist things. Now, I couldn't believe that I was hearing this, right? I'm like, I know Devin ain't ain't no way Devin is tripping because Naji is interviewing Ryan Garcia. After Devin was on the undercard of Ryan Garcia and the same card as Tio. So is Devin a sellout too? Is Devin off code? Because I already told y'all how I felt about Devin being on the undercard of the guy that cheated him and getting a title shot. I already told y'all my 2 cents about that. But I didn't feel like Devin was a sellout. I would have never used that term. I would never call him a sellout. Like, you're not a sellout. I just wouldn't do it. You feel me? Because I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. But get your money. Again, I'm tripping about no fighters getting no money, but that was just my 2 cents about the situation. So now fast forward, Naji's interviewing him and you call him a sellout because he's doing the same thing you was doing with Ryan Garcia on his undercard, which is making money. So how was that fair? Y'all let me know if I'm tripping. Let me know down below if y'all understand what I'm saying. I thought I had something else to drink. Let me know. Because, like, I don't understand that. Shout out Jab Queen Boxing in the building.
Well, thank you. You're far too kind. What's going on? What you talking about over here? What is happening? I just hear you going. I just clicked this scene. What is this? The FedEx people? What is we talking about?
Oh. I'm talking about this tweet right here where Devin is calling Naji a sellout for interviewing Ryan Garcia, right? And when I seen this, I was like, I was listening to my playback the other day. I do a lot of smacking in these videos. I got to stop. It's a bad habit. But I'm gonna do it again. See, listen. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, Naji a sellout, and I'm like, why is Naji a sellout? And then there was this whole thing about Naji interviewing Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney feeling some type of way. And so then I start thinking in my head, like, wait a minute, wasn't Devin on the undercard of Ryan Garcia and on the same card with T.O.? Is Devin a sellout? Was that off code? Maybe you can answer for that for me, Jab Queen, because that's what I was just asking the audience.
I can't answer that because these niggas, they pick and choose what they want to be on code about. They pick and choose, who's a sellout and so on and so forth. I don't understand how he's a sellout. The man literally is a podcaster doing interviews. He does interviews with everybody. So I don't understand it. But to your point, yeah, I mean, you was on the nigga undercard that cheated you, so you say. You know what I'm saying? So, sure, we'll go with that if that's the bridge they want to die on. So let's see. Naji a sellout, Boots a sellout. Who else? I'm losing track of all the sellouts.
I mean, it's just them two so far.
Naji definitely fried his ass though. That's a damn shame too.
He took it down. That's what I was looking for on here.
Oh God, he fried his ass too. Oh,
but
man.
I mean, it's just weird. Like, I just feel like the level of entitlement some of these people have. Like, what are y'all thinking? Like, why y'all? It's like why y'all trying to control and manipulate what people do with this quote unquote code. So it's okay for Devin Haney to make money with Ryan Garcia, but it's not okay for Naji to make money with Ryan Garcia. It's okay for you to do your job with Ryan Garcia, be on his undercard, but it's not okay for Naji to do his job with Ryan Garcia because he interviewed fighters. Like it's no way that this interview, in my opinion, should be. How many interviews has Ryan Garcia did? Why is this one sparking outrage?
I don't know, honestly. That's a good question. Because you're right, Ryan has done several interviews. I'm not really sure what Devin's problem is. I think he just has a problem with Naji in general. He mentioned something else in there. What did he say? Something about did he say something about Tszyu? I don't know, but I think he has a problem with Naji in general, from what I gathered anyway from his little tweet.
Yeah,
Devin,
I don't know.
He's in a bad space right now, so we have to give him a little grace. He's obviously involved in another lawsuit. We got to give him a little grace up,
Now, wait, what is your 2 cents about that? I forgot I haven't even talked about that on the show. But I mean, it's bitter baby daddies rejoicing all around. Devin is suing his baby mama. What is your 2 cents about that?
I try to stay away from the messiness, but not the bitter baby fathers rejoicing. Oh, first of all, when I tell you I had me a good laugh when I saw that, I just couldn't stop laughing for a good minute. I'm telling you. I mean, I don't. The man has emotional distress. I guess I look, man. The boy seemed fragile to me. That's all I'm gonna say. He seems extremely fragile. He doesn't seem like he. I think he's just mentally weak. You know what I'm saying? Like, suing the mother of your child for mental distress. I mean, like, what is that?
But think about it. Like, you jab queen. You suing a woman that just had a baby for mental distress. Are you serious, nigga? Are you serious?
I believe so. Yes, he's very serious.
That is like that's wild.
I mean, listen, look, I try not to, I don't know. The nigga's soft. I mean, that's all I'm gonna say about the situation. And I'm not gonna go in on him, like I probably, But
and let me say this though, maybe I hate to be like, defending Devin, and I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just trying to like see another perspective. Maybe he just doesn't want her talking in the public. So he's doing this just like to shut her up, so like his business won't get out there. But he just gag order, right?
I don't know if you remember how it started, but it started from what I saw anyway. It started on Father's Day. They were kind of going back and forth on their stories.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like separately, but at each other. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but yes, I think that's correct. I think you're right. He doesn't want his reputation damaged any further than it's already been damaged. But I mean, what's done in the dark always comes to light. So she finally was able to get her DVRO approved. So after that, I guess it was just like, listen, what I'm saying, you got that approved. Like you said, I need you to stop talking now. You know what I'm saying? And I guess she just decided she's not going to. I don't know. I mean, the brother, sort of I guess he needs some sort of counseling or something. He's very, disturbed.
I've been calling for Devin versus counseling since before the Ramirez fight. I've been saying that man needs some counseling, seriously. And because it's like he doesn't have his own identity. Like he doesn't. Like he let his dad talk for him. Like he looks uncomfortable. Like he don't have his own like identity. Like, who is Devin? You know what I'm saying? Who is Devin? And then when we do see you expressing something, it's some bullshit. You punching the carnival worker.
Yeah, I think he's a very frustrated young man, and like you said, I don't really think that he's tapped into his true identity. Just like his man strength hasn't arrived, blame the tariffs. I don't know, but one thing I will say is he definitely does need to.
Did you say blame the tariffs?
Yeah, but he needs to seek some sort of outside, counseling outside of his father, because Bill is only stoking flames and making things a little worse, if I'm being honest. And I'm not sure he's mentally prepared for the hurdle that he has to overcome November 22nd. You know what I mean? That is definitely a real threat. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of his fans would like to think it's not, but it is. And I also want to say this. I'm so sick and tired of people telling me that, oh, y'all think this person's going to win just because of power, That is not all that these men have. They have that in addition to other skills. They wouldn't be on the levels that they are on, i.e. champions, so on and so forth, without other skills. So let's stop diminishing people's skills just because your favorite fighter doesn't have any. You know what I mean?
I mean, people just need to stop trying to tell you what you think and what you're trying to say. That'll solve all of that. But Devin, Haney, Brian Norman fight, a lot of people were talking about that. I mean, we can switch gears to that. I was about to talk about Shakur and this Tszyu thing real quick and what they really got going on. And did Keyshawn play us, right? Because I remember Keyshawn has been calling out Tszyu. And when he started calling out Tszyu, I'm like, man, why is Keyshawn calling out Tszyu, right? So he was calling out Tszyu before the De Los Santos fight. He was calling out Tszyu. He was like, he don't want to talk about Gervonta, and I want to fight Tszyu and this and that, right? So then we watched the videos where he's like, oh, he can't get no fights and he gonna retire and all this. But he looking like he not being genuine. He smiling and shit in the thing. And I feel like he knew he had this Tszyu thing in the pocket lined up coming up.
Well, if I'm being completely honest, and I destroyed Tszyu last night because if I am sick of anybody, honey, it is him.
I am so sick of Tszyu.
Anybody needs to be painted a duck, it is him. I don't understand how we've been letting this boy slide since the beginning of the year. The boy done ducked 50 damn fights. He been ducking Devin since 135. You know what I'm saying? He ducked Keyshawn previously as well after he fought. I forgot who that was that he fought, and he said, please don't call me out. I believe it was after Keyshawn fought Jose Pedraza. He was like, just don't call me out, and Keyshawn called him out, so that stoked a whole nother flame. He'd been wanting to fight Tszyu. Tszyu been ducking and dodging. Let's move forward to after he didn't want to fight Devin again, and Turkey told him, I'll pay you the same money to fight Keyshawn. He ducked that fight again. So I'm just really sick to death of Tszyu. Nigga, come up off them belts. He is nursing them belts like it is his newborn child, and he putting them on a titty. Let them belts go. I don't know how long he thinks he's going to be able to ride this Lomachenko wave, because one big name on your resume.
Oh, that been over.
It's that not really
Lomachenko wave been over. And then this is what I say about Tszyu, right? Tszyu, to me, that was his peak. Like, he hasn't. Okay, you got the Josh Taylor fight, but let's be honest, Josh Taylor's been at that way too long. Like, come on. Tszyu hasn't looked good since Loma, y'all. Like, if we're honest, think about all the fights Tio's had since Loma. Do I still got it? Like, this, he ain't looked good since Loma. He got pieced up with Claggett. Like, and I think Tio's a good fighter, don't get me wrong. But I think people don't pay attention to Tszyu like that, Jab Queen, or hold him, quote unquote, accountable or responsible for anything, because they just want to see the nigga get in the ring and what he gonna do. Because you don't know what Tszyu gonna show up. You don't know if he gonna duck a fight. He's not reliable. So people know he's not reliable. This is my 2 cents. This is what I think. So people know he's not reliable. So they just wait to see who he gonna fight. Because it ain't no point in bitching and moaning every time he ducks somebody, because that's all he do. At this point, this is your identity as a fighter.
And that exactly was my point. Like, I'm not so sure why Shakur is riding Tio's back, because if history shows us anything, Tio's gonna clout chase a bunch of black names and then fight another Barbosa or a Claggett or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Subriel Matteo slapped the eyebrows off your face. What was it, last month? You know what I'm saying? You're not calling for a unification fight with him. Obviously, you and Richardson Hitchens are managed by the same person, Keith Connolly, whatever. So you don't want to do that. I know you don't want that Gary Antoine Russell smoke, and now you dragging your feet like you really don't want to fight Shakur. Like I played that video, you over here begging to do a threesome or 3 men or whatever the hell you over there begging to do. You don't really got a fight lined up right yet. Like, nigga, what is you talking about? You there's a bounty on your head, my nigga, at 140. What are you talking about?
And this nigga, look at this nigga.
And he can't dance. Well, he did better than
Nah, Tszyu can dance now. You can't lie and say Tszyu can't dance.
He did all right.
He's the best name a boxer that dances.
He did better than Usyk, I'll tell you that damn much. But
chat, let me know and drop it below. Name a boxer that danced better than Tszyu. I got videos of all the boxers dancing. I said I was gonna put a compilation together one day. But and this is
he need to say them moves for Dancing with the Stars. Didn't he audition for that recently too? Tszyu all over the damn place. I'm just sick to death of him.
I don't think Tszyu want to really box no more. He just want to be a star.
What kind of star though? That's the point. A reality TV show? I mean, like, what is he? I seen him audition.
You know what? I could see Tszyu on reality TV. Could you see Tszyu on reality TV?
I absolutely could.
I could definitely see. That's a good one. I could see Tszyu on reality TV. We might see Tszyu on reality TV, y'all, because he's perfect. You never know what to expect from Tszyu. You don't know what he's gonna say. You don't know what he's gonna do. Like, you just never know. He's the perfect personality for reality TV. But my thing is, Keyshawn just petitioned to fight Tszyu. Why is him and Shakur Stevenson still going back and forth? So we know that Shakur Stevenson is going to be fighting in January. Here we go. Mark it down. Listen to what I'm saying. We know Shakur Stevenson is supposed to be fighting in January in Saudi Arabia, right? We see the back and forth with Tszyu. This fight gonna fall through. Tszyu gonna duck, and Shakur Stevenson gonna fight another obscure opponent that we don't know or prospect or something, and they gonna say because Tszyu ducked. Watch. Thank you, Jab Queen.
They're gonna hang it on Tszyu, and I mean, I already see the play, but I'm gonna tell you right now, and here's what I mentioned the other day as well. I don't know, but remember before I was saying about Herrera, right? The boy done made his way to number 4. He is in a title eliminator October 25th. After that, that is a mandatory for Shakur belt. So could that possibly be the reason he trying to get some 140 smoke to tie himself up to see what's coming down the pike? I don't know. But what I will tell you is the walls is closing in on the boy. Now, 135 is heating up because you got a whole bunch of hungry lions coming in off the MVP prospect card and so on and so forth. Herrera is moving up in them rankings and he's on his ass. 140, there's a lot of smoke up there if you really want it. So we're going to see what Shakur going to do. I'm getting so excited. I want to see what he's going to do. But to your point, yes, in January, he will be fighting my daughter's gym teacher, round 2.
But and that just be like, listen, people think we all hate on Shakur. I don't hate on Shakur. I'm just this is how he just be moving, y'all. And my thing is, Jab Queen, like, why does Shakur get away with essentially fighting prospects? Because Kid Austin was only on his second round fight, and everybody all of a sudden that was a good fight. That was a competitive fight. I literally won a debate and got it overturned, arguing was Lamont Roach and Tank a better fight than Kid Austin and Shakur Stevenson. And people were trying to tell me that Shakur Stevenson and Kid Austin was a better fight, and the fight didn't even happen. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, how was y'all even saying that? How the hell is Kid Austin on his second 12-round fight, who's fighting Shakur Stevenson, this era's Mayweather? He can shoulder roll and rope-a-dope at the same damn time. He's the best defensive fighter we've ever seen. How is him fighting somebody on a second 12-round fight, damn near a prospect? How is that a good fight? You get what I'm saying? And so this is when I talk about taking is and how they crucify his resume, but what they let his contemporaries get away with. This is what I'm talking about right here.
I think, first of all, for him to be going after Teofimo Lopez, knowing how fickle Teofimo Lopez is, I think was extremely strategic. Now, I get him trying to chase a big name to finally have on his resume. Yes, Zepeda was a good name, you know what I'm saying, just on his face. But, I mean, like, literally some real competition, you know what I'm saying? And Zepeda, that was a good fight. Like, that's a fight that I will not mind going back and watching of Shakur's. That was definitely a good fight. So I don't want to take nothing away from that fight. But I feel like to catapult him into the star that he thinks he is going to need a marquee name. And it just looks like he's not a big enough draw that people are paying attention to him. Like I said before, people are treating him how he's treating other people. You know what I'm saying? Like he's stuck in the middle. He don't want to listen to the Tito Mercados that's calling him out, the Herreras that's calling him out. And the niggas that he want to fight, the TOs and the Tanks, they ain't paying attention to his ass. So he's really stuck in the middle.
That's what well, it's like the top competition is ducking him, but everybody else they not good enough to fight him. So I'll be like, damn, Shakur might as well retire. Who he gonna fight, Jab Queen? If the top competition don't want to fight him, and then everybody else below top competition is not good enough to fight him, what he supposed to do?
Child, please. First of all, it is good enough to fight him. Crap, need to stop. I have an actual question though for his fans, right? Like, because we heard that after there's a pay to fight, obviously he will be out until next year. We just saw him coming back January. He has hand issues. How the hell was he helping Terrence Crawford in camp?
Unless they was capping.
I mean, the boy's hand's been hurt for 7 years, so I completely understand that. But after every fight, if you have to go somewhere and nurse your hands back to health, what you doing over there helping Terrence Crawford? Well, I don't even think you're really helping him. But what the hell you doing over there with him?
You seen Jerry Anderson sparring Shakur Stevenson. You seen what happened to him in that Bacoli fight.
But
like, why is y'all sparring little bitty Shakur Stevenson, man? Come on now. Shakur will never see a huge payday fight unless he fights Tank. I mean, my thing is with Shakur is like they've taken you over to Saudi, you fighting on Saudi on Saturdays in the middle of the day, compete with college football. Like, I mean, get your money. I'm not against that. I'm just saying, like, you was getting 2 million views on ESPN. Like, now you're not getting nothing nowhere near that, Shakur. Like, you just lowered your value. You lowered your value. I ain't saying you lowered your value like you're not getting paid, but I'm just saying you lowered your value. Like, you got the fans, your fans can't watch you like that. Like, you're not as accessible because you over there in Saudi and the times that you fighting. Of course, your hardcore fans gonna watch you, but the 2 million people that was watching you on ESPN ain't watching you on the Riyadh season card.
I mean, most of that was because it was free anyway. And then now it's like with the time zone difference and all of this stuff, like, I feel like for you to have announced the fight in January, you had already had a fight date planned. You're just seeking an opponent, which is probably why you're chasing after Teofimo, you know what I'm saying, trying to slide him in that spot. More importantly, that's even more confusing to me is if you're a free agent, do you work for Turkey as one of his bottom bitches? Like, what's going on?
He the top. He might be Turkey bottom. I don't know. He the. But my thing about fighting in Saudi, like, I don't even want to fight over here. I booed me last time. I ain't never heard how did he get booed in Saudi? Like, that's still no, like, I'm still questioning that. And people are like, oh, because Padley had fans there. So it's one of two things. Either they knew they was fighting Padley if he had so many fans there to be booing Shakur, or they just don't like you for whatever reason, which I don't know why they wouldn't. You're not even, that was your first time ever fighting over there. Like, I don't get why you got booed. Well, because I don't know how Padley got so many fans there in 3 days.
I don't know. And I was told Herrera couldn't make weight, you know what I'm saying? But Padley did, coming off, what's his last fight, the year before or something like that? It's just all very suspicious, if you ask me. I mean, I see people, you know, saying that he's not going to get a big money fight until he fights Tank. I mean, I thought Turkey had the bag. You know what I'm saying? And what if, you know, like I said, what if Tank decides after this exhibition he's finished? Then who are you going to hinge your career on? Like, to me, you don't need to hit your star to another person to be a star. Why don't you just get in there and bang, bruh? If you continue to give us fights like you did Zepeda with higher level competition, then, you know what I'm saying, your name alone, you can do an interview and won't have to mention another star's name, somebody bigger than you for you to clout chase. You will be the clout chase. Like, you get upset when people say your name, which is weird to me because you always got Tank name on your tongue. But when somebody says your name, You and your fans are like, that's beneath me. Like, my nigga, no, it ain't. No, it's not.
They do the same thing with Terrence Crawford. Like they just swear these fighters can, man, you don't need to fight him. He already gonna be like, okay, so he just don't need to fight nobody. Some of these people's favorite fighters need to retire. Like everybody they gonna beat everybody. What they still fighting for? Because you saying they gonna beat everybody, they don't need to fight, but so they get away with fighting subpar competition. It's crazy. Like, it's really
and then they
works.
looking and people are ducking them. Like, my boy, you literally got niggas calling you bitch to your face. Ain't nobody ducking you. Who's ducking you, bro? They laugh at you, bro. Nobody's ducking you. You got people from all different kind of weight classes calling you out. And don't say this person, oh, you not in this weight class because your ass done called out Conor Bennett 147. So as far as I'm concerned, anybody from 135 to 147 is fair game now.
Yeah. Yeah, and but you mentioned him if he keep giving us fights like he did William Zepeda. He said he wasn't ever fighting like that again, Jab Queen.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. I heard him say, I probably never fight like that again, but that was your most exciting fight to me.
So William Old School say, just my opinion, but I think Abdullah Mason gives Shakur huge problems. I mean, I don't even think Abdullah Mason fighting 10-round fights yet. And this is what I'm saying. Like, even the people,
a championship fight, so I hope something happening.
The Autism Boy Cottage 81. What's up? Ohana, what's going on? Ohana, I thought you had a wrench. William Old School, what's up? Band-Aid in the building. What up, Band-Aid?
What's up? You off that
Big
house?
Bob Gun. What's up? Aaron Muhammad in the building. What's going on? I gotta make sure I speak to everybody when they come in. I'm trying to get better with that. Okay, so I mean, I just watched Shakur fight, man. Like, and his fans never call. He does the same thing every time. It's the same pattern. Call out these people. You know you weren't finna go to 140 and fight T.O. I said that when all this started. Like I said, I'm not even paying attention to this because T.O. ain't finna fight Shakur, and Shakur is not finna go to 140. And then you got this going back and forth, and here come Keyshawn petitioning for the 140 belt. And I'm like, you making it seem like you going through all this hardship and shit, but you finna get you petitioning for another championship belt. Like, why you playing with us like that? We sit here thinking and concerned, like, oh, he on the shelf and we don't know when. And you about to fight for another championship. And I just want people to just acknowledge that Shakur Stevenson gets credit for calling out people. He gets credit. Shakur tried to fight these guys. He tried to fight them. Tank ain't even try to fight them. And I'm like, come on,
Did
y'all.
Like,
he get credit for trying to fight T.O. now. Because T.O. gonna duck.
But I feel like he knew that already, bro. Like I said, like, look at T.O.'s history. It's not hard to figure out. It's really not hard to see that he's going to clout chase a bunch of African American men and then fight the Clagettes of the world and you know what I'm saying, the Arnold Barbosas of the world and all that other kind of foolishness. So I don't understand.
No criticism.
I just don't get it. I just really don't get it.
And the problem is, like, your fans and you have only attached yourself to Tank. So you could see the frustration. They finna get mad at me. They finna get mad at me.
They'll be all right.
You can see the frustration building within the fan base because now it's looking like Tank might not ever fight him. Now, whether that's because Tank is scared, whether that's because he can beat Tank, whether that's because Tank ducking, whatever narrative you want to put on it, it's looking like he might not fight him. And so y'all spent this whole time attaching Shakur to Tank, ignoring what he really got going on because he done got a couple belts. So now he got accolades. So like it's like y'all can't pay attention to nothing else. And you realize like who this nigga really done fought for real. And then you telling me Zepeda is his best competition at 135 pounds, but Zepeda was never no champion. And then y'all always want to jump through hoops for other people's opponents. Tevin Farmer drops Zepeda. Like if we want to jump through hoops, you see what I'm saying? So it's like they just don't be being honest. Like and it kills me. It kills me. And then they come up here and cry about Tank and Shakur. Besides Gervonta Tank Davis, who do y'all want to see Shakur fight? If you listening to the replay, let me know and drop it below. He not about to fight T.O. He not about to fight Gary Antoine Russell. He not about to fight any of those big names, explosive punchers, Conor Ben. He not about to fight not now one of them, y'all. So let's get a realistic opponent that we would like to see Shakur Stevenson fight. And I'm not even dissing Shakur. I'm just asking who else could he fight besides Tank? That's all. We know he not finna fight T.O. Keyshawn just petition. If he fight T.O. in January, I'd be surprised. Because T.O. is not looking too interested.
And that's the thing. That's why I said T.O. is not interested. You know what I'm saying? I made it known, you know, he clout chased Bud Crawford. He clout chased Boots Ennis. He's ducking real smoke in his own damn weight division. What the hell make you think he's checking for 135 pounder?
I mean, it's just all deflection. But what you think about Keyshawn fighting T.O.?
I don't think it'll happen either. He's been ducking Keyshawn for about 2 years too.
But he about to get petitioned.
I'm not even sure that petition is going to go through. You just got stripped. I'm not sure they checking for Keyshawn like that either. But Bob may want that belt up off T.O. because they are pretty much tired of him. So, you know.
I don't know, man. It's like none of them are fighting each other. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of them are fighting each other. Tank it's like a line of them. They all lined up and Tank right there. And they all just want to fight Tank instead of just matching up with each other.
And that's my question. Like, if Turkey is providing y'all with so much money, why are y'all still chasing Gervonta?
That's a good point. Because he not. Gervonta's still their biggest payday, and that's what people don't want to say. Gervonta Tank Davis is still their biggest payday, even though they with Turkey. That's what I think. But my big thing is the obsession with them wanting Tank to go work with Turkey. Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's so weird. Like, he don't need Turkey. Y'all do.
And they mad because he went to go work with Jake Paul instead. Like, why let this man do it up? Like, hey, if he want to go work with Jake Paul,
first of all, they big mad. They big mad that he about to get that big bag.
Some people think Tank gonna get knocked out. I think that's crazy. But how you see that fight going, Keyshawn and T.O.?
That's gonna be a good fight because T.O. he can fight when he wants to. You know what I'm saying? He definitely has some he over punches to me sometimes. Like his footwork, I don't know. Keyshawn gonna come to fight. I got Keyshawn.
I think if T.O. is decent, you feel what I'm saying? I think T.O. it'll be a good fight. I think they both got a shot to win. Shout out Key with the T in the building.
Hey y'all. 2 cents? Is it me or is this long? Is it?
Shout out Key with the T in the building. We got Juke to the stage. Shout out Juke.
Let's go.
What up, y'all?
Oh no, you got about 10 more seconds, Juke. You got about 10 more seconds.
Oh, you doing too much. You is doing too much.
I love the applause.
The panel.
This is so dramatic.
I love it.
What's up? Shout out Key. Shout out Jew. What up, Key? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show? I'm not sure how long y'all been here.
I just got girl just got in actually, so I'm just walking into your show. I know y'all was talking about Shakur and everything, but I wanted to get y'all opinion on something if y'all don't mind. It's about the heavyweight division. Do y'all agree with the WBO reviewing Usyk's medical report? It just came out
because they seen him dancing.
Because they seen him dancing. He was at the club dancing, and what's his name? Manager was like, "Yo, you not really injured," and so now they're trying to. Y'all agree with that? Like for real?
But do you think that he
Absolutely.
put that video up to be stripped?
I think somebody took that video of him. I don't know if he was in his own country or what he was doing. First of all, he needs to go to dance class. Second of all, every part of that body, I mean, limber as a cat, child. So yes, absolutely. Parker deserves his damn shot. He's been waiting long enough.
Yeah, they are doing Parker wrong. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Listen, it's Friday night, the review show, ladies only panel. Y'all be sure to punch that like button, punch the subscribe button if you haven't already. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 cents boxing or leaving your 2 cents in the super chat below. I got 2 super chats I need to read. And
You don't
Big
need to read
Dog
that one.
Willie
You don't need to read that one.
with the $2 in the super chat. He says Jake Paul versus Tank. I told you so tour. Tankamaniac. Shout out Big Dog Willie.
Another one, Big Dog.
I ain't never seen somebody celebrate so hard about a test they got an A on and cheated. Shout out to Marshawn West with the $5 in the super chat. He said Shakur is playing the Devin Haney call all of them out game. Just to say you call them out. Ninja, we gonna see. Shout out Marshawn West. I mean, but Marshawn West, it's no more gonna see. At this point, I've seen your pattern. Like you do the same thing every single time, and it's just old at this point. And it's like everybody just keep falling for it every time. Oh, so you gonna hurt Shakur. And I'm like, he's not about to fight nobody he calling out, y'all. Name somebody he called out and was fighting besides Zepeda.
Well, okay, as the only Shakur fan on the panel, I will say he did eventually fight, which of course is like back at 130. What's his name? What's the little Latino man he fought on Top Rank?
Valdez.
I mean, he fought Valdez. He fought the guy whose brother he was messing with his sister. I can't remember these guys' names.
I'm talking about these fighters like the Gary Antoine Russells he calls out, the Conor Benns he calls out, he calls out those caliber like fighters, but he don't never fight them. And then it's always they ducking you. They ducking me. Then when you come fight me, your problem ain't with Floyd Mayweather, your problem with me.
Well, I'll tell you who's not ducking him.
Okay.
Javier Guerrera is not ducking that ass. And I'll tell you what, after October 25th, we're going to see what's shaking.
Yeah, like I do want to comment on two things. So the thing when it come back to the heavyweights, so I've kind of been missing an action on that. With the heavyweights, I didn't know that Usyk was caught out here dancing. But if he had
let me find the video.
Yeah, so my thing is if they had, I'm assuming if if once you say you're injured, I thought that they automatically review something. So if they haven't reviewed it and didn't prove it, or he didn't have any way to like it,
they did. From my understanding, he provided. He provided that, and so he provided his medical.
If he provided it, I don't understand why he had to do it again. I don't know.
I guess because he was really getting down on the dance floor. He was really at the club cutting up, girl.
He was cutting the rug.
He was cutting the rug. They said, "Wait a minute, now how is he doing the millie?"
He really
Pete, first of all,
he was pop locking dropping it. Wait till I find this video.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He thought he was Dirty Dancing, but I don't know what the hell he was on. The Macarena.
That's why I like Usyk though, Jab Queen, because he's non-traditional. Like the way he dancing, he be singing. I'm like, he's very different. You could just tell. Like
I do like Usyk. I like
tapping
Usyk.
into his female energy is what he's doing, if you ask me.
Well, Usyk is a little different. I've always felt that way. I like Usyk though. I'm with Key here. I do like Usyk. And part of me, I just can't see him ducking. Like I'm not saying Parker's not an easy fight because Parker is going to be a difficult fight. But I just
Tony is the ladies only. Tony
Usyk has fought everyone. I can't see him ducking. Now. I mean, but we'll see. But I definitely rather see. I don't want to see them fight. What's his name? Moses. I like Moses, but I don't think he's earned that Usyk shot yet.
It's too soon. Like
girl, Turkey is pushing that, y'all. Turkey really wants that fight.
That is so casual. That is so casual of Turkey.
And that's what I'm saying. Like he puts the best together. Like no, like the best fight right now is Usyk versus Parker. Parker has done everything he's supposed to do to get that fight. I think they're doing him wrong. I'm not a fan.
2 Cent, please read Dondrick's super chat. He's having a fit in the chat.
Oh, my bad. Hold on, I was trying to find the Usyk video. Dondrick now. Shout out to Bird Reezy with the 1999 in the super chat. He said, "Salute to the lady." Shout out Bird Weezy. Shout out to Dondrick Nim with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "Big Dog Willie, kiss that dog in the mouth." Shout out Dondrick Nim.
Dondrick, really? Oh my God.
Is it Don Drickum or Dondrick Nim? Because I've been hearing people calling you Don Drickum. I always thought it was Dondrick Nim.
That's
I was Dondrick.
Shout out Richie L with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "To the lovely lady." Shout out Richie L. So let's see Usyk. Let's see him pop. Here we go. Now, so what's supposed to be wrong with him?
I think it's a back injury or something like that. Wait, look, just keep an open mind, y'all. Please.
Oh, Lord, you didn't get it.
Lord.
Everything.
I know that's right, Usyk. Get it. I know. Go ahead, honey. I love me some Usyk now. I know. Look at him. Oh, damn.
God dang it, Usyk. You supposed to.
Damn. He not injured. I know that's right, Usyk. Cut. All he needs to do is dip it low for me one time.
That's what I said. Limber as a cat. Look at him. Hurt where?
Oh,
He does look
Usyk.
kind of fluid. Dip it
Hurt
low.
where? Look at him. Look. He ain't finished. Hurt where? Look at him.
Oh,
Hurt
no.
where?
No. Dang, Usyk. Dang, Usyk.
No.
Hey, look, he crossing his feet. Ooh.
Oh, no.
That
Hurt
boy hit the heel
where?
toe. He hit the heel toe.
Oh man, Usyk, I came to defend you now.
We can't defend this. Dang, Usyk, you got to give us something.
Because
What if it's a upper back injury? What if it's the upper,
his shoulders just fine. He ain't winced once. He hasn't.
What if he took some medicine, y'all? Like, what if he had some pain meds though? He could have had some pain meds.
No.
Let me tell you, I've had a back injury, and I'm talking I just strained a little muscle. You're not doing nothing like that for sure. You're not doing no arm.
Oh my goodness! Look at the Cardenas. He said, "If you have a fifth of liquor, you won't feel anything." That's true. Maybe he had a lot of shots.
But did they say he had surgery?
I didn't hear about no surgery. I just heard that he was approved for the medical exempt, that he was going to be gone for the rest of the year.
Hurt. I feel like what's Smokey off of Friday? Get your ass in the ring. Ain't a damn.
You think? Okay, but do you think? Oh Lord, come on, big dog. But go ahead, 2 cents.
Shout out Big Dog Willie with the $10 in the super chat. He says, during Paul versus Jake Tank fight, Logan Paul will jump in the ring and hit Tank in the back of the head with the chair. Then out of nowhere, Pacquiao will knock out Logan Paul, and Tank and Pacquiao will celebrate. Shout out Big Dog Willie.
Big Dog Willie look like that dog. You got to stay away from that dog. They're starting to look alike. Anyway,
let me write that down and go on FanDuel.
Lord have mercy.
Y'all got to kind of pay a little attention what Big Dog Willie saying. Let me write that down. See if that's
right. That might be a betting play. That might be a play.
If that does happen, Tank is going to be such a big star. Shakur is going to be lucky to get 2%.
Hey,
you better pray that don't happen, because I'm gonna take versus Shakur eventually. But if that does happen, that's some star making stuff right there.
I swear.
Pray Pacquiao ain't nowhere around that ring. Now you have 3 big names.
But, so do boxers need to, when they because we have a couple of boxers that's injured. I forget the names. I know a lot of them are coming back. Like Virgil was hurt, he's coming back. Ryan was hurt, he's coming back. So do they have to move in silence now when they say that they're injured, so that somebody won't take a picture or a video of them partying and cutting up on the dance floor?
No,
so because I feel like that's a medical. Remember, have y'all like workers' comp? How they have those health insurance policies and reps.
I was saying that yesterday. Do anybody remember those videos they used to do, like the Gotcha Bitch videos?
Yeah, they used to follow you around.
Yeah.
I used to. They be showing people you're supposed to have a back injury. They jumping in their
they saw this man painting his house, all kind of shit. Yep.
But this is my question though: is he gonna risk being stripped in some fashion or something? Like, what are they reviewing?
They're reviewing to see if it's true about his medical exemption and if he can because they want to get these fights going on. So they're trying to see if he's okay to fight this year, but that will require
He look
uh,
fine to me.
they would have to have their own doctor see Usyk. So the question is, do they even want to go through that? And not to mention Usyk pay them sanctioning fees. He holds all 4 belts. I don't think it's gonna turn into much. I think he'll be fine because like come on, you that means that they will bring in their own medical provider, have Usyk come in wherever he's at in the world, fly in, do another medical review, go through all that. Is it that like have we ever seen that a medical review be overturned, a medical decision in boxing?
I
But
mean, I know they made Charlo prove his hand was hurt, and sometimes I see them like out here. They'll make certain fighters prove they hurt, but I don't hear for a lot of fight.
but I think the issue wasn't the issue was not the initial medical. Is the extension. That's what I
Oh,
think.
he got an extension.
Mm.
So I think at the worst, I don't think they would strip him. I think at worst he would just end up being what do you call it, champion in recess, like we on a medical leave. I think they did that for Charlo before. I think Pacquiao, when like you aren't you like champion in recess until you come back, then you have an automatic shot at the title again.
Right.
That could be possible too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could just do that if he wants to maintain this extension. But I do think based on that, him gyrating all over the stage. Was he on Carnival Cruise? I don't even know where he was. He he had little cruise ship stuff. That would look like to me. Wherever he at, they might need to just do that if he's just insisting like, oh no, I'm still injured. But I can't imagine them just stripping him. I think they would do that first.
Yeah, that I could see the champion of recess. That make perfectly good sense. But what would that say about? Do you think that that's moving in a dangerous territory though? Like in the well, I guess they already did it to Charlo. They already did it to Charlo.
Yeah, they always do it.
And I remember seeing Charlo out here, doing the Macarena on cruise ships. He was just kind of like, I'm injured, that's it. But they still, I think he still had
wanted to take his belt.
But remember, Charlo was out for a significant amount of time, though. Usyk just had a fight, 3 weeks ago?
But you got to think, who does Usyk fight for?
Who he fight for? Not Turkey, is it? He fight for Turkey? I don't know why I thought he was signed to what's his name?
Well, who's trying to get him on the card?
I think who's trying to
get. Don't Turkey want him to fight another fight?
Yeah.
Well, Turkey wants him to fight Moses, which, but to my understanding, the sanctioning body was trying to get him to fight Parker. So my assumption is I believe that, Usyk was injured, but if anything, or they told him to say he's injured.
I think he's trying to get stripped, y'all.
Or force Parker, which I think what they did, the same thing with Benavidez. I think they're trying to force Parker to move on. And the minute Parker gets another fight, then suddenly Usyk's not going to be hurt anymore.
But then that brings up the other big dog, Ajit Capiel. Ajit waiting. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
And ain't nobody saying every heavyweight. They calling out Derek Chisora. They calling out Dillian White. They calling out Daniel Dubois. I have not heard not one heavyweight say Ajit Capiel name. I want him next. Nobody.
Why they don't put Moses in there with Ajit Capiel? Since
that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I would love to see that, and we'll know because Ajit has been putting people. He's sending people to hell lately.
I don't want to see Moses until he fight. I just love that style matchup with Richard Torres. I don't know what it is about that.
Well, that's a good matchup. Didn't Torres lose? Am I?
Nah, he been wrecking stuff lately.
I thought somebody lost. Maybe I'm confusing him with somebody else. I can't remember. Okay.
No, I think he had like a. What picture is that? Oh, whose shoulders are that?
That is Inoue.
What?
I
thought that was like a welterweight.
That's Inoue? 120. Wait, he is not. No.
That's ego weight watchers. He said that's Inoue looking jacked for the MJ fight. That's what I'm saying. Anyway,
I ain't know Japan built them like that.
Man, you know they ain't got no genetics like that. Come on.
Like Lord. So, when Inoue to get all that?
He looks crazy jacked up.
So how is Inoue gonna do this with Japan new rules? You know they're testing these fighters in Japan since they had all them deaths.
They say they testing.
He looked
What's
really
the-
big. He looks really big.
They got VADA in Japan now.
They're saying that they're drug testing and they're testing their weight size. A few
And
weeks
their
before
urine.
the fight,
They're urine.
to make sure that they're not that they're hydrated and everything. So that's Inoue.
You look hydrated.
Man,
Right?
Inoue can't start losing. He better not start losing. That's not gonna be a good look. That's not gonna be a good look. But he looking shredded right here, y'all. He looking shredded.
I don't know about this, y'all.
He looks big for that weight class. He looks big.
Where's Victor? Where's Victor Conte?
Man, they on that Hashitashi out there.
I cannot believe that's Inoue.
Look at that. He looks crazy.
He looks huge. Inoue fight at what, 122?
Yeah.
Yeah, 122. He looked like he 147.
Yeah, he look about one. But his fight is what, in about a week and a half against MJ. So what are you gonna do? Like,
what you mean?
Because he got to cut that weight. Because the fight is for a 122 fight. So if he looking like that, he's at least 135, 140.
He gonna dehydrate himself. That's why they dehydrate themselves, get all the water out their body, weigh in, and then they rehydrate.
That's a lot.
But it's like you gotta be. I think it works like you gotta be at the weight, kind of at the weight that you want to rehydrate to, right? Because you can't be too small and then try to rehydrate too big. So it's like I gotta be this big and then suck down. And then weigh in and then rehydrate myself back to this weight. So it's a crazy game they be playing, especially like you 170 and you trying to make 135. Like that's crazy to me.
That's like a lot of muscle. There's like so much muscle. Like I don't know, but yeah, he definitely is not a natural 122 pound. Well, whatever he is, it's 122, right? He's still 122.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not natural. But did you guys hear the Ryan Garcia interview? He said that his normal, when he was talking about the Tank and Jake Paul fight, criticizing it, he said the reason why he wanted to fight Jake Paul was because he might fight at 147, but he walks around at 170.
I don't doubt that at all. That makes sense.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia is big.
So he's cutting, but think about it. He was fighting at 135 just, a year and a half ago. So he's been cutting weight. He's been cutting 30 some pounds, 30, 40 some pounds for these fights. That's insane to me.
It really is. It's like, why don't you just fight at your? I don't like just. I get it. Maybe you want to have this advantage or whatever, but like I do think that Ryan is a little bit I'll say back in maybe 2 years ago, Ryan was a little bit leaner. He's a little bit younger, but I do feel like once these young men hit like 23, 24, something just changes. And they don't look as lean anymore. And I do think that they kind of have this, I don't know, they hit some type of level where they just can't go back to that lean. I understand I'm cutting weight that young, like, 22, 23. But once you hit like 23, 24, I think the weight cutting days are over. I think it becomes more difficult. But I'm not surprised he's 170. He looks pretty thick. Devin too. I always thought Devin looked a little meaty. I didn't understand how he was making. I don't understand how either one of them was making 135.
Shout out to them.
Let's see what Ryan Garcia has to say about Shakur Stevenson. Let's take a look at this. I don't know why they moved
skills and some that don't. Like, speaking of Shakur, power punchers don't highlight his skills, but the guy that those volume highlights it because he could just fade them off, and crack them. It's really bro, that guy is not that good. Bro, they hype that up like, oh yeah, he can stand in the pocket now. He's standing in the pocket because there's no danger. Like, if you really know boxing, Cepeda doesn't have no danger in the shot, bro. If I fought Cepeda, bro, I would let him throw punch. I would dodge on my shoulders and just crack him one time hard. Like, you could just let him throw, and wait for a good shot. Boom. That's what he was doing. Wait.
So you think like a power puncher like Tank, he would have trouble against that, like a Tank?
He'll probably beat Tank. He'll beat Tank because Tank's not like necessarily he's a sharpshooter. It's different. Yeah. He's a sharpshooter, which if he hits you because he's so accurate, he's gonna drop you or put you to sleep. But like not necessarily power punch. Like Edwin De Los Santos is a hard. He would even have a hard time with rollies. I'm not even kidding, bro.
You think so? Nah, come on,
bro. I'm dead ass. Bro, you don't understand, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You don't understand. Like,
I be looking at rollies when he's doing.
Yeah, but like get in there, bro. Like you feel his hands. It's gonna put you on edge, and I'm telling you, when Shakur's on edge, he don't look that good. He just, you know what I mean? It's like his skills that you see with a Zapata won't come out. Like he can't just sit in the pocket and just like a Floyd, what Floyd does. Like he has to be moving.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? There's a big difference and it's not going to look good.
What do you think with you and Shakur, though? You and Shakur?
Me, Shakur, I will fucking give it to him.
Yeah?
I will give it to him.
That's a good fight, too, right?
I want that.
You want the Shakur
I want that, yeah, bro.
That's a good
I know
fight.
that punch ain't going to hurt. It's like Devin Haney, I'll just eat him.
Oh, man, I ain't gonna lie. If the Teo fight don't go through, you and Shakur is a big fight, too. I kind of like that. I ain't gonna hold you. I kind of like that.
I feel like every punch, I would make sure he feels it. He would not like it. He won't like me in the ring with me, though. I tell you.
Okay.
He might say, oh, the skills, blah, blah, blah. Different when you're in there ready on his gloves, bro. It's big different. Like Devin Haney said the same thing, but when you get hit, it's like, oh, fuck, like, damn, all right. And he's going to be running. I'm going to chase him down. I'm going to have to go hunt him. That's the truth. I mean, unless you guys want a boring fight again. And like, that's the facts, bro.
I see that. No, that's a good one.
It's like, what do the judges want to see, right? I just feel like there's a sense of favoritism for the guy that's running right now.
You think so? 'Cause I feel like they started the whole Tom and Jerry like turkeys. I don't.
Well, that's because Turkey, he made it a point.
Yeah.
Like,
the judges. I
mean, why would they give Devin Haney all those rounds, but they don't give Skull those rounds? Skull did the same shit pretty much.
Now, Skulls was crazy though, right?
Bro,
Come on, he was
Devin
crazy.
Haney was crazy too.
Bro, they have a whole. It's a Ramirez.
Yeah, they have the whole fast forward with them. Bro, like what? And then I don't like how he's running around act like he did something. Like, oh, because I lost. Like, bro, you still didn't do shit, bro. You ran around like, okay, you got the W, but you did not look good, brother. You look horrible.
All right, hold up.
Man, what I always say, Key, I think, and everybody gonna be mad at me, I think Ryan Garcia drop Shakur Stevenson. Because when you watch Shakur Stevenson fight, what does he get hit with? Left hooks, because he got that broke shoulder roll he be doing. And he gets hit with left hook, and he doesn't back out at an angle. He goes straight back and he leans back. And he's going to miscalculate his range and him leaning back. And Ryan Garcia, I believe, is fast enough to catch him with the hook. And that's why I think he'll drop Shakur.
That's a hard one, because I think so. I was saying this earlier, right? I think with Shakur, you have to time, like, you got to be patient. You know what I'm saying? And I think because Ryan is such a fast starter, and Ryan can be sloppy with it, and he doesn't try to set you up. He just goes in and then tries to use his right hook, which has now been discovered. I think that plays into Shakur's hand a little bit, 2 cents.
I think so too, and I think that Shakur is much more defensively responsible than Devin was. I would have normally said he's way more defensively responsible than even Rolly was, but Rolly cooked in that last fight. I gotta give him his credit. And I think because he knows the athleticism, speed, and power of Ryan, he's not gonna take as many chances as he did with Zapata. Zapata is more of a volume puncher, and like he's not gonna like really punch through you like that. But you know, the biggest problem that Shakur would have is making Ryan pay when he misses, right? Because Ryan has been hit by some hitters, right? And so I don't know if Shakur will be able to hurt him, probably go to the body a little bit more, but I don't see it. I'm not saying he can't land, but I don't see him landing flush. And if he does, it's not going to be like, I don't see it happening multiple times unless he's just really hurt and rocked or something.
I don't think he would hit Shakur multiple times. Like I think Shakur don't got no chin, which is why he's so defensive in the first place. That's what I think. I don't think Shakur has a chin because he don't take no risk. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Like he don't take no risk. He would take no risk like in there with Ryan Garcia. He would just run around and look like Devin Haney in there, in my opinion. You get what I'm saying?
No, I think Devin needs to take a few less risk. I think that he felt like, oh my God, behind. I don't know. I mean, I do think that he will take less risk. I think Shakur would take less risk. And with a name like Ryan, I do think he would have to take a few more, right? So he would have to do a Tank did, get his timing down, or force him into making mistakes. That's what Tank did. Tank forced him into making a lot of mistakes. So
that's high. I've heard that before, Juke. That's high. That's where Tank's IQ come in at, and I think that's where I'm missing from Shakur Stevenson, because with Shakur, with the Zapata fight, Shakur is counting on his senses of telegraphing the shots. So he knew what Zapata was going to do. and he knew how to either dip, dive, duck, or
Mhm.
move out the way and then insert his offense. You see what I'm saying? Whereas with Ryan, he won't be able to do that because Ryan is, I mean, we're not going to stop. Ryan is way faster than William Zepeda. And he's going to have to be on the defense with Ryan. And I haven't seen with Shakur, that's the only thing is with Ryan, he will have to, there's going to come a point in time where he will have to set Ryan up. You know what I'm saying? To get him, like, get him back. Because that's how Rolly was able to get him. That was a flush shot. It was quick. But after that hit, look how Ryan fought Rolly after that. You know, towards the later of that fight. He fought him with caution. So you gotta really hit Ryan. You know, otherwise he's gonna walk through you. So Shakur it's a 50-50 fight, in my opinion. I do favor Shakur Stevenson because of the more tool bags, but I haven't seen that much IQ from him to where he's able to set up a fighter like a Ryan Garcia, because that speaks volumes to me that Shakur wants to move up and face, out of all people, Teofimo Lopez. Not look at, Gary Antoine or Superdale Matias. That speak volume. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm peeping that, like, okay, maybe he
he
don't
already
want to
called
hit a
him out,
flash.
Key.
Huh?
Wait. He already called out Subriel. Remember, he already said some of the higher ups reached out to him for the Matias fight and the Gary Antoine Russell fight. He already tried to make a fight with them, Key.
When?
Let me see if I can find it on X.
Okay, but I want to say something. I don't know. It's a lot of blind faith in Shakur, right? Like, I'm not sold on his defense. He jumps straight back. He doesn't really show me a lot of head movement or anything. I mean, that shoulder roll leaves much to be desired. I'm really not sure. I don't even think he'll face Orion, because if y'all remember, wasn't it after the Tank fight or something? Him and Keyshawn was on the phone with Ryan talking about they want to make a fight, and nothing ever manifested from that. Now, I believe Keyshawn would fight Ryan, but I do not believe for 1 second that Shakur would get in that ring with Ryan.
Ooh.
So this is the thing too. I will say, okay, and I, as a Shakur fan, I got to defend him a little bit, but I agree with what we're all saying. I don't think we're going to give Ryan versus Shakur, and I think that's mainly because I think Ryan at this point, I don't see Ryan making 140 again, and Shakur is not even at 140 yet. I don't see that happening. I don't. But stylistically, I see what Key's saying, and I do think that people. So the thing is that Ryan does make some mistakes, but I think people over exaggerate his mistakes because everybody make mistakes. Tank is not perfect. Shakur is not perfect. Bud ain't perfect, right? But I think because Tank fought him and made it look easy, that people have taken that as, oh, Ryan's easy to beat. No, he isn't. And you kind of have to, I think he is more difficult. So I'm not saying Shakur would just go in there and just completely outbox and make it easy. I do favor him, but the picture. Right, I love Bud, but no one's perfect, right? I mean, so I do think that I think that he can make it a difficult fight, because the two things that Tank and Rolly did are something that I don't know if Shakur can do. Not saying he can't be beaten a different way, but one, you have to hold the phone. You cannot let this man get in no clean shots. You just cannot, unless you have like a crazy chin. He has a crazy amount of speed that I think people underestimate. I think Devin definitely underestimated his speed, and I think Tank is just like, I honestly thought Ryan was faster than Tank. Like, so far as the one punch shot, Tank is just extremely fast, and I think it made it like, oh, we all can dodge that punch. No, you can't. He just has and because I don't care who you are, you can't get hit multiple times by Ryan. You just can't.
Nope.
I don't care who you are. You're gonna go.
No, you cannot.
And I do think, and so I learned that Tank was. I'm like, okay, because that was my one fear about. I'm like, okay, I don't know Tank. You can't get hit, but Tank made a good shot. And then once he made Ryan miss, or if the punch didn't do what it needs to do, Tank made him pay, which is what Rolly did. And so, and you have to force Ryan to be hesitant. You can't just be deep. You have to, because you see what happened with Devin. Devin was giving it back to him, showing like, okay, like Devin showed heart in that fight. I respected his will and all that. But you have to make Ryan second guess everything. And that's exactly that's what Tank did. And that's what Rolly did. So that's my fear with like Shakur. Like, how are you going to make this man, get him up off you? make him second guess some stuff.
Yeah, but see, Juke, what I mean, I hear you, but what they both have in common is they can punch.
Right.
So with that being said, he has no way to keep Ryan off his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Juke, but what if Jab Queen? What if Shakur hands heal?
Since when, Key? They've been hurt for the last 17 years of his
But
life.
what if they heal miraculously? What if they heal miraculously, y'all?
Come on,
what if he
Key,
is
we're not
able,
doing that. We're not doing
Key, you
They only gonna get worse.
You giving Usyk excuses. What's going on with you tonight? I don't understand what's happening.
Okay, look, like this is how I feel, right? Because I keep hearing with Shakur, and the higher he goes up, I don't see Brian Norman. I don't see Super Del Matias. I don't see none of them guys leaving them weight classes anytime soon. And then we have the young bull Abdullah Mason. You know what I'm saying? Then we got fighters that got a little pop to them, like Tiger Johnson. There's so many. So as Shakur moves up,
fight none of them.
If Shakur, but then who he gonna fight? Because low key,
hanging fruit. Why
low key? But look at this though. Even the European fighters up there at 147, call me crazy. I don't care, but I got Karen giving them boys some work.
Oh, I do too.
You know what I'm saying? So how is Shakur gonna go up against a Karen? What's the other white boy name?
What are you talking about? What the hell is his name? Talking about the other one that
not even Montesanionis, and the other one Shakram, that guy.
Yeah,
them boys gonna get like, because there's a reason for my opinion. What's that one guy named that Devin Haney ducked twice from the purse bid? Sandor Martin. Don't nobody mention his name. Sandor Martin can bang.
Yeah, I think so. I think when it comes to Shakur, I understand that he is not a power puncher per se. I do think he has respectable pop. Now, the thing is with Ryan's got like the problem, like you're really gonna have to like put something on that, but you do stand a chance of getting countered because that's what Ryan does. I think for Shakur would have to kind of like pop shot and go for the body, right? Because I don't care if somebody hit you right in the body, I don't care. They don't have to be a power puncher. They can kind of take a little gas, a little wind out of your sails. I think that's how Shakur would have to kind of face that fight, unless he just like find some perfect shot on Ryan. But I think knowing Shakur, he is a little bit hesitant in certain fights. Like I feel like he really did show a lot of heart with Zepeda. He banged, but he already said he might not do that again. And I wouldn't advise that with Ryan. You have to be super defensively responsible. So it would be more difficult. And it's not because I think Shakur is way more skilled than Ryan. Like by far, but you just have to be kind of like how I know Tank is way more skilled than Rolly, but he wasn't stupid, and that's nothing these fighters don't do. What Tank does is he respects people's gifts. He don't just walk up on you willy nilly, knowing you got power to knock his block off. He showed Ryan respect, and I think that's kind of what got Devin in trouble. So you're gonna have to. The thing is that Tank also, you have to respect his power too, and he forced Ryan to do so. So I think just because
that's the thing. That's what was the deciding factor in that fight. Like I understand that Devin won the rounds, that he didn't get mollywopped upside his fucking scalp. But like you said, Devin had to respect Ryan's power. Ryan didn't have to respect Devin's. And that's going to be a similar situation. And I don't think that Shakur is going to be like Devin. He's not going to stand there and bang with Ryan. He's not going to.
Oh, no, he's not. He's definitely not.
But have you noticed nobody really has stand there and has went toe to toe with Ryan? They've tried to. Duarte.
And that's how Duarte got messed up.
No, but look at what happened to him. Look at what happened to him.
Duarte, Ryan say Duarte hit him with some shit. Like he say Duarte can punch.
Yeah, Duarte. Oh my God, y'all! I saw Duarte versus I just saw Duarte versus Kenny Sims in person. That man's back looked crazy.
Yeah,
Duarte looked like the Hulk from his back. I don't know.
Ryan accused him of being on steroids. I know that's neither here nor there.
And you heard them shots, so Kenny dealt with those well. But getting back to it, I do think that like Rolly showed respect, but Rolly still took chances. One thing about Rolly, you can knock Rolly out 18 times. He gonna show you. He gonna fight.
Yeah,
but
Rolly definitely will get in there and bang with you. I mean, I'm not saying that it won't be a good fight. I think it'll be a boring fight, and that's just the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because I do not think that Shakur will engage whatsoever. He is going to be super cautious, almost like how he was in the Edwin De Los Santos fight, because he knows that there's some real shit coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I do think that that's how he would probably have to fight it like that. The problem is that because Ryan's a bigger name, he's gonna have to do something flashy to make sure because this is like Edwin.
Well, Ryan just gonna keep pressing him. You heard Ryan,
and that's why Ryan is calling. That's why Ryan has been, calling him out.
And
this is not the first time, Ryan, because he ain't. Because I think Ryan knows that. You know what? If you get in the ring with me, you already know what's going. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Ryan knows exactly what he's doing.
No, he does. And again, we're not saying that power is it. Like power is the only thing, right? We're just talking about like style matchups, right? It sometimes power when both people have power, or when one person, it also depends on the length, the size, the reach. Like we've seen that, like everyone, because like I'm a Shakur fan, I do think he would beat Ryan. I think he'll find a way to win it. I think he has the better footwork, and I think that he will have Ryan. I think what he will do is frustrate Ryan and get Ryan like winging shots willy-nilly because he gets frustrated. He's gonna have to frustrate him, and I think that can happen. And I know we like power and everything, but it's something. Power is something. And it does affect
these people. Let me say this public service announcement earlier, and I guess I have to make it again since we're still having this conversation. Y'all be so jealous of fighters with power. That doesn't mean that they're just a brute, that's all that they have is power. And just because the other fighter doesn't, that mean that they're blessed with everything else. Some niggas got both. Okay, and no, not Ryan necessarily, but the bottom line is this: he ain't no damn pushover neither, bruh. Like y'all gotta stop this shit, right? Like y'all, I don't understand what it is about Shakur, and those of y'all that are his fans, God bless you. The boy got brittle ass hands. He's admitted out of his own mouth he can't cut the ring off. His shoulder roll leaves much to be desired, and his footwork ain't all of that. He jumps straight back with his head on the goddamn line. All the nigga really got to do is time him if he really wants to, and make sure he catches him at the right spot. I'm sorry, I just don't see what y'all see.
I think that Shakur is super talented.
Let me read this real quick too. This is how y'all know Hannibal a bot. Catch weight and a 10-pound see, he glitching. We're not even talking about Tank. Hannibal, what are you talking about, bro? Stay on topic. Stop trying to stir up chaos in my chat.
And you know what? Just real quick on that, there's nothing wrong with a 10-pound rehydration clause. Like there's really nothing wrong with that because I can see it. I can see if it was just Ryan and Tank got to do what he want to do and fight. If you don't want to fight a 135 pounder, then don't fight a 135 pounder. Go up. But I'm sure Spence would have took the fight.
And you know what else too? I just gotta say this: if y'all are so big on these rehydration, then tell Conor Ben and Chris Eubank not to fight part 2 because Chris Eubank just damn near died the last fight.
Please, and don't want to see it.
And don't watch no IBF fights. Exactly. Don't watch no fights from back in the day when they had same day weigh-ins. The golden era that y'all claim y'all love. Like, stop the madness.
They just be chatting.
You know what though? But I bet you I bet you they wish that Devin had put that 10-pound rehydration clause like Eddie Hearn had advised him to. I bet you they wish he would have.
Big Supreme. Shout out Big Supreme in the building. Shout out All Things. Shout out Superman, Big Dog Willie. I think that's everybody. Punch the like button. Bubs boxing in the building. The homie.
Why people shouting out Big Dog Willie? Please.
Who else?
I mean, he here. We know he here.
Big Supreme. I just showed a picture of Inoue. I'm gonna pull it back up. He looked crazy. But just to switch gears here, this is the PBC card we got coming up. Keith, one plate Thurman getting fed to Fundora.
Oh, you are a hater.
No, listen, I'm gonna talk about this fight real quick, right?
Even though I think Fundora.
No, listen. Even though I think Keith is feeding himself to Fundora, I think Fundora gonna stop Keith. But I do. That's just my opinion as a fan, right? Me being objective, I think it's a good fight because we really don't know who can win. I think Keith does have the skills and the attributes to be Fundora, or he had them, right? The question is, does he still have that? Is he quick enough? He got power. Is his footwork, like, is he going to be able to overcome all the things that Fundora is going to present to him? Because Fundora is a competitive fight for anybody at the division, period. Whether you think he a good fighter, a bad fighter, whatever the case may be, his attributes going to give everybody trouble. Now, I think Keith Thurman, it may be a little bit too late, like he a little bit past his prime, but it could go either way. And I think it's an intriguing fight because Keith really could pull it off, and we just don't know. But what's y'all 2 cents about the fight?
I hope somebody whoops Slender Man ass. I don't like him whatsoever.
Damn, Fundora for undisputed.
Sure, we'll go with that. If Keith comes back even half of what he used to be, he got a decent chance. My only issue is everybody getting in there, man. They got to get in there to that body, and that is a tough task. They got to get in and out because he's quick and them arms is long as hell, and he punching. This man is unfair, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't like him. He's just unfair as a person. Like, Jesus Christ.
Shout out Pool Counter Boxing in the building. What up, Pool Counter Boxing? If y'all don't know, this is the homie Pool Counter Boxing. His panel was the first panel that I ever got on once I started getting on YouTube. And
shout out to Pool Counter.
Shout out to Pool Counter.
Well, okay, so I think
for the fight.
I look. I know it may look like a mismatch, but hear me out, y'all.
It may look like
look. Okay, but look though, look.
I want Keith tested for Ostarine tonight. That's it.
Oh Lord. No, but look, I truly think. Now look, PBC has a 154 tournament coming up. It is nothing for Keith Thurman to go that way. You understand? So for him to do this, I think that Keith Thurman sees, because I think they were supposed to fight previously, right? But no, Keith Thurman got injured, and that's when Tszyu had stepped in, if I'm not mistaken, or somebody, right? So I think for him to come off of because he's only fought like once in a couple years, right. I really think like low key.
He fought earlier this year, right? In January or February?
Yeah. But yeah, I think, low key, this is a 50-50 fight for me. I'm going to stand on it until I got to go back in my archives and watch some more Keith Thurman fights. Of course, I don't think he's ever fought anyone taller than had this much height or length on him, as far as his arm reach and everything. But I can see. Now, I think Fundora will possibly stop him, but I think this is going to be a really, really good fight, y'all. Like, I just got this strange feeling. I think that this is going to be a really good fight. Tony, I'm serious. I think it's going to be a really good fight.
I mean, while it lasts. Keith Thurman never really give us bad fights, if we honest. He always give us good competitive fights.
What did y'all think about Keith Thurman and Barrios?
I thought it was a decent fight.
I thought, that's probably the tallest guy that Keith has fought up until now. Maybe it was probably Barrios, because they keep saying Barrios 5'10", but that is absolutely not the truth. He's 6'1" in minimum. I thought he looked pretty good considering he was out for such a long time. Of course, he got hit to that body, and he kind of other than that, he messed Barrios' face up badly, like really bad. So
I don't know why Barrios get the hate that he do. He had a decent fight against Keith Thurman. He had a good fight.
He absolutely did. It was a very close fight.
It was a good fight, and Barrios can take some punishment, man. Oh my God, I remember the fight before he fought Tank, and he got his jaw swollen like that. He's a warrior. I'll give him that. He's a warrior. But I think Keith, I think he has the better IQ, the better experience. I think he has some little pop at 154. So I'm really interested to see how that is. I'm worried about his reflexes because that's the thing that goes with age. But I think he has a chance. I would give this more 60-40 Fundora or 70-30 Fundora, only because Fundora is so fine tuned and he's been more active, and he's just kind of that momentum is a thing, So I give him that edge, but I wouldn't be shocked if Keith can pull it off. If he pulls it off, I'll be happy. Honestly, I'm not going to front. I like Fundora. But with all the names at 154 in the potential tournament, I don't know. It's gonna be good for either guy going. No matter what the outcome, we're gonna get some good fights no matter what, because there's too many good names. But I lean Fundora, but I'm kind of wishing.
I just don't see Keith I don't see Keith being the person to beat Fundora. I don't see it.
Yeah. But you guys know who's going to sell the heck out of this fight, though.
Oh, he gonna talk his mess.
Keith Thurman is going to absolutely. And you know what? And you know what? I missed that because Keith Thurman knows how to sell a fight. So it's going to be really good to see him.
Spence, because I know he can get under Spence's skin, and I know that buildup is going to be crazy. Or him and Charlo. because he can get under both their skin. Keep him getting under anyone's skin.
Man,
Now,
anybody
what does this say? I have a question. If Fundora wins this, well, it seems as though a lot of people are going with Fundora. What does this say? Like, are we ready to call him the king of the division? Or
No.
okay.
I feel like that honor still belongs to Charlo. I know he's gone. I know he lost to Canelo and all sorts of stuff. But I feel like he's still the lineal at 154, because no one beat him at 154. So until they take down Charlo, I feel like he's the man. That's just my opinion. He's next. I would give him number 2 though. I would give him number 2 probably.
I can see that.
Yeah, number 2, because you got Charlo, you got
Virgil.
Spence got a question mark. Virgil's and you got Boots.
Well, shit, hold on. If EJ got a question mark, why the hell don't Charlo?
I say only because Charlo has shown. I understand you're right about because they've been inactive. I say that only because he left as the man. He left as undisputed. No one beat him for those titles, and he has the best resume at 154 by and large. So that's the only reason why I say that. But right, you have and Fundora could absolutely be the man. You just gotta beat. I can't get that over anybody who hasn't beat Charlo. He put all the work in.
He gonna have to come back and make
the
some
question
moves
mark
because
he's rumored to have a lot of medical
to the top.
Well, Spencer's rumored to have a lot of medical issues, so that's why I'm just
right, and that's why I'm saying not only has Spence not fought at 154. Spence's last fight, it was a bad loss, which is
fine. Oh my God.
It's like, a great fighter. Like Terrence Crawford is like number 1 pound for pound. That's a respectable loss, right? But not only that, he had other physical ailments and he's been out. Charlo just got a bag off Canelo, whatever. I'm gonna move around this mug, do nothing, got my money. He didn't take a ton of damage, and that's why. Now he has been out long, but it's just not the same as Spence. That's all. You know what I'm saying? And so far as damage.
Well, you guys are gonna be mad at me because my number 2 person, I love Charlo. I got to see what he brings it to 154 because this is a new whole breed of people. Since he's been out, it's a whole new gang of people. But my person is Bakhram. I got to see what Bakhram like. Bakhram is a banger, man. I don't know now either. Tszyu was just that bad that night. Or Bakhram is just that good. And nobody has really been mentioning that man's name. I got to see what he bringing.
Man, Bakhram packed Tszyu up so fast. I feel like I never forget when I watched that fight. I feel like by the time I got comfortable, you remember like I said, back in the day, they used to watch the cartoons and all you saw was a pile of dust. It was like, like it was just, he scraped him up so quickly. Man, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, fight back, Tszyu. I just felt like you saw a cloud of dust and you looked up and Tszyu was just on the floor.
Remember that boxer who brought his mom to the fight, and after the fight she threw her shoe in the ring. Girl, that's what I wanted to do for Tszyu, because y'all know I've been riding for Tszyu. Like I really liked him.
I like Tszyu, but I felt so bad.
Man, when the way that Bakhram did him, if I was there, I would have took my shoe and threw it at him. Like, how dare you do this?
Tszyu's been through some gauntlets though, yo. He's had some real hard fought fights.
He has, and then what made it worse is that Tszyu, his daddy was there. And he getting scraped up. I'm sorry. If I was Tszyu, I'd have threw, keys, shoes, popcorn, drinks. We have been fighting them both together because he was so disrespectful.
Ain't his little brother fighting soon, ain't he? Or did he fight already?
Nikita just fought. Yeah. But Nikita really ain't got no. You know what I'm saying? So
I also think that Tszyu came back a little too soon. Because one thing I noticed the minute that Bakhram hit him with a clean shot, do y'all remember that Tszyu went and started grabbing, checking to make sure that cut didn't reopen?
Yeah.
He just psychologically, I think it was too soon. I think that was 2 hardcore fights back to back. And I think they didn't realize. I think the reason why they got.
But you know what I realize is those Australians think they really tough. Like, they're like really tough type people. Like,
where is Bakhram from? Where is Bakhram? Where is he from?
I think he's Russian.
I'm about to say, I think he's Russian.
It's something with them Russian fighters, boy. I swear to God, they be outside wrestling bears or something.
Every time I look at him, like Drago. Draco,
It's
if
'cause
he
it's
dies, he
cold.
dies. Like that's the image I get every time I see Bakhram.
Yep, he's Russian. He's Russian. Yep. And I think the reason why they probably thought he's gonna be easier to fight because the fight, I don't know if y'all saw the fight. Bakhram had a fight like right before then that he kind of had a life and death with this guy who's not as good as Tszyu. But apparently that fight happened during Ramadan, and to my understanding, he's Muslim.
Yeah.
So he was depleted, and so he didn't look as good. And what he got this time was a fresher Murtazaliev, and it showed.
Well, that's what you do, Charlo. You fight him during Ramadan, damn it. You better fight that man during his religious time.
Absolutely
You hear me? Bakhram. Okay, what about Boots versus Bakhram?
I would love that. I think that would be a good fight. The only fight that I would like even more than that, I want Ortiz versus Bakhram.
Ooh, that's blood. That's a blood fight.
Violent. Like
that is super violent.
Like y'all want Bakhram to fight everybody. He the man you want everybody to fight.
Nigga, he's like my number 2 cents. Like there's a reason why I see it now. And I no disrespect to my Bud people out there. I got Bud being Canelo, okay? But I will say this. There's a reason why Bakhram chose Madrimov and put on the blinders to Bakhram, man. Like, I get it now because you don't know what you gonna really get.
Yeah, Bakhram is like he's like, you know what it is? I feel like he's the like the of the division. He's like you don't know what you're gonna get because I've seen fights where he didn't look so spectacular. Then you see fights when he like scoop the bang and you real quick, just packing you up, and you just don't know which one you're gonna get. He's like the wild card. That's the name. He's the wild card at 154. And I just think for maximum violence, though, I think him and Ortiz is like maximum.
Man,
violence.
Oscar not putting his baby into nothing like that. So what y'all think about this card? What y'all think about Tony Harrison back in the ring?
I just think he went quick. Didn't he just fight?
Yeah, he was just in the ring.
He was just on the undercard of Clarissa Shields.
Yeah, because he was doing good, then got dropped, but then he still came back and won. I mean, maybe the fast turnaround is good for him. I like it. You know, I've always liked Tony Harrison. And I think maybe he needs to stay fully active. Of course, my favorite fight is that co-main. And I think that Ramos and Mosley is really interesting. So I like the whole
I keep hearing Mosley finna get packed up. That's what everybody keeps saying. You mentioned that fight. How Mosley.
Yes, and that's a great thank you, Juke. I said that's a decent fight for me. Jesus Ramos versus Shane Mosley Jr.
Yeah, I like that fight. I do.
I like that fight. But I hope on the prelims, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I hope on the prelims that PBC brings back Mr. Gary.
Oh yes, Gary. Look, can we talk about that for a second?
Do y'all know that he had like 100,000 plus people watching his fight on the prelims?
Oh, that's what's up. He deserves it because I would say of all the people I've seen be out for such a long time, and I understand he had a few moments where he got a little winded. I thought Gary looked spectacular.
You know, I think Gary Antoine came back and embarrassed a lot of those 35-pounders, in my opinion.
Because expound 2 cents.
Because he came back and he really showed that his levels to it.
He did.
You seen him fight and you watched him and you realize like, okay, this is a skillful fighter, right? He's putting things together in there. He dropped them at will when he wanted to. He got the work in. He got the rounds in. I seen him in there working on different things. He looked very skilled and professional. And you don't have to have a PhD to understand his style. Nobody got to point out every single little pull counter and everything he do. You just watch him. He's a beautiful fighter. He has great skill. He's very talented, and it shows and you see it. You just see it and it's displayed. Yeah. And I think he just showed the levels, like what levels really are. And I think the 35 fighters that we've been watching, I'm not saying that they're not bad fighters or nothing like that, but they great, they this, they that, they can shoulder roll and rope a dope at the same time. Like he just showed that it's different levels, and
he knew how to excite the crowd as well with his performance. It wasn't a dull moment. Every time Gary landed on that guy, it was ooh, damn. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The flashiness, the way he was doing his defense, like. That's how you do it. And I'm curious to see what person from 135, including Tank, because we've been wanting to see Tank versus Mr. Gary for a minute. I'm waiting to see like who's going to step up and fight Mr. Gary, because y'all know PBC finna move him up there. Y'all know how the
I mean,
PBC get
I don't
down.
see why they wouldn't make the fight with Roach. That'll be a big fight. It'll
And
be
that's
a
what
big
I'm saying.
fight
You know
in
what?
their hometown.
Exactly. That's what he
And-
should. If Roach wants to keep Roach name in the hat and the tank sweepstakes, that's what he should do. But he acting like I don't need him. No, I think that's a good fight. And I think if Roach's best bet is to get him now before he gets 2-3 fights in, and especially if they gonna keep him active, get him now. I still don't know if you win that, but
yeah, so I think that's good. Yeah.
you know who I maybe I'm going too far. But I think there is a champion that Mr. Gary could potentially beat now, and I think he can beat Raymond Murtazaliev.
Oh yeah, I think
I would. I think I would. I was them. I would pick him over Murtazaliev.
But who was? But you got to think like maybe fighters will fight Gary now that he's older. But Gary got ducked a lot, like legitimately ducked.
Oh no, he actually did at 126. 126 was a mess. Like I remember back in the day, like. He did, but Gary didn't help the situation because I get it. He was like he only wanted to fight the best, and I get it. If it was, I feel like he can't get up for certain bigger fights. But one thing I think they can do, I think this would be the time if he can't get like Roach or a title fight. I think he should rematch the guy who beat him, who I think didn't really beat him. What's his name?
And this is the issue I always.
He signed to many people. What's his name?
Pacquiao.
No.
Are you talking about Pitbull Cruz?
No. The guy he fought and lost his title to, but he's Masayo.
Yeah.
I think he should rematch Masayo. And Masayo is ranked. I think I saw him the other day in the ranking. I think he's ranked for Murtala's belt.
I think Gary gonna get some good fights. He's still just on the prelims, and he has a nice following, and people really like watching him fight. So I could see Lamar Roach and Gary being a co-main on a big card. That sounds like a good fight, especially if you suing Tank. I don't see you getting a rematch, to be honest with you.
That's why I hope he don't actually go through with it, because you about to mess it up for real. Or I can see them being a main event on like a free card, a free Amazon card.
Well, that card that he was supposed to co-main, the fighter Gabe, what was his name? Gabriel something.
Not Rosado, right? No, Flores or what?
Flores, I think. I heard. Now it's just a whisper. That Lamont said no. So I'm not sure if that is true. I'm not sure who Roach is going to fight. So that will make sense for him to fight a Mr. Gary, because Mr. Gary's been calling out Lamont Roach. But do you want to take that risk? Because who do y'all have in that fight, Mr. Gary or Lamont Roach?
Well, hold on, because we know Shakur has a fight date in January with no opponent. Why don't we just go ahead and slide Lamont Roach in there?
Well, because Teo was playing games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Teo's out here on
They saying the other day it was a go. Now, Chris Mannix came out and said that Teo team is still, they accepted it, but they don't know. So that would be a good fight. Shakur,
but you don't know. What kind of shit is that, man?
Y'all, I told y'all last week. Y'all know how Teo get down. Teo didn't turn down 182 fighters. I told y'all.
I know. I don't fry his ass, but it's just ridiculous, though. Like, are you gonna fight or not, bro? And I think that the reason, if they give Keyshawn that fight, they want that belt off Teo. He's holding up the division.
Do y'all? And I'm so sorry, 2 cents. Jab Queen just brought up an excellent point. Do y'all? Okay. Do y'all think that Keyshawn is? Do y'all think that Keyshawn Hart is in this? I just want to. Is Keyshawn Hart in this, y'all?
I think we need to actually Keyshawn mind in this.
Is that Africa?
Is that when he was with Berlanga?
Oh my God. He being silly.
He's funny. But do y'all think that
what is going on?
And why would Keyshawn petition for the 140 belt with Tio, if he knew that Shakur
That was the
Stevenson
plan all along.
was about to fight Tio. Okay, break that down for me, 2 cents, because I'm confuzzled.
Shakur was never about to fight Tio. I don't even know why he called Tio out. Like, because and then
because he know how Tio move.
And then Keyshawn petitions. Like, I don't understand. It don't make sense to me either, because was Tio gonna fight Shakur first and then fight Keyshawn after? Because why are you petitioning? Because what if you fight Shakur and you lose? So it just, because I never seen Keyshawn was gonna go up and beat Tio. Is Keyshawn gonna go up, beat Tio, get the belt, then drop it so Keyshawn can get emailed it? Like, what? Like, are they tag teaming up? Like, what are they doing?
I have no, but the thing is, will Keyshawn, why would he, that won't make sense for him to drop the belt, because we could argue that his stock took a hit from his shenanigans.
And what belt do he got now?
None.
So this is just my opinion on this. I think, okay, so we know that Keyshawn, Shakur, family, brother. I feel like towards the end it got a little weird when it was kind of both like, looking towards Tank, and when Tank started kind of like giving Keyshawn his props. But to me, it makes more sense to have Keyshawn versus Tio, and I love Shakur, I do. But Shakur was just saying that he's going to be at 135 for a while. He can easily make 135. He's not that big. And so he was just telling us that. So, like, for you to start talking about going up in weight, I don't get the point. Plus, you left Top Rank, so now you're still talking about fight. I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me.
Right after
Keyshawn
that,
clearly
he was gonna fight. After that, he said Conor Ben. Like, I remember what you're talking about, because he said that right after the weigh-ins with Zepeda. He said that he's a small guy. He's staying at 135.
Right.
Fast forward to 3 days later, you want Ariel Helwani asking Conor Ben for a fight. A week after that, you trying to press Tio for a fight. So, I mean, he's all over the place. Teofimo's all over the place with himself. But to your point, I think before Shakur gets that fight with Tio, it might be Keyshawn, because they're both under the Top Rank umbrella.
And it makes sense because Keyshawn. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie with the $2. I mean, with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "I guarantee Pacquiao will be at the Tank versus Paul fight. Tank versus Pacquiao will be this spring. I'm taking all bets, ladies on the panel, whomever in the chat." Shout out Big Dog Willie.
No, we agree with you.
Nobody's gonna be surprised.
We agree with you because
I get it.
Pacquiao would clearly be at the biggest fight of the year. That makes sense.
Shout out to Gil Coles with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "Check out Cuban heavyweight Daniel Payro. I think he beats Moses Atuma." Shout out Gil Coles.
Them Cubans. That's another one. Them Cubans, y'all know that's one of my favorite school of boxing.
Oh my God, me too, Key. And Pedro is good.
Shout out to Aaron Muhammad with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "Some support for the channel and the Queen 2 cents boxing." Shout out Aaron Muhammad. Hey, them Cuban heavyweights, they can fight.
They can, and I've seen Perro, and he's right. Perro does look good. I would say, like, when it comes to Shakur, though, I love Shakur, but I do think sometimes he does seem to keep his name in the headlines. I do. And I think that's part of it. Do I think he would fight Tio? I think he would, but it just makes more sense and for Keyshawn to get that fight. Plus, Keyshawn will get up for that fight because Keyshawn and Tio, they got some beef, don't they? Because didn't they find out that Tio was the one who sent the bananas or something weird to his room? Remember that whole?
Oh yeah.
No, wait. No.
I remember
Keyshawn,
that. Yeah, Tio be on some
Keyshawn
weird stuff.
and Tio are cool. Let me get these cash apps real quick.
Okay.
Shout out Kurt Hurd with the $10 in the cash app, just supporting the channel. Shout out Kurt Hurd. And shout out to D1 with the $2 in the cash app, just supporting the channel. Shout out D1. But on the last interview, and this is what I'm saying. This is how I know Keyshawn and Tio finna fight. On the last interview, Keyshawn was like, "Oh, Tio called me and I was just so this and that and Tio, and I was surprised, and Tio. So after Tio calls you a monkey and send you a banana before your fight, now y'all cool because he called you after you got in trouble?"
No, these guys are so.
That nigga's off cold.
I
That
think-
nigga off cold.
But if T.O. wants the money, because remember, T.O. has been screaming about money, even though he's turned down Brian Norman Jr. and Tank Davis, right? He's been screaming about money and Boots. He turned down all three of those fighters. We know that. But the thing is, y'all, do you know who would make T.O. some money, which I can see him going to? Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
When did Keyshawn say he don't want to fight T.O.? When he been calling out T.O. this whole time. I know he didn't say he don't want to fight T.O. Go ahead, y'all.
I think that that'll be a good fight for. I think that because I'm Lord Jesus. I was looking at what 2 Cents was saying with the style for T.O. versus Shakur. And that would be my thing is, why would T.O. turn down Africa but say yes to a Shakur Stevenson? Because they're kind of similar, except for Africa has more offense than Shakur. So
I don't know. It's T.O. need to do something. I'm tired of hearing him talk. I personally want to see him. I'm getting tired of T.O. Like I already don't like T.O. I really do not like T.O. at all. But I do think that I think the best fight would be, if I had my way, if he's not gonna like fight Sabril, which he really should be fighting Sabril because Sabril popped him.
How Sabril still the boogeyman though? He done already been beat. Like everybody still ain't trying to fight Sabril.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think you should fight Sabril, but if you're not, then I think that fighting Keyshawn makes sense, because even though they might be friends, they still have that, even beyond the Dana stuff, they have the stuff with their father, because they had a run-in. I think that would be a good build-up. I think that would get a lot of attention. It makes sense. I feel like, if he's going to fight Ryan and all this, my thing is Teal been talking about fighting 147 pounders forever, and he hasn't moved up to 147. So until he does that, I don't want to hear him fighting nobody at 147. I just don't care. I don't want to hear it.
That is true.
We didn't talk about the last fight on this card, y'all. Y'all can finish up, but we got to get to the old Shaky Foster Stephen Fulton card. What's y'all 2 cents about that fight?
Fire. That could be his own main event.
I'm out of that. Okay. Cool Boy looked good against Brandon B. Figgy, right?
Yes,
he avenged his loss. His previous fight from that, he got dropped. He didn't look so well.
He looked a little rusty. I wouldn't say he just looked rusty. He looked a little rusty.
Yeah.
Right. So with Shaky Foster is coming off of he had a robbery with with Conceição, then came back and avenged it, but he did worse in part 2 than he did in part 1, in my opinion. All right. Shoot. I got Cool Boy. I'm going with Cool Boy.
Is Cool Boy moving up?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Cool Boy's been up there, if I'm not mistaken. I think his last fight put him up at that division.
I think he's going, because I think they're fighting for Shock's belt, right? Because Cool Boy, wait a minute. Now
I like Shaky Foster.
Yeah,
but
them little junior ways confuse me.
I feel like it's just something Shaky Foster just missing. I can't put my finger on it, and maybe it's like a killer type instinct. I'm not sure what it is that Oshaki's missing, but I think Stephen Fulton just outdog him for real.
Yeah, I got, because I haven't. So if I'm correct, if I can remember correctly.
This is a unification. Sorry, Jude. This is a unification. Shout out to D1. It's unification.
Okay, so that's right. Wait a minute. Okay, what weight was it that he fought? Now I'm confused, y'all. Wait, them little weights. There's too many little weights. When Fulton fought Inoue, what weight was that at? That was 122, right?
Yeah,
right. I think it was 126. No,
that was
122.
I don't think Inoue ever fought at 126 unless he is now. Right. It's 122, 126. And then he rematched Figueroa. That was at 130, right?
Right. He moved up.
How's this a unification then? Because he's just going up.
Did he get the belt? Let me see.
Yeah, 122 was Inoue.
Chat, let me know. Is this a unification fight?
What weight is it?
D1 said it's a unification, a WBA and WBC unification.
Because I thought Cool Boy was moving up a weight class to fight.
I think he is. Yeah, because no.
Oh no, so it's just for Shaq. It's just for Foster's belt.
Yeah, this is for Shaq's belt because Cool Boy fought Inoue at 122. Then he moved up. He rematched Brandon Figueroa at 126.
Right, now
he's moving up again to fight at 130, right? Am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So my thing is that we have to see how his power carries up to 130, right? It's too many little weights. They need to cut some of these little weights. That's why I said.
But I don't know if the moving up at the little weights should have the same like weight as moving up at the bigger weights because they're only going up like a few pounds.
Well, I agree, and that's why I say they need to get rid of some of them because, like, I mean.
But know who I think is going to be the X factor in this fight? Andy Cruz, because Cool Boy Steph spars him so much. They all a part of Boots Ennis camp. So I think that Andy Cruz and that will be the X factor. Like it will come because one thing about O'Shaquie Foster, he could box, right? Mm-hmm. He really don't have too much pop, but O'Shaquie Foster can box. We can't deny that. I can't deny that. Mm-hmm. I think Cool Boy will benefit off of sparring Andy Cruz for this fight. With Andy Cruz's explosiveness, the way that he's able, his lateral movement, how he's able to move around and everything. I saw that in Cool Boy Steph in the beef Figgy fight. So I think that he would do good with continuing to spar and train with Andy Cruz, y'all. I think that will be the X factor.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that Fulton, looked better when he rematched Figueroa because he had a little bit more room. I think Fulton has always been even he's at 122. I thought he was pretty big. I saw him next to Shakur one day, and unless he was standing on like a staircase, he was pretty big. Like I was surprised at how close he was in size to Shakur fighting at 122. Like I don't know. So if he has any more pop, I don't know what Shock's gonna do. I think Shock's a good boxer. I think that what I like about Fulton's been one of my favorite fighters for a while. I think that he not only because they used to call him Scooter, he really can move when he wants to move, but he also can bang when he wants to bang. I just think I've seen more looks from Fulton, so I'm gonna lean Fulton.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to see that card. I'm gonna be shocked if Keith Thurman beats Fundora, and we're gonna have to get a rematch for sure.
Why would it have to be a rematch? What if he like beats him like outright? Like he just like really.
I mean, we'll see. I just don't see it. And my thing, a lot of people be like, "Oh, you got to get on the inside with Fundora," and I'm like, "Y'all don't realize he's an inside fighter. That's the last thing you want to do."
He's gotten better, and that's what scares me about Fundora because he has gotten better. Like, I mean, even I don't know if it's his sister rubbing off on him. I don't know what's going on.
Gabriella's the truth. Yeah,
because Gabriella could bang. So I'm just like, yo, like,
y'all think they be sparring each other in the gym?
Yep.
Yeah.
He probably beating him up.
Yeah.
She is a better boxer than Fundora, though.
I think she is more well-rounded than he is. I think he's growing, though. I think, like, I agree. He's more of an inside fighter because it used to frustrate me seeing all that length and him not, like, use it. But he did. He looked so much better in his last fight. I feel like he used it more. So I do think he's more comfortable on the inside. I think the way to beat Fundora is, again, the Mendoza, like, and exactly what Lubin's coach was telling him to do. Lubin just got baited into a brawl. You kind of got to keep like turning them, like keep turning them.
Who can Keith Thurman? Who can besides the tall guys, besides Boots, Charlo, we know that Fundora only got a couple of, inches, but who can Keith Thurman use? Like we see this whole big fiasco with Boots sparring with Canelo to prepare for Bud.
Mm-hmm.
Who can Keith Thurman use to get ready for a Fundora, y'all?
He gonna have to spar heavyweight.
I think, he would have
Fundora 190 in the ring.
Yeah, or the only people I know that tall are the Fox brothers, Michael Fox, and what's the other brother? You know, talking about Michael Fox, that he's real long and lanky. I think he's like 150.
Oh, yes.
That's the
I
one that
forgot
got
the
robbed.
brother name.
Because the brother fought David Morrell, right? They both real long. But
I know what you're talking about.
What's the guy? The one person who fought Fundora, who I can't remember his name. He used to fight on PBC. He got knocked out the ring. This was some years ago, like on PBC. He got knocked out the ring. He had to climb back in the ring. He's a black guy. I don't even know if he's still fighting anymore, but
you're not talking about Lubin, is you?
No, he's super tall. Dang, I can't think about
Robert
Michael
Easton.
Fox.
You ain't talking about Robert Easton.
Who? God dog it. And he actually gave Fundora problems. It was like years ago, like when I first started getting to know who Fundora was. I'm gonna come up with it, but yeah, Michael Fox and his brother. It's really bothering me, and I think
he said Hamza Shiraz. He said co-spar with the man that beat Berlanga, but Hamza Shiraz would be a good one.
Yeah, Shiraz. Yeah. Am I confusing? Y'all remember? Okay, Jamonte Clark. Y'all remember Jamonte Clark?
I gotta see him. I don't remember him.
I gotta see him.
So him and so this was like back on. I think this was like when PBC was still on Fox. A lot of people don't realize this, but Sebastian Fundora has a draw, and it was against Jamonte Clark.
Why did he stop boxing?
I don't know, but I remember somebody knocked him out the ring really bad. He climbed back in time, but I remember he fought he lost to Terrell Goucher. I don't know, but I don't know why he stopped boxing. He hasn't boxed in a while, but Jamonte Clark is the best person because that's the person who gave the first time I saw, like when Fundora was kind of newer, kind of, you know, he gave him a lot of problems, and I think it ended in a draw.
Okay, so that's
Michael Fox or Jamonte Clark, if Clark is still boxing. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Forget it. He needs to get up and up with Tyson Fury. That's who he needs to be sparring. Everybody, Tank sparred Tyson Fury. Man, that's who they need to be sparring right there. Tyson Fury.
Tank needs to spar a chicken and a bunny rabbit and just run around the ring. Like, that's what you need to do. Just don't get hit. Just keep moving and running. And get your check.
Yes, because I've been still thinking about this Tank and Jake Paul exhibition. I'm like, what the hell, Tank?
He better run. Just run around. I'm be more skilled. Yeah. You cannot get hit. You cannot.
Man, he better run around for a couple rounds till Jake get tired.
Yep, just run till he's tired. Just run and move and move.
That is true. That is very, very true.
Let them do you. God. He's a heavyweight. Like you can't even get jabbed. You can't. The jab will hurt you. Just move and run. Just run, and style and profile until the end. Get your check. Get it over with. Get to the next fight.
Let's see what Tank talking about.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get me again. And me, how I'm going, I'm trying to get so much out of this and get away from it. Like, I have a house on an island. Y'all won't see me again type shit. Like, that's how I'm trying to beat. I'm trying to beat all this type shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to be around this too much longer. I don't even want the spotlight. Y'all can have it. This can have it. Once I beat him, go ahead. Fight another thing.
Man, that's cold blooded. Yeah. Once I beat him up, he can have it.
Like, come on, bro. Like, for real. Like, I'm not bullshit.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And me,
Tank Davis is
Alante. I saw in the comment section. I'm sorry, real quick. Michael Fox's brother is Alante Fox. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, y'all go ahead. Sorry.
Tank Davis is the reluctant superstar. He doesn't even want all of this, attention and fame and glory. And the more he don't want it, the more he get it. It's crazy. But that's what come with it. So it is what it is. What else y'all got for the show? Let me see what else I got. I had some couple videos I wanted to review. Did y'all see Rolly's interview that he did? Talking about his depression and things like that? Huh? Anybody there? Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. And everybody got quiet. I'm like, what happened to everybody? So Brian Norman, Devin Haney. Jude, have you talked about that fight? How you see that fight going?
So I actually think this is a good fight. I think it's a I said I was gonna go back and watch some more film on Brian Norman because I've only watched like 3 or 4, maybe 3 fights of his.
What'd you think?
I think I like Brian. I feel like when he first got with Top Rank, I think that I'm assuming it was a spotlight that was just too much for him. I heard he had an injury before too, so he wasn't looking too great, but he kind of came into his own. So he's been looking really good lately. The fight I really want to rewatch is him and Boca Chica because Boca Chica was kind of piecing them up in the beginning, and I think it ended up being like a no contest. I feel like Devin has I think people are like, oh, Devin's gonna lose. I feel like Devin does have a chance. It just depends on which Devin shows up. I think Devin, does have the better footwork. I think he can, he just can't stay in the pocket too long. And to me, I think Devin is still the bigger guy, so I think he has a chance. I think it's a really, really good fight. It depends. Like if Devin goes in there hesitant and super scary and stuff, kind of like how he looked, I don't think he's gonna win on points. I don't know if he can. Like you're gonna have to really take some chances and just count on the defense to get in and out. Right now, I don't know. I gotta like really think of it. I mean, if I had to choose right now based on their last performances, I would have to pick Brian. Only because I think that Brian can move around the ring much faster than Ramirez, right? And of course, like Devin, it's hard to gauge because Devin barely threw any punches in that fight. And, Ramirez didn't land, but Ramirez has never had good footwork. Ramirez has always been like super slow-footed. He's not also been a power puncher. And I feel like Brian moves his feet faster and has better power. But I feel like Devin has more experiences on the stage. So I don't know. I'm going to eke it out to Brian right now. I need to relook and see what mistakes he made in that Boca Chica fight that Devin can take advantage of. That's a good fight.
Yeah, it's a good fight. It's a good fight. I hear a lot of different perspectives and a lot of people talking about it. But I believe we're 15 days away from the Canelo Crawford fight. Fellas, I got the panel open. Y'all can come up here one at a time and give your 2 cents. Link is in the chat. So, has anybody's prediction changed for the fight? Jupe, I think you got Bud, and Jab, I think you got Canelo. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
So no changes for the fight, Jupe? Canelo sparring Boots knocking out Canelo and sparring, beating him up. Canelo could only take 3 rounds. That's the rumors on the YouTube streets.
Oh, really?
So we went from Boots being off cold to Boots ain't good enough to do anything to help Canelo to Boots was beating up Canelo so bad that he only could do 3 rounds in sparring.
Well, so when it comes to sparring rumors, I'm trying to go to ESPN. I never really believe I feel like sparring is practice. Who knows what who's working on? But I will say I did see that picture, and Canelo eye did look a little black. I will say, like one of those eyes looked a little like he got popped in the eye quite a bit. I think that I really want Bud to win. Because I just feel like I kind of feel like when KO was saying I don't feel like Canelo should get full credit for this fight because he's moving up 2 divisions. He's older, but based on their last 2 performances, both their last performances, and neither one of them looked amazing. But I will say Bud looked better than Canelo. So that same Canelo who looked kind of stiff with what's the guy's name who's moving all over the ring? Skull. I feel like Bud can do much better than Skull. Well, Skull's a little bit more youthful. I don't know. I feel like my heart is with Bud, but something's telling me in my stomach. I'm just praying Bud don't get knocked out. Please don't get. I do not want to see that. I can't take it. I do feel like Bud has a chance, but me now seeing that Canelo's working with Boots makes me know that like Canelo's taking this very seriously. Right. And now I'm trying to see who is Bud working with that can really prepare him, right? And then my also concern is that Bud is looking really bulky, and that's the mistake I feel like Charlo made. I remember Derek James saying he didn't want Charlo to get that big. He wanted him to kind of only get a couple pounds ahead, but he went ahead and just piled all the weight on. And I think it did show up in the performance because I think he got tired quicker because he's not used to fighting with all that weight.
And do you ever ask yourself why the hell don't Derek James fighters listen to him?
Right, that's a question. Because I'm like, you didn't listen. I never forget he said that. But remember, Charlo has a separate nutritionist, that other guy who trains with him, and he went ahead and went to like 167. But I remember Derek saying he should only get to like 160, 159. Don't go no higher. And he did. And I think he gave up his speed. That's your advantage, your speed. And he just looked sluggish in there. Yeah. And Bud to me already looked a little bit slowed down versus Madrimov. So if he gets any slower, I don't know. That's my fear.
But I feel like I watch fighters move up in weight. And my question is, how often is a fighter going up 2-3 weight classes and winning? And then they always give me like one, Roy Jones. And I'm like, y'all keep giving me the same one example. Like this just don't happen all the time. I'm not saying Bud can't do it. And I mean,
maybe if he can do it, it would be Bud. I think Bud is one of the best fighters we've seen in the last couple of years. But the Roy Jones also chose wisely.
And maybe
I love Roy. That does not take anything away from him because what he still did is still amazing. But that's still a big. Well, nothing Roy didn't do either. Roy wasn't a full 200 either because he knew that was too much weight on him. But when he dropped back down, it cost him.
But if you notice the fighters that work with Victor Conte, because this is the thing. I think when they put that weight on with Victor Conte, I think he puts too much muscle on them, and Victor Conte doesn't. Maybe they do it anyway, but Victor Conte doesn't really believe in fighters doing road work. He don't believe in that because he's like, oh, he just missed the slow twitch muscles and this and that. And I get what he's saying, but they need the conditioning. So when I watch like Boo Boo Andrade, Mikey Garcia, when I watch the fighters that he scientifically put together to move up, they get their asses beat.
You know what?
Okay, you know what? You didn't have to use Boo Boo, okay, for the example.
Oh my God, Key, don't get mad at me. But that's the first person I thought of because I love his Boo Boo Andrade. I thought he was so cute. Anyway, that's another topic.
Thank you, Juve. I'm the girl.
So another topic.
He's fine,
girl. So I don't see that fight going that way at all. Like for Canelo and Bud, I mean. I like I said, I have Canelo. He has more experience. Yes, he has more wear and tear. He's had more fights, but I mean, in all those, 65, 66 fights, he's seen a Bud style. You know, Bud may have not seen his style. Let's not forget Bud got rocked by smaller guys. Who was that? Gamboa, and Mean Machine. You know what I'm saying? Guys at lower weight classes that have rocked him. And the weight that he's putting on, I don't know how he's going to be able to move around with that weight for 36 minutes. He has to damn near be perfect. Canelo only has to be perfect for a split second. So, I mean, I hear all the Bud buddies, and I understand that Bud, he does have better combos. He's a switch hitter. All those good things, right? But Canelo ain't no damn chump. Like, I don't understand why people are thinking all of a sudden Canelo's like this aged grandpa. I mean, now in the Skull fight, he was a little slower, but he did go get Boots to help him spar. He did go get Hernandez, who was a damn Olympian. And who else knows who else is in that camp? So obviously he's taking it serious, and he is getting up for this fight. So I just hope that Bud knows what he's up against.
But you know, when I ask people, I'm gonna let you go, Key. When I ask people, do they think Canelo's experience will play a role in this fight? You know what they tell me?
What?
What they tell you?
That Bud walks on water. They tell you that Bud walks on water.
He can do anything. It ain't gonna matter. They tell me it ain't gonna matter. Anything you bring up that Bud, because it's people are talking like Canelo has more to overcome to beat Bud. Like that's why I feel like people are talking.
So this is what I think, and I agree with like everything Jack Queen said. Like I really do. Like I am a Bud fan. I'm not a Bud buddy. I am a Bud. I think skill for skill, especially in more of his prime. I think that Bud is a more well-rounded fighter than Canelo. However,
how could you say that though? Well, like what?
I say that only because like footwork. I think that he like back then. Again, I've not seen Bud use that in a while. Not really at 147. Like when you I was following Bud since 135.
So you think, Juke, that Bud is going to have to pull out the old trick bags from several years ago?
I feel like he would have to really put together. I still think he would need to be perfect, which is, remember, I said in the beginning, I am nervous for Bud because I'm like, why? I would have preferred him to fight at 154.
Hold on one second. Shell, and that's my point exactly. So thank you for making it. No, Canelo hasn't had a knockout, which means he's beating niggas on points. So what exactly are y'all talking about?
Right, and that's the thing too, because I don't know if you oh my God, 2 cents.
2 cents petty. You so petty.
You so petty tonight.
2 cents petty.
I'm saying that like I do feel like, but I said in the comment section, you probably like when I first came in that I think like it's gonna people. Okay, so the game plan people have in mind for Bud is to box around, right? Don't get hit with too much, box around, right? Kind of close to what he did with what Skull did. The problem is that this is Canelo Alvarez we're talking about. You can't just go in there, throw a few jabs here and there, and win the fight because he's probably already up on the scorecards right now. So you're gonna have to take some chances,
especially with Tim Cheatham. Tim Cheatham is the one that tried to give the Floyd fight to Canelo.
Right, and so my thing is, you're gonna go in there. You cannot be just too like scrappy, doing popping, moving. You can also, I don't know if Bud's legs are what they were years ago, right? I think, and then especially with that weight, because I think that's what Charlo problem was. Again, I'm gonna say.
So, Juke, do you think that Bud? Because I got Bud too. I think I'm like,
I don't know if I can.
Ever since Bud put hands and feet on Spence, I always said I would never bet against Bud again.
But see, that's my thing though, Key. Like, if he never would have beat Spence, would any of these niggas be saying that Bud could beat Canelo? Like, this is outrageous to me.
Honestly. Probably not, and I didn't like the idea of Spence and Canelo. So this is the thing, and so I always felt in the beginning, like before Spence accident, I always felt that was a 50-50 fight. I like both of them, but Spence did have some issues. Like, let's be real, we know what we saw. Okay, fine, but that's not Bud's problem. Bud did what he's supposed to do up in there. Canelo has gotten older, but my thing is this too. Canelo has taken punches. I saw he took punches from Kovalev. Now I do think Kovalev was holding back a little bit, but I've seen Canelo take punches from Bivol and I'm just like, okay.
Low key, Laura.
Right, and Laura
was sparking Canelo. Like everybody misses Laura. Like Laura was sparking Canelo.
Bud ain't big as Laura or got the footwork.
Yeah, Laura.
We don't know that shit though.
When's the last time we seen Canelo rocked or wobbled? Like, it's just this blind faith that's, I guess, really irritating my soul.
I'm just telling you this. I want Bud to win just because, like, my allegiance is to that side first. However, am I saying he's going to win? Bud's coming off of a year layoff. He's getting older.
It'll be 406 days by the time of the fight.
Oh, wow. Even longer than I thought. Okay, so over a year and an injury, right? Didn't he have an injury?
He is the injury, Juke.
which is why, as much as I love Charlo, I'm like, Charlo's coming. Jermell was coming from a hand injury, 2 years out. And wait, that's a lot to overcome. So that's why I just can't. Now, if Bud wins, I'm going to be ecstatic. If Charlo wins, okay, you were supposed to win. But I already know Canelo fans are going to be on some, we beat Bud. Like, you can't brag on that. That's all I'm saying. But, like, I do think, like, Bud's going to have to hit Canelo with something that he don't see, like, or if Bud is coming in bulldozing, it will look suspicious too, right? Because we saw you fight Madrimov. And I just think them punches are different at that weight class. And I just can't see what you can land on him that he hasn't felt before, right?
That's an intro. Yeah, well, okay. Here's where it comes down to for me, because Canelo is one thing we know about Canelo. Canelo gonna walk you down. It don't matter who's in front of him. Canelo's gonna walk you down unless you have that skill set. So my question is for Bud this is my main question. Can he stand toe to toe with a Canelo Alvarez? Can he stand in the pocket with him?
That's one question, Key, and then another question would be, what happens? Because I hear people a lot comparing the Jermell Charlo fight, right? But what they don't realize is the reason that Canelo beat him is because he hit Canelo with everything he got, and Canelo didn't fucking move. So what happens when the confidence leaves you? Then what?
Yeah.
Or what if Bomac was able to study? Because one thing we know, that team right there, they do dissect their fighters. So what if Bomac seen something in a Triple G fight that he can
Bomac seen the
capitalize?
bottom of that cheese doodle bag. That's the only thing Bomac.
Lord Jesus,
Oh
Jack.
my
Let me tell
Lord
you something else.
Jesus.
That whole goddamn camp over there, they are opportunists. He didn't see nothing. He waits until fighters get nice and cold. I'm gonna say it, goddammit. Gloves
Lord, we
2
going,
weeks out from
Lord
the fight. That's
Jesus.
right. We
I
here now.
love Jam.
Oh well, we here now. The opportunist. I said it and I meant it. And I pray that Canelo gets in there and makes that Negro pay. I can't stand, but I can't stand nothing about him. I hate the way he wears braids. I hate the way he look. I can't stand.
Why you sound like Kendrick in Euphoria?
Lord.
I hate the way you walk, like you talk. I hate the way you dress.
Let's hear what Bud got to say.
September 13th. What is there to talk about? You fighting the best fighter in the world. You better be taking him serious. You know, that goes to show, you know, how serious he's taking me and how much he respects me. Because, you know, if I haven't fought anyone, if I was too small, if I was, you know, all these things that all the media said I was, then he wouldn't need these guys to help prepare him to fight me. He wouldn't, you know, need all the help that, you know, he's getting. But
nigga, you got Victor Conti, please.
Because, you know, after, you know, September 13th, there will be no excuses. What is there to talk about?
He got some nerve talking about who Canelo.
So he need Canelo. So he's saying, Jab, he low key calling out Canelo like, look, you fighting me. I'm the best fighter in the world. You need those fighters.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's why he's over there being scientifically prepared. Get the F out my face, yo.
Damn, is she okay? She passed out.
Yeah, she passed out.
She passed out. Hope she okay. But I think
you have to be confident. If you're gonna get in there with Canelo, you better be confident. Like, you can't be like, well, I guess I'm gonna try my best. Like, you really gotta go in there. Like, Canelo could end you up in there, you know. When Canelo fights guys who are coming up, it normally doesn't look well. So he kind of has to be confident, whether we like it or not. And I get why some people like. There's certain thing about Bud that annoys me too.
He about to drop Bud with a body shot, y'all.
Oh wow.
He about to drop Bud with it. Bud is weak to the body. He is very.
Not get hit with no. Oh my god! You know what?
Was that Victor Postal knocking him off his feet with them body shots?
Well,
was that Jose Benavidez Jr.?
It might have been Benavidez Jr.
Y'all have to make me go back and watch that fight. That was a good fight.
And he had one leg with the knee brace. The boy had just got shot.
This is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, you know what? Whatever. I don't know.
All right. Shout out to Marshawn West with the $5 in the super chase. Says 2 cents. I'll pay for that. Good times. Black Jesus Bud picture. Shout out to Marshawn West. The only thing that's bothering me, like every time I see Canelo, he's smiling and laughing and training. Like, what is you laughing and joking about, Canelo?
Because I wonder if one thing about it, I wonder, do they see something? Because I don't think, like, the videos that Canelo has been putting out of him training, he's either laughing, having fun. He hit the bag, but it's not as hard. He be in a ring, hitting it, but it's not as hard. I think that he's trying to, like, it's a surprise. That's what I'm picking up.
Who, Canelo?
Yeah, Canelo. I think because he's not really going full throttle. Like, I haven't seen anything that he's posted lately.
I think they're very careful about what they're putting out. I agree. I feel like both teams are.
Yeah, well, Bud went on the blackout, so and the only thing I seen from him was the picture.
But now he doing interviews though. He just did the interviews.
Those interviews are old. They just not releasing them. But well, no, that one might be recent. I know they did another one that I just saw, but I know that they filmed it like when they did that GOAT interview. So some of the stuff that they filmed, they're just starting to release, I guess, to ramp up more promotion for the fight. But to the point of he went on a media blackout. Obviously, he's not allowing too many people in and out of his camp. The last picture I saw him post was him in Brittle Hands over there sparring. So, who knows what's going on.
Why you gotta do Shakur like that? Jab Queen.
Oh my
God.
Or Stevenson. I seen him with Shakur.
Which is a shocker because what can Shakur get?
Like that I agree with. I do not understand that because Shakur fights nothing like Canelo.
Keyshawn was over there too.
I think about it. Who would be the best sparring partner to prepare for Canelo? Now think about it. Like, who would be the best person you could spar with?
Who can be the best? Shoot. And you know what? That picture, did y'all see the picture with Boots and Canelo in the ring with them? Boots was in a southpaw stance.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay. I see what they doing there, but you know what?
Southpaw.
He could.
Bud gets beat up in orthodox. Bud does not fight good in orthodox.
I feel like when Bud's in orthodox, he's more defensive and his offense is better in South. Am I crazy for saying?
But he get hit more in orthodox, so no, I don't think he's more defensive because I feel like that's when he get hit more.
I agree. It's because he's not I feel like when he's in I agree, but I just like when he goes on offensive, it tends to be more in southpaw or I don't know. Because one thing I know about Bud, he is actually something that him and Shakur, the difference is they're not real southpaws.
Nope, they adopted southpaw.
They're both right-handed guys. They just fight in southpaw. I think it's not as many true southpaws you think. I think they started doing that to adapt to Cuban fighters because they all started learning to fight in southpaw. So for example, Tank is one of the few organic southpaws. Like him, I think Spence is. But a lot of them just now I really think that what makes Boots different is I think he's really just ambidextrous. He really just
Boots is a switch hitter for real.
Yeah, he really is truly.
Yeah, and he's fluid with it.
Bud just switch stances. He's not.
Yeah, he switched stances. Like Boots just does it. It's just an organic thing, which makes me think he uses both hands. Who was that fighter back in the day? Goodness, I can't think of his name. He fought Greg Leonard. Whatever, it'll come to me. But yeah, I think it's just more fluid. Some people are just more fluid with it. Hagler was like that, very fluid.
So do you think what would be? We've seen, of course, both of these fighters fight. What would be, since we are about 15 days away? What would be Bud Crawford's keys to victory? Because I honestly feel as though Bud should not trade like he did with Madrimov with Canelo.
He's not trading with Canelo. He already said I don't gotta knock him out. Bud about to try to outbox Canelo.
Okay.
They getting crazy with these AI call outs.
Oh, that was so funny to me when
What is that?
Jermell Moten squashing a Roach. He want to fight Roach. But to answer your question, Key, his keys to victory, he's gonna have to try and box and move. My only thing with that is we know he's not gonna be able to knock Canelo out. If he knocks Canelo out, I want him arrested immediately in that ring. Do not pass.
What? Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be crazy though.
Imagine Canelo, one of the strongest chins. I'm not saying nothing, I'm just saying, right? One of the strongest chins in boxing, then went up to 175 pounds, couldn't get stopped, then fight all these hard punches, Triple G, couldn't get stopped, then got hit flush, rocked, and then Bud knocked him out. 135 pounder, a 40-year-old man.
And we just saw Berlanga. We saw Canelo take punches from Berlanga and Munguia, who we know got popped. And Bibble's not known as a power puncher, but he don't hit softly because apparently Better Biv took notice. Yeah, if that happens.
All right, Mr. Greg. Shout out to Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says, Roy. Okay, come on, y'all. We got to figure out these initials.
Light heavyweight to heavyweight.
Yeah, Bernard Hopkins,
middleweight to middleweight to light heavyweight.
Sugar Ray Leonard,
welterweight to light heavyweight.
James Tony, middleweight to heavyweight.
Shane Mosley, 135 to welterweight. They made that jump all at once, Mr. Gordon.
But the difference is that, okay, so you say Roy light heavyweight to heavyweight. That's the only difference between those two is cruiser, which cruiser to me is not even a real division. That's just my opinion. B-Hop, middleweight to light heavyweight. That's still the street. Okay, so middleweight, 160, 168, 175. That's just 3 divisions. That's what Tank has done right now. Sugar Ray Leonard, welterweight to light heavyweight. Now, what Sugar Ray Leonard did was, I don't know if those middleweights, those little teener weights, Sugar Ray Leonard, welterweight to light heavyweight. I don't think those, like, I don't know if 140.
What is that? That's that 3 weight classes?
I think that's the point that he's trying to make.
Welterweight. Now, I think back in Sugar Ray Leonard's day, I can't remember when 154 became a thing. There was a time where there was no 154. So let's say he went from 154. No, Sugar Ray Leonard was a big gap. It was. But he started so young, and by the time he got older, it was a much longer span of time. James Toney, middleweight to heavyweight. Okay, but remember, heavyweight was different. You didn't have these 6'6", 275-pound dudes back then either. Shane Mosley, 135 to welterweight. That's reasonable because that's only 2 divisions. The biggest gap would be, I guess, James Toney. But I get that it's absolutely reasonable. I'm not saying it's not reasonable. But also, people from my remembrance were not like hydrating crazy like that. Like, if you were a welterweight back then, you were a welterweight. Like, you weren't blowing up. Like, it's just people look different back then. Like, Shane Mosley was a real 135 pounder. He wasn't blowing up to 165 one fight night. So I don't know.
Well, let me tell you, I'm gonna say this. I appreciate what Bud is doing. You know what he's this team seems very confident. I can't wait for the fight. They've been talking about it for so long. I can't wait for it to see it in 15 days. But again, in all of Canelo fights that I've seen, that I've watched Canelo since he's boxed, since he was 2 years old, I will say this. There has been, you have to bang with him. Unless you have that defensive prowess that Floyd Mayweather had against Canelo, you got to bang with that man. And so I'm curious to see how Bud Crawford takes it into the middle of the ring or in the corner. Because one thing about it, even though William Skull did decent, he survived, he couldn't bang with Canelo. I mean, there were times when he tried to, and then next thing you know, he got out. Who remembers that?
Let's see, Buzz.
Hold on one second. Isn't this the same Canelo who was on the phone negotiating his brother's release from mobsters and then went in the ring? Who was that fight that he was fighting that night? I don't think it was Laura. Like, he was backstage on the phone negotiating with mobsters to release his brother.
I ain't never heard that story.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I heard that story. I think that was, oh, my goodness. Who was that with?
Why did mobsters have his brother? They say he with the cartel.
No, the cartel kidnapped his brother to get money out of Canelo.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
On fight night? That's crazy.
And went out there and smashed the nigga like, yeah, whatever, yo. Put the walk-on water thing back up here because clearly that's what it is.
Yeah, I think this is like an uphill battle for Bud. I think skill for skill, if they were the same size, I would give the edge to Bud. I really would.
Yeah, if they were the same size, I would too.
But the difference is that, like, size matters. There's weight classes for a reason.
We said that 2 years ago.
Bud, I'm saying he can't pull it off, but like, I need to know what you're doing in sparring, and like I don't know.
Let's hear what
Bud ain't coming. But this is what
all those
go ahead.
doubters. At the end of the day, at the end of the fight, they all gonna cry when they get home. You know, and I meant that. I meant that. You know, everybody's talking about the size and, you know, me being a smaller fighter. But if you look on the stage, I've been sparring these big dudes my whole career. Like, how I'm gonna take a punch? They punch me every time we spar. So, you know, it's okay. You know, once we get in the ring and they see something different, like each and every time, there's gonna be another excuse why the reason why Terrence won and this and that and that is. But I can assure you, I'm gonna be victorious. And after that, we're gonna have another parade.
Okay, Bud.
Bud is not coming to lose, y'all. I think Bud gonna get Canelo now.
He telling himself. But
no, I feel like I really believe that. So this is what makes this fight intriguing to me. I think Bud and Canelo are two guys in the two camps who are very strategic about who they fight, when they fight them.
Opportunity.
I will say that. I do think that I gotta be honest. And I was a Canelo fan back in the day before he popped and all that, and he started getting on my nerves. But I feel like they both are two camps who don't like to lose, and they are very strategic. Like Canelo is getting older, and understand that Bud is older, but Canelo has more wear and tear than Bud has, right? Bud has not been in a whole bunch of wars. I think he knows that. And I'm not saying like he only taking fight. I think they both take fights where they think they're definitely gonna win. I do. Like I do think the timing. I think he stayed like even when he fought Spence. I'm not saying oh you did, but you re-signed with Bob during a time where
he trained EJ for 5 years. He made him wait. Then he went and fought David Abenija, made him wait another year. Like we could call it what it is. He's an opportunity.
I mean, yeah, I think he was being. I think no matter what, it was going to be a hard fight. But I think the time and when she took it, I ain't gonna lie, the Abenisian thing, I will admit, that was a little weird. I do think that he knew that EJ was having a hard time making that weight, and maybe him prolonging it served to his advantage. I do. I gotta admit that. I admit. So I think they're both very strategic, and they're both very confident. But Bud is just he knows when to take fights. So I do think that like
who's selling they O right now, Bud or Canelo? Because
Canelo ain't got no O.
Because with Canelo sure ain't got no O. So Bud selling his O because if they're both strategic, right? Whose strategic play is this one?
Is what'd you say? Repeat that.
If they're both strategic fighters, right? And like you said, they both. Whose strategic play is this one?
Turkeys.
I think, yeah, because I do, because like I feel like, and that's why I'm giving Bud like a chance.
So is Bud being the opportunist here? Because I've heard a couple of Bud fans be like, you know, Canelo can't, his knees bad, he can't do road work, his shoulder messed up. They listen. You know what?
I think this is one of those situations. Well, it's like they both are, and they're just falling into each other's arms because they both are. Because Canelo clearly did not, even when they both were with PBC, Canelo did not want to fight Benavidez. That's the fight I wanted. I wanted Canelo at the very least.
I think Canelo should have took that Jake Paul fight.
I do too.
And right, and I think that it's like Canelo has been very picky about who he's fighting. He's fighting like because Canelo has had the opportunity, right? To when he could have fought Andrade, he didn't want to fight Andrade. He was like, I want to be undisputed at 160. He didn't do that. He moved around, right, and did all this other stuff. But then the minute what Jermell Charlo was showing, he was having some difficulties in life. Then he wanted to fight Jermell, and then PBC said, you can't fight Jermell. We'll give you Jermell. Fine, I'll take what So I think he has been. I think it's both, and then. But so like he's done what he can do, right? He got the biggest fight of his career against Spence, even though we know Spence was whatever, he won. And that's not Bud's fault. Spence made some mistakes of his own. And now you feel like you're the top of the world. You took the Madrimov fight, but what else is there for you unless you really want to compete at 154? Now, Bud could fight Boots. There's so much smoke at one.
He could have fought Boots a long time ago, and he ducked that opportunity, trying to finesse us, talking about he was about to do the rematch with EJ, knowing damn well he wasn't about to rematch EJ at 154.
Yeah, and I prefer.
He's an opportunist. I'm sick of him, and I hope Canelo whoop his ass.
I feel like they both are opportunists in certain respect. I respect Bud a little bit more, but I will say I think they both are opportunists, and I just like so many fights at 154. But I think that what Bud is thinking, why risk losing at 154 when I can get the biggest bag with Canelo? And I can't blame him, right? If you're gonna take a risk in losing, because 154 is 154 is crazy. Like I feel like
he shouldn't have took the Canelo fight. He should have fought at 154 for legacy.
I mean, I get it, but like if you're at the end of your career like Bud is, and you have you still got a question mark on all the people you fought. If you would have went to 54 and beat them dogs at 54, it would have been like, all right, boom, solidified. But to me, it's like you think you can go up
belts and just holds up divisions. Exactly. Like what is the point of getting the belt? You're not going to defend them.
Go up and beat Canelo.
I agree. He should not be holding on to this belt because he knows he's not about to fight at 154. I agree with that wholeheartedly. He don't need the 154 belt. He fought Madrimov. Okay, cool. I feel like he knows he's not fighting at 154. There's no point in getting that belt. I think he just really wanted to be able to retire and say I was this many division champion. I think that's what that. And now he's fighting Canelo because not only is Canelo the biggest name in boxing besides Tank, but he also has all the belts still, right? So now if Bud wins, he's undisputed at 168, correct?
Yeah.
So right. So my thing is, if you're gonna, I get what y'all like. I want, if I could have had it my way, I would have had Bud versus Boots or Bud versus Bud versus Fundora. I wanted to see. I prefer fights within the division because like strong divisions make boxing better, right? But I can't fault Bud for saying, okay, I'm on my way out. If I'm going to risk it, I want the most amount of money and accolades, or if it's just maybe accolades ain't your thing, you want money, I can't fault him for that. If anybody think I fault Canelo for that, because Canelo knows he's also towards his end, and he's saying, nope, I'd rather fight Bud from coming up from 147 and 154 instead of fighting Benavidez. Like to me, I blame Canelo more.
And that's the main reason why I want Bud to beat his behind, because you should have fought Benavidez.
Absolutely. That's why I'm met with it, Key.
I didn't understand why Charlo got so much backlash for the fight when y'all should have been mad at Canelo for even picking him to fight.
Absolutely, I agree 1,000%. I don't really fault Mel for that. I think Mel was like, okay, it's a lick, fine. I didn't give Mel much of a chance, and I love the Charlos, but Mel was coming off like a 2-year layoff, injury, a hand injury, and you're moving up two divisions. It's too much.
Like what they expected him to do.
What could he do? Like, do you think Canelo's gonna come off of an injury and 2-year layoff and go up 2 divisions and fight somebody at cruiserweight? Of course he's not.
And then get knocked out and be a dog in the ring and get knocked out.
And they're like, oh, how come he wouldn't? I get it. It was a money grab from the get-go. And I didn't like it already because Mel's a good fighter, but like he really just took it because Canelo really wanted Jermell because he saw Jermell was in a weak state, and Mel like, nope, I'll do it because we all know Jermell was going through something, but he didn't want nothing to do with Jermell in Jermell's prime, like before Jermell had all the other issues.
But I mean,
or Boo Boo,
exactly, not Boo Boo either. And
people just go ahead.
So I was just saying, and Boo Boo, even when he fought Benavidez, which I respect him for it, I thought Boo Boo looked good until he got touched because I think Boo Boo also, which is what Jermell did, put on too much weight.
Yep.
I think he put on too much.
Let me get these super chats, and then I got somebody in the background want to come up and get a 2 cents. Shout out to Cardenas. Muscles ain't shit compared to bone structure. Shout out to Cardenas for the $1.99. And that's what people don't realize about the moving up in weight. That it's about the bone structure too. They're like, oh, Canelo's a little guy, but his bone structure is like allowing him to be able to fight at that weight class and withstand those type of punches and shit like that. Like
he's compact. He's compact, and he doesn't have like a long neck. He's just kind of compact. and so he can take some of that power,
Shout out to Mr. Gregory Quattlebaum with the $5 in the super chat. He says Canelo is not Superman. The doubt that people have in Bud is rooted in the how dare you and dislike. All fighters are scientifically prepared. Shout out Mr. Greg. All right. Coming to the stage. Terrence, best.
Lord Jesus.
Videos.
Let's go, Terrence. Let's go.
Listen,
Kick it off, Terrence.
What
how
up,
y'all doing?
Terrence?
How y'all doing tonight, ladies?
Kick it
I hate
up.
to
Kick
break
it
up
off, Terrence.
I hate to break up the Bud hate party, but now I'm here, and all my belt people, I'm a real defender is here. So let's first look at Bud's career. I mean, all of this opportunist stuff. Let's remember Bud Crawford was. Let's remember Bud wasn't an Olympian like Errol Spence. He didn't get the pick of the litter of who he was going to sign with. Wait. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm going to get interrupted. Can I just go without being interrupted?
Go ahead, honey.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, I know. I thought somebody was speaking. Okay, so I just want to go back down memory lane with Bud. He wasn't signed by a big promoter. So he had to work his way up. And remember, it was Tim. If it wasn't for Tim Bradley, no one would ever knew about Bud. So Bud wasn't this guy that was he was an opportunist. When he got an opportunity, he took hold of it. This is why people like Bud, because they like a guy that started a real Rocky, a real guy that started from the bottom and had to make his way to the top. He wasn't given anything. So let's start with that. He started fighting. He wasn't promoted highly. He had to do everything with wins, beating people, beating Prescott, getting opportunities. This man, you guys keep saying he's an opportunities. He never ducked anybody. Every time that he fought somebody at a weight class, he went after the biggest and baddest guy in that weight class. Never doing anything like a Canelo. Never wait. You guys say he's waiting people out. No, he fought the best person at that division at the time. And now, of course, everybody wants to say, oh, well, that person sucks now. You know, a lot of times when Bud beat a person up, yeah, they're not the same anymore. So the next time they fight, is it much easier for the next guy to beat him? It's just fighters like that. That's the case for a lot of fighters in the annals of history of boxing. When they get beat up by one fighter, they're just not the same anymore. So that's how it was. Now let's go into the Spence thing, which you guys say he was an opportunist. This is just absolutely nuts. When that man moved up to 147, who did he call out? Now y'all now if you're saying I'm lying, tell me where I'm lying. At 147, that man called out Keith Thurman, who was the best fighter perceived at 147 at the time. He called him out. Thurman said, get a belt, right? And you guys know that Thurman said that. So none of those guys at 147 at the time wanted to fight Bud. They all had excuses, including Porter. Bud would have fought any of those guys, because y'all keep saying, oh, he didn't fight him one by one. Well, if they would have fought him, he would have beat him one by one. It wasn't like Bud was ducking or scared of any of those guys. And you guys know that. So I don't know why y'all keep making an emphasis.
So why did Spence collect the belts at 147 then?
Okay, let me explain why.
Okay.
Let me explain. Because when Bud came in the game, Bob was the only one that would sign him for that type of money. Remember, he wasn't this big star like Spence was when he was able to get all that money with the PBC. The PBC didn't want Bud when he first came out. Nobody wanted him. He had to work his way up, got a contract with Bob, and stayed in that contract with Bob, and didn't want to. And at that point in time, he didn't want to be like the PBC fighters getting $1 million per fight. He was getting like $4.4 million a fight. So why would you want to go and take a pay cut?
So he was getting that much money to the point where he had to sue Bob Arum?
He's okay. What did he sue Bob Arum for? Because he said that he had the Spence fight and he didn't deliver the Spence fight. That's
So
why he sued Bob
So
Arum.
he sued Bob Arum because of the
Yes.
Spence fight. So it had
Yeah.
nothing to do with racism or
Well,
Bob Arum
that
not
was just
getting
a
him the
part of it.
fights.
That was just a part of it. But the main thing in that lawsuit was because he promised him the Errol Spence fight and didn't deliver. And I think Bud won.
No,
And I think he won that lawsuit. And I
I'm not
think
trying
he
to
won
cut
that.
you off, Terrence. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to cut you off, but I got people behind you. I'm just trying to see what your point is. We know the Bud lineage. What's your point?
Okay, but my biggest point is you guys are sitting up here making BS arguments against him. You're saying that he
Actually,
ducks.
me and Jupe are the ones saying that Bud is gonna beat Canelo. So I don't know.
No. I don't care about whether y'all saying who's going to win the fight. I'm saying you guys are saying that he was an opportunist, like he ducked people and fought
But
people at their weakest.
Terrence,
That
it's
is
on the
absolutely
record
a
that
lie.
but we
That's a
know that
lie.
Spence collected all the belts.
Okay, Terrence, can I just? I'm just gonna respond really quickly. I think that you're super defensive because I did say he was opportunity just like Canelo, and he is, and that's okay.
Oh, how?
That's
how?
not necessarily.
Explain.
Okay, could you
explain? With
you?
facts.
I'll explain.
Could you
With
stop
facts.
interrupting me? I started to speak, and you are so emotionally charged that you cannot allow me to finish speaking. Relax. I like Bud. I don't think there's nothing wrong with being an opportunist to a certain extent. You gave us this whole lineage. We know boxing history. What I'm saying is that you're saying, oh, well, he didn't go to the Olympics and he wasn't a star like Spence. Spence wasn't a star when he signed to PBC. Matter of fact, Spence said that he wanted to sign to Top Rank because Top Rank was offering bonuses, upfront money that he couldn't get with PBC. He had to go on a small stipend with PBC and work his way up. When you sign to Top Rank, you get more money up front. Spence took the chance on himself, and then he later was able to make the profit off of the notoriety that he gained from fighting. So like we can't act like, oh, he just got it. No, Spence didn't just Spence built himself into stardom. Okay, but another thing is that
Spence took the harder route.
He did. He literally did. He worked. He took those because he understood PBC had more fighters. He could have got more money quicker, easier. He didn't. He took the harder route, getting less money than Bud was because he wasn't getting all this guaranteed money. When Adrian Burns talked about these like little stipends, that's what they were getting. And then he had to take a chance on yourself to build your name. These PBC fighters weren't just getting money out the blue. They had to build towards that. But if you went to Top Rank, you didn't have to worry about that. You were getting money guaranteed. But the problem is that there's a cap. Spence said, forget the cap. My dad told me to advise me this route. I took that route. And then Spence became a star based on his abilities. There was no guarantee that Spence was going to become a star when he signed the PBC. Furthermore, I don't have a problem with that because Bud did sign to like this small promoter and he wasn't making a lot of money. And then Bob bought out the contract. And now Bud's on ESPN, the biggest sports network in the world, right? He's fighting. He's taking these fights no matter what. He's getting a couple mil no matter what. Whether he sells or not, he's getting a couple mil. He doesn't have to worry about sales. Spence has to worry about sales, right? My thing is that in 2018, that's when I think 2017, 2018, when Bud contract expired. He knew that Bob Arum had already took away his biggest fight, and he still re-signed with Top Rank, knowing that all the welterweights were at PBC. So we can't blame PBC for getting their guys fighters. We expect PBC to look out for Bud Crawford only, and specifically when you had the choice to say, you know what, thank you, Bob, I'm going to go here and there. And that's all I'm saying. And I say opportunity because he knew Spence was, by the time Spence got those 3 belts, we all knew Spence had went through the accident, got thrown from a car, and was struggling to make okay, you want a response and you want to interrupt. We know that Spence had gone through all that and was struggling, had been at 147 for way too long. And what happened? He wouldn't fought Avanesia and prolonged it even further. That's all I'm saying. I think that was strategic. Matter of fact, Bernie the boxer kind of hinted at it on a live once. He literally said, yeah, he's taking all these hard fights, and he said it in a live. So when we say that I mean, if you don't blame us, blame Bernie, blame his team. I'm saying that he has. I'm not saying that like it's wrong. I'm saying he's smart. And he didn't take as many hard fights. He didn't. That's a fact. So it's like when I'm not dumping on Bud. I think Bud was smart. I think it worked out for Bud, and I'm happy for Bud. But he is strategic, a lot like Canelo.
The truth is the truth.
You're taking it too personally.
Just let me know when I can respond.
There is no response.
So you're just waiting to respond. You're not listening. You're just waiting to respond. Got it. We're going to go ahead and move on. See, people don't listen, just waiting to respond.
Thanks for coming up, Terrence.
Go ahead, Terrence, because I got somebody behind you.
Oh, you're not opening up the panel? Oh, but anyway, let me just finish this. So your point is the opportunist is that Spence wouldn't fight him when he was calling him out. How many times was Bud calling this when he was on the other side of the street before he ever got into a car accident? Bud was calling him out, just like he called out Thurman. He had always been calling those guys out. The fact that this man gets drunk and gets into a car accident, you're gonna blame Bud, and he's been calling that man out. He was never scared of Spence. He would have fought Spence coming into the division.
You're too emotional. No one said
crazy.
No one said anything about anybody being scared. I need you.
Well, you're saying that he's an opportunist.
Okay, Terrence, I need you to settle down for 2 seconds and calm yourself because you're not listening. You're not listening, love. I need you to calm your brain. I no one said anyone was scared. You are filling in blanks and being overly defensive. So let me just say this. Let's say I go to McDonald's and I call out Burger King. Does that matter? If I go to Popeyes and I say, "Oh, I want a Big Mac," but I called you out. Now, is the Big Mac in Popeyes? No, it's not. No, it's not, is it? Because I'm in McDonald's.
I don't know what point you're making, but
I know. I need you to use some critical thinking, love.
Yeah, I am, but I don't get it. A burger's not a McDonald's. You have to explain that.
The street to get the fight.
Thank you.
How many times have they made fights on the wrong side of the street? Come on, bro. They have made fights. They have made big fights on different sides of the streets.
In 2018, he knew that Bob Arum didn't have a single solitary welterweight for him to fight. And what did he do? He resigned. Despite the fact that you're not listening. Despite the fact that Bob Arum had already gone on record and said, "I killed Bud's biggest fight with Pacquiao." This man publicly told the world he killed your biggest fight. Bro would have been
Pacquiao too.
Are you still talking and I'm talking? The point is that Bob Arum said publicly to the world, "I killed his biggest fight." And what did you do? You resigned. He had no other options. So again, I can go to Popeyes and say, "I want a Big Mac. Big Mac ducking me." It's ridiculous. Stop the
Now, the fight could have been made. What are you talking about? That's what.
When did Bob try to make the fight?
To make the fight, they could have made the fight. If two people want to fight each other, they make the fight. Spence didn't want the fight, and it was for good reason he didn't want the fight.
But lawsuit proves that you're wrong.
No, it doesn't. How? How does he prove that I'm wrong?
Baby, you already lost this argument. Go ahead and log out.
Thank you for coming up, Terrence. I got some.
All right.
I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up. Shout out, Mr. Greg. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
First, salute to all 4 of you all for this. I'm glad I got a chance to come up tonight before I go.
Hey, Mr. Greg.
How y'all doing?
Hey.
What up? What up?
Let me talk to my nieces now. First, all fighters are going to do what they think is in their best interest. At the time that Terrence went over the top rank, that was in his best interest. What did he have going for him besides his talent? How many children did he have? Because that's what you also think about when you make these kind of decisions about what you're going to do with your life, how you're going to earn money. Top rank is paying more money. You got more children. You're more than likely going to take the more money that's up front. Spence, I think, only had 2 or maybe 1. Better opportunity for him because he had less to take care of. So that's just a personal thing about what they decided to do. One promotional company did better for a fighter than the other did. That's just how it is. When they got to a point where they were having belts and they were calling each other out, et cetera, this is where the business comes in. Bob wasn't going to let that one belt that he had end up over at PBC in the same way that Al wasn't going to let those 3 belts that he had end up over Top Rank. That was going to happen. So we could say someone ducked, someone did this, someone did that, but it was also the business of boxing. What is in the best interest of PBC? To keep the 3 belts, do the round robin, because he had the fighters over there. When Terrence came up for to come at the end of his contract, I only know some of this, and I'm not 100% sure, but normally there were options on first rights of refusal. Bob could have said, go ahead and see if you can sign with PBC. But if he had 2 options, Terrence would have gone over there, possibly signed, but some of the money that he would have made would have went back over to Bob. What is the best thing for him to do? Even though you don't have, and you've been promised that Bob is going to get you this fight, you still have guaranteed money. I think at that time, Terrence was getting $4 to $6 million. I believe that's what I read. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's what I read. So it was in his best interest to re-sign with Bob for those 2 options. I think it was 2 more fights that they had the options on. So that's one of the reasons that I personally believe the re-sign took place. Nevertheless, you're still going to always do what's in your best interest. Let's get to the point of what Terrence is doing now. He didn't know what he was doing when he went on his own, but he still dared to do it anyway. He dared to talk to Al Heyman, to try to negotiate with him. He didn't know what he was doing, but he dared to do it anyway. And the criticism was, how dare you think you can talk to Al Heyman? How dare you think you can ask for the millions that you were asking for? How dare you think you can make Earl Spence come out first? All of that still happened because he dared to do it. Whether you can say Spence had problems or not, that he wasn't the same, he wasn't the Spence you know, my feeling about Spence in that particular fight was Spence just got exposed for who he actually is. He cut corners when training. He admitted that. He had bad habits. He liked the party, et cetera, and he was doing that before he ever fought Terrence Crawford. So when this big fight came up, he was convinced, since he was still winning, even though he was doing all of these wrong things in previous fights, he'll do the same thing that he's done to other fighters, that he was going to do to Crawford. His biggest mistake, and he paid for it dearly. One of the things that we forget about with fighters, it's not their talent, their physicality, it's their will. When you can bend a man to your will, whether you're in the street, whether you're in jail, whether you're in the ring, that's a hell of a talent that goes along with your ability to punch and so forth and so on. That's where Terrence is very strong at. He will bend you to his will. He will take the criticism. He will take everybody not liking what he's doing, how he's moving, and still do it anyway and come out on top, which has happened time and time and time again. The Canelo fight coming up, it's not as a big a hill to climb as all of us may think. Yes, Canelo has fought at 168, gone up to 175. He lost. Canelo's weakness is that he has always been outboxed until he gets his kill shot in. Everybody who's fought Canelo, particularly who were elite fighters, outboxed him up until that kill shot came in. So he's fighting a better boxer than he's ever fought before, besides Mayweather. Terrence probably will not try to knock him out, but if he sees the opportunity, he will try to take it. Secondly, you don't have to get hit in the chin to get knocked out. You get hit in the body and go down. You can get a double tap to the temple and goes down, because that's where I think he needs to hit Canelo, at his temple, in his chest, and to his body. Yes, he can knock Canelo out if he's willing to take those chances. Will he? I don't know. I do believe part of their strategy, a great deal of their strategy, is to exploit Canelo's weaknesses. His feet are still, Canelo's feet are still heavy. And Canelo has a history of being outboxed. You outbox him. Everybody who's beat Canelo basically outboxed Canelo. Bevo outboxed him. Floyd outboxed him. I believe Laura was outboxed him. So that's a weakness that Canelo has never corrected. And the fact that he does have Boots in his corner tells me a lot, that he is taking this a lot more seriously than anybody will know, because it's a big thing. Now, I don't think you're selling out, you're not on code. I think that's just stupid. Canelo should have Boots in the corner in his camp, trying to figure out how he can counteract Bud outboxing him. I hope. And I
what is your, not to cut you off, Mr. Greg? What is Bud Crawford weaknesses coming into this fight against Canelo?
He don't have none.
Oh, I can tell you, he's perfect. He's perfect, and you can't do anything against him.
It's great that somebody thinks that of him. He's supremely confident, but I think Bud's weakness is that we don't know what his punch is like at 168. We don't know whether he can take the punch at 168.
And we know he's emotional if he gets hit.
Say it again now.
He's emotional if he gets hit. He wants his lick back.
Yeah, and that's a weakness too. Because if you can't take the punch, you can't give it, and you can't give it, you lose the fight. So one of the things that Bud has to also work on is containing himself. You get hit, you're not going to always get that get back. Maybe you have to back off. I don't know how they're going to work that, because that's something that's innate with fighters. Most fighters, when they get hit, particularly if they have the mentality like Bud, are inclined to want to get it back. Will he do it? I don't know, but that is a weakness so far, because we haven't seen it with somebody that's as big and as big as a puncher as Canelo. So those are the three weaknesses, the three glaring weaknesses of Bud, that there's the unknown. But the confidence is not manufactured. Real confidence comes from substance. Real confidence that you can do what you do is because you've done it. Now, he hasn't beat up somebody at 168, but he is confident that he can fight Canelo. He's confident that he can beat him because, for the most part, he's been at least sparring with heavyweights or light heavyweights over the last maybe couple of years, maybe not just for this particular fight. So you have to be prepared. Bud has a history of being 100% prepared. Doesn't matter whether he looked good in one fight, whether he got knocked down. Fighters get hit, get knocked down, and everything else. That's because it's in a fight. I've never seen anybody that was fighting that did not believe that they would ever get hit, did not believe that they couldn't get knocked down. Some fighters get knocked down and get up. I mean, we saw a fighter get knocked down multiple times. He didn't win, but he kept getting up. So we have to stop the believing that Canelo's not a Superman either. I mean, there's many ways to beat Canelo. I just named two of them. So the doubt of Bud is a lot of, like I said, is rooted in that he dared to do things people thought he shouldn't be doing or saying. Sometimes he should have been quiet. But also, there's a dislike for Bud. I mean, there's a love for certain fighters that comes naturally or is built and is earned. And then there's just a dislike for fighters because you just don't like how they look. You don't like how they talk. You don't like something about them, and it doesn't change. If you don't like somebody like that, nothing they do is going to be good. You'll always find something about them that you're not going to like, and you're not going to look at what kind of fighter or athlete they are. Bud is a superb athlete. So all of those attributes that he's going to have to use, he's going to have to use all of them. His ability to wrestle, to grapple. He moves better than Canelo. I believe his defense is a little better than Canelo. I think he's more fluid in how he throws his punches. But The punches that I think he has to throw will have to be in the body, and it has to be to the side of the head, behind the ear, or at the temple. That's where you're going to get Canelo.
Aren't those rabbit punches? Aren't those illegal?
Okay,
No,
can I respond?
No, behind the ear, not behind the head.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think this belief that Bud can't do it, or that is such a steep hill to climb, is really real. It's not as big as people are trying to make it to be, but I think a lot of it is rooted in the fact that it's Bud. That's why.
No, I think a lot of it is
okay. No, I need to respond because like this is getting like, and I
the 168 division, and he coming
like
from
this is. Let me kind of respond really quickly, and Mr. Greg, I respect you, and I respect everybody who just said what they had to say. And this is like, okay, I'm a Bud fan. I've been following him since 135, and we're literally just trying to break down fights and what has happened. Period. And one of the reasons why I don't enjoy talking about Bud is because you literally can't say anything. And I'm a fan of his. You can't say anything unless it's high praise without people coming on like, oh, you just don't like him because he had to dare to do this. Like, you get this severe emotional response that had nothing to do with what we just said. Like nothing to do with what we just said. I'm giving him props. I'm saying Canelo's supposed to win this fight because Bud is the one who's going up. I'm acknowledging the fact that this is a big difference in him, a difference for him. I do believe he is an opportunist, and he is, and that's just a fact of the matter. And I just feel like people are so emotional. This is not about disliking Bud, and people are saying this because he dislikes Bud and the fact that he thought he can do. He's not the first person to jump up and wait and challenge someone, and he won't be the last. This is not something we haven't seen in the hundreds of years of boxing. We're just breaking down what has happened. For example, when I was talking about the Spence thing, about him taking advantage, like we can say, oh, the reason why he signed with blah, blah. The point is that when he was with Top Rank, and I understand why he was with Top Rank, there were no welterweights in the division. There were none. I mean, there were no welterweights. I'm sorry, not division. There were no welterweights at Top Rank. All of the welterweights, aside of Jeff Horn, went with PBC, and then Manny became independent, and then he went to PBC. And then the man that you re-signed with had already told the world he took away your biggest fight. There was no incentive for you to re-sign with Bob Arum unless, like you said, financial. That's fine. Then accept that. You then cannot accuse everyone else who moved on from Bob Arum as if they're ducking you, as if they don't want to fight you. You're paying Bob Arum. You can't then accuse Al Haymon and everyone else of like, oh, it's this conspiracy. Like, okay, I want to pay Bob Arum, but you should be looking out for my best interest. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's all I said. And so this is not about, oh, people just don't like him and he just is not. And I don't understand why like everyone's trying to make that a thing. I'm saying,
well, hold on, Juke. He's making that a thing because I said that, and I mean that. But I believe that comment specifically was geared towards what I said about Bud. And initially, my reasoning for not liking Bud includes some of the things that you just said. The way that he approached the Al Haymon situation, asking to see his books. I didn't hear him ask to see Bob's books.
Exactly, and I agree with you. And I
didn't hear him ask to see Turkey Al-Sheik's books.
Of course he did.
But the way he treated Al Haymon versus the way he treated other people else, that is where my problem became with Bud Crawford. I don't give a damn about what happened in the ring between him and Errol Spence because I believe Earl made a lot of mistakes in that fight, mainly taking that fight in his condition, knowing that he stayed at that weight class too damn long. And no, that's not Bud Crawford's fault. However, the circumstances surrounding that fight, the coin toss, all this extra shit, that is what turned me off of Bud.
And that's why I say he's an opportunist. And that doesn't take anything away from Bud's skill set. And it's a factual thing. And so people are like, oh, you just don't like Bud. I do like Bud. I followed Bud before I knew who Spence was.
I don't like his ass.
It's like as following the sport. But the reality is the reality. He knew that Spence was struggling. So what did he do? But he knew Spence was so thirsty for that fight. And that's on Spence. And that's why I say I don't discount that. The win from the Bud did what he's supposed to do. But we all saw, I know what I saw. You're not gonna make me like, oh, you can't say what you saw. I saw that night of that fight, and Spence, like he had already been through a fight. His eyes looked puffy. He looked crazy in there. He looked crazy.
But
and
that's what
him choosing to fight. No, sir, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I get what you're saying. Like we're this is like, I'm not saying Bud's afraid, but I think that one thing that Bud and Canelo has in common is not only who to fight, but when to fight them. And I do agree with that. I'm sorry, because when there was no reason to re-sign with Bob Arum after he already admitted he ruined your biggest potential fight. Because I think if Bud would have fought Pacquiao, he'd have been probably even bigger than Spence. But what did Bob do? He won that for you. And you still re-signed with him, knowing how Heyman had all the guys you want to fight. And now everyone's acting like PBC ruined it. Like you're blaming PBC and not Bud's decision to re-sign with a man who already admitted he killed your biggest fight. And then Spence took up for him. Because I remember ESPN, they kept saying, they told Bud, I'll never forget, they told Bud to his face that what's his name? Loma was better than him. And I'm looking to myself, and I remember Spence defended him about that. And they're still mad at PBC promoting him better than ESPN and Top Rank ever could. And so somehow it's Spence and PBC's fault. And he showed this allegiance to Top Rank, and they didn't give him anything. And so I just think that's crazy. And I do feel like he did things in timing. And I say opportunist is because I get that word from Bud's own team. Bud's own team said it.
Okay.
So this isn't someone just hating Bud.
I don't think you hate Bud. I don't think.
No, she's just saying there's a lot of people that keep saying that.
Yeah,
Bud's team said Bud's team was like, oh yeah, we're gonna let. I promise you, I gotta go find alive. Bernie the boxer was like, we're gonna let him take the hard fights and get all bruised up, and we're gonna like he revealed that they were just
Bomac said it too.
Bomac said it. So they just was strategic.
It still comes back down to what I said. Both fighters, because I don't think people realize the emotion, even though we were talking about it, that has been instilled in these two fighters, let alone the fight, whether you like the guy, dislike the guy, whether you like what he did.
I don't think it's about this. It's about facts.
I always will say, whether it's right or wrong, each fighter does what they believe is in their best interest.
Yes.
No, it's not. No, let me say this. Let me say
that's
this.
not the topic, though.
Hold on, Drew. Let me say this real quick, Mr. Gray, because I think the issue you're right. Everybody do what's in their best interest, but then it seemed as like, oh, PBC blackball Bud. When that's they beat a narrative, and it's like that's not true. The PBC did not blackball Bud. He just
top rank blackball Bud.
I don't think PBC blackballed Bud. I don't think Bud was blackballed by PBC. I think what happened is the business of boxing and the decisions that he made caused him to be in the position where people criticized him, not only just how he moved once he finally did leave Top Rank, but also with the Victor Conte situation, some of the things that he said. I mean, I'm a Bud fan. I've said he should have shut up many times. I've said he shouldn't have done certain things or in the way that he did it, but it still evokes so much emotion. No matter who you talk to about Bud, there's going to be some emotion if there's enough people there, pro or against.
Absolutely.
There are going to be people who like Bud. There are going to be people like me who still will criticize him in certain ways for certain things. But you have to always look at the bigger picture. It didn't matter. He made mistakes. He made mistakes that are going to be there. That's going to be part of his particular legacy, if you will, or how people are going to view him long after he's not in the fight game.
Right. And so what I'm saying is, I don't think they were mistakes. I think they were strategic based on what his own team. So this is what I think this is the fundamental difference what we're saying. This is not a we hate Bud. Okay, well, Jab Queen is not a big fan of Bud, but I like Bud. What I'm saying is his own team. Some of these mistakes were not mistakes. They were strategic. He knew he could take some easy, according to his own team, who kind of let the bag out, kind of let out the bag. He stayed with Bob Arum. He can say, everyone's ducking me. I can get this guaranteed money. take these fights that are less risky. By the time I fight the bigger names, they got more wear and tear. I don't have the wear and tear.
No, that's not a mistake.
So his own team admitted it. So this is not about, I just made a mistake. No, what he did, I believe, was intentional based on what his own team let out. So,
no, but I don't think those were mistakes.
When we say Bud is strategic, that's what I mean. These are not mistakes.
No, I understand, but there were mistakes made as well. I think some of the strategies in his career and how he was moved is really, in my opinion, how a lot of fighters are moving now.
Yes, it is.
So
yes, it is.
I think that's what today's boxing is.
Oh yeah, I know. I agree. Like, of course, because they learned from him. Just like, okay, once you learn how to get around something, other people are gonna do it. Kind of like the weight thing. When we watched boxing in the 90s, when they started having fights, like weigh-ins the day before, everyone wasn't doing all these weights. They slowly started to do it. What I'm saying is that Bud was strategic, and I think he is strategic. And now people are going to start to do it. That's all I'm saying. And so, like, like, because you don't like Bud. This has nothing to do with don't like Bud. It's about what his own team said.
But that's how you have to be, and that's what people are just learning.
You don't have to be it. You introduce it.
No, that's the way the game is now.
No, it's not. No, because it wasn't like that beforehand. He could have just went into the fight back then, but he didn't. He knew the Spence was. He could have. But this is what I'm saying. You're saying you want the Spence fight. You know the Spence fight is on PBC. You know Bob Arum killed your biggest fight. So you know to get the Spence fight, you knew that you knew he wasn't going to make that fight. We all knew it. He never made an offer. We know he didn't. The only reason why what's his name? The other guy on PBC was saying that there was like a two sides to the street. The first guy, we knew he wasn't.
Tim Bradley.
Yes, Tim Bradley. We've been known. So my thing is that, he wanted these fights. He called up these fights. Yes, but he knew he wasn't going to make them. And he knew that I came up. So that's all I'm saying is that this was strategic.
We're going to let Mr. Greg close it out. We got somebody else on the panel ready to come up on the panel. What's your final 2 cents?
Let me finish. Yeah. Well, this is always going to be a great conversation because there's so many layers to this conversation.
Yes, it is.
Pros and cons. And I don't think we'll ever come to a full conclusion where everybody agrees on everything, which is okay too. But coming back to the Canelo fight, because that's the thing that I'm wanted to sort of focus in on. I shouldn't have gone in other directions. The road to beating Canelo basically is right there in Canelo's habit, his weakness, his flaw of being outboxed. And he's going to fight somebody who can box. And every time he's lost, it's because he was outboxed. So to me, that's what makes this fight interesting. And this would make the road to Bud beating Canelo viable, I should say. I'm not saying he's going to beat Canelo. I want him to beat Canelo. Whether Canelo is a little bit older now or, a little bit slower, besides the point. All of them are older. All of them. Bud is too. I think Bud is older than Canelo right now. No, that's not a whole bunch of wear and tear, but age is something that nobody gets around. So if age becomes a factor, it'll show up in the ring. If Canelo gets outboxed, we'll see it in the ring. If Bud gets knocked out, how will he get knocked out? Would it be because he doesn't contain himself when he gets hit and want to get back and can't take the punch? That might be. But I say this, and I'll end it with this. Bud asked for the fight. He campaigned for the fight. He worked for the fight. He found the funding for the fight in terms of Turkey al-Sheikh. So now he's in a position where he has to show and prove. My money is on him proving it. If he doesn't, too bad. Too bad. You tried it, you asked for it, you got it, and you didn't get it. So there you have it. So I'll make sure, like I said, I'll make sure that when I'm there, if they allow me to, I'll make sure that I'll put the camera when I'm at the fight.
Yeah, you gotta. I'm gonna be live. I'm gonna try to be live. You gotta make sure you call in and put the camera on for the panel. So
I'll do that. All right.
All right, Mr. Greg.
Good night, ladies.
Coming up.
Good night, Mr. Greg.
Tony Reviews. What's up? What you got for the panel? Tony Reviews.
Yeah, there we go. What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's up, Tony?
I know that's right. Go ahead with your voice. Come on, Barry White.
No, all bullshit aside. Canelo about to beat the shit out of Crawford. It ain't even gonna be competitive.
What?
People talking about Crawford's a superior boxer. He's not. I've overrated Crawford for years. He was my number one pound for pound for years running. And the fact of the matter is, Israel Masvidal showed you he's not that good. I just watched Israel get sunned by Virgil Ortiz, who ain't never beat a champion, who ain't never fought a champion, who's just a hype job at this moment. We don't know how good, because I believe Bokachek beat him. So I don't even know how good or bad Virgil is, but what I do know is Virgil beat the brakes off of Israel Masvidal, and Terrence went life or death. Here's the fact of the matter. This is how I determine how great a fighter is. As they go up in weight, it gets harder and harder, because you're no longer the bigger man. You start to fight guys who are around your size. Then you fight guys who are your size. Then you start to fight guys who are way bigger than you. And that's the fact of the matter. Crawford capped at 154. Like so many fighters of the past, we've seen this. Kell Brook didn't want to fight Earl Spence, so he went up 2 weight classes to get his eye broke, his orbital bone, against Triple G. We saw Mikey Garcia jump up 2 weight classes to fight Earl Spence, to run from Lomachenko, and he ran for his life damn near the entire whole fight. Time and time again, we see guys who don't want to fight their peers, so they look for the biggest payday, so people could say, oh, they dared to be great. No, it's not that he's daring to be great. It's that he doesn't want to get the brakes beat off of him by somebody at 154 and look bad, so he'd rather get maximum dollar, and people would just be like, oh, Canelo was too big for him, because that's going to be the excuse that they're going to run with when it's all said and done. Now, when you look at Israel, he was a guy with only 11 fights. There's nobody right here or any time in my life going to convince me that Israel Masvidal, if he was 168, would ever be competitive with Canelo. Canelo would beat him into the dirt.
They said it's the style, Tony. It was all the feints.
Well, that's what Canelo does a lot of too, because he's a counterpuncher. So if you can't handle the feints and the pressure of Israel, what you going to do whenever Canelo comes at you, who doesn't stop coming forward? So my thing is this. People say that Canelo has bad feet. I say bullshit. You're comparing Canelo to dudes who are over 6 foot tall, who are longer and have a much longer reach than him, but still yet he manages to cut off the ring. Even against William Skull, he outlanded him. So that was a guy who ran for his life the entire fight and still got outlanded by Canelo. And Canelo looked like he was disinterested in that fight. He was just annoyed that this dude wouldn't even try to fight him. And when I look at Canelo, I don't agree with y'all that he's an opportunist. The dude has beat 13 undefeated fighters who were at their prime, which is something that most fighters don't do. This is his 14th fighter that he's fought that's undefeated in Terrence Crawford. So then you just got to go through the legendary names that he's beat on top of that. I just, like I said, Crawford is a 4 weight class fighter. That's it. He cannot go to the 5th weight class. He can't go to the 6th. So he would never compete at 160. And he sure as hell ain't going to compete at 168. He even said it out of his mouth in the interview. He's like, man, them guys are too big. But I think I can beat Canelo. This is where, like, what drives me insane is when I start asking people, who could Crawford beat at 168? Nobody has an answer. But yet he's going to beat the best guy at 168 in Canelo?
Yeah. That's a good point, Tony.
What's that?
That's a good point.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That shit makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. You don't believe Crawford could beat anybody at 168 but Canelo, who's beat all the guys at 168 outside of Benavidez, who's no longer in the division. So it's like, and then like when you look at it, how is Crawford going to hurt him? He can't hurt him. We know
it's the punches you don't see coming, Tony. It's the punches you don't see coming. It's the punches you don't see coming.
Yeah, well, you know what? Canelo could go in there with a blindfold and he still ain't gonna get hurt. I mean, it's just all ridiculous to me. I mean, even against Bevel, who is a way better boxer than Crawford. Like, if we're talking about purist jab, straight punches, working off the angle, keeping the distance, the range, way better boxer. Way higher IQ than Crawford as well, because he rarely ever gets hit. But even Bevel, who I believe you could argue beat Canelo every single round, in my opinion, you could argue that. However, there was points and times in that fight to where Canelo had him trapped against the ropes, had him stuck in the corner. And if he can get somebody like Bevel stuck in the corner, trapped against the ropes, what is Crawford going to do? And the fact of the matter is, they look eye to eye. Crawford and Canelo are the same height. You're going to see it in the ring. I don't care how many shoe lifts Crawford wears at the press conferences. He ain't taller than Canelo. They're going to be eye to eye. The only thing he has is reach, which is good. You need reach, but every fighter that Canelo fights has a longer reach than him. The only fighter that's had similar reach to him in recent history was John Ryder. That's it. And John Ryder is the same height as Canelo and Crawford. So I don't see it. When I think about like boxers, Billy Joe Saunders, very elusive boxer. He broke his face. Caleb Plant, very elusive boxer. He put him to sleep. All these elusive fighters recently, he's been able to catch. He's been able to hit. Bevel trapped him, even though he lost, but he went up a weight class. See, what people forget is Canelo going to 175, that's his 7th weight class. He started at 140. So 168 is actually his 6th weight class that he's fought in. So again, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what people see. I don't understand how they think Crawford's going to do. And then here's the thing about it. If Canelo was a normal boxer, and what I mean by that is people looking for points. Most boxers look to score. Okay, they look for the head, they look for the body, etc. Canelo doesn't do that. Canelo just looks to hit you. He'll hit you on the shoulder, on a bicep. Look at what he did to Callum Smith.
He'll punch through your guard.
Bicep. What's that?
He'll punch through your guard.
That's what I'm saying. But he's just going to hit you. It doesn't matter where he hits you. He's just trying to hit you, whether it scores or not. So what's going to happen to Crawford when he's got a guy who's just beating on his body for 12 rounds? I don't see how Crawford survives. I'm going to tell you the game plan for Crawford is, and y'all can go back and watch this fight. He's going to try to fight Canelo like he fought Victor Post style. He's going to fight off the back foot. He's never going to engage. He's going to disengage as much as possible and try to play keep away. That's the game plan because it's the only game plan. He can't get in the pocket and trade with him because if he does, he's going to get hurt. And when he gets hurt, Canelo's going to be on him. See, the thing about Canelo is this. People are like, oh, well, he's not finishing people. He still dropped everybody but Skull that he's fought. And you're talking about guys, again, who are 6 foot tall with long arms, that if they want to run from you, they can run from you because they have such a stature advantage that it's hard for him to stop somebody who doesn't want to fight him. Like how Charlo approached him when Charlo realized there's nothing he could do to hurt him.
Right.
Crawford doesn't have that advantage. They're going to be eye to eye. So I don't see where people think Crawford's going to have this. And then people act like Crawford is a magician in the pocket like a Mayweather. He's not. He gets hit a lot.
Yeah,
There's not a fight that Crawford's in where he doesn't get hit.
Crawford gets hit a lot. Somebody said he gets hit the most hit on the pound for pound list. I think that was Dondrick now.
That might be true. I don't know. I haven't like confirmed that or not confirmed
and he
it, but I
gets
can
locked
believe
easy.
it.
That eye gets closed easy.
Oh, that eye. He's susceptible to left hooks too, and he don't do well with body shots.
And I mean, we would have to go through it, but Canelo's fought a lot of southpaws too, so it's not even like it's a new look.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting. And ladies, y'all got anything for Tony?
I agree with a lot of stuff that he said. He does get hit on occasion. I'm trying to like gauge it off the last performances. Again, like I would love for Bud to win this fight. I don't like this fight at all. I would prefer him to fight it someone else at 154. But I mean, I really can't disagree with most of it. I do think that like Bud. I feel like Bud IQ.
Somebody TV, you gotta mute their TV because they will copyright me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear my TV?
Yeah, I think I can hear you.
My bad. Because he was talking, I started to rewatch Crawford versus Madrimov because me and my brother had this debate because he felt like Madrimov won that fight. And I started like, I'm gonna watch it anyway. So I just think that like I feel like Bud is the better boxer, like prime for prime. But I will say I was trying to think of a time when like Bud moved that well around the ring as much. And I'm not saying Bud doesn't have but I agree mostly with Tony. I agree mostly what he said. I do think he has a chance only because like his IQ, and I don't know what power he's bringing at 168, right? But if it's not enough, like you said, what do you do? Because like if you don't push, if you don't make, kind of like we talking about Ryan Garcia, if you don't do something to make Canelo think twice,
he gonna walk you down.
Right. Like and you can move all you want. Is that gonna be enough to win the rounds?
Yeah, but I think he might have respectable power to maybe push Canelo back, but I don't know how long that's gonna last. You know what I'm saying? And how long he's gonna be able to do that. Because with Canelo, you're gonna have to, if you take a punch, you're gonna have to get one back. So he may be hesitant after a while after you feel a couple of the Canelo shots. I mean, anything.
And the arm punches gonna slow
yeah,
Bud down.
Anything is possible in the sport of boxing. I just don't see it. I think it's a tall drink of water for him to have to finish.
Yeah, but my question is this is what I don't understand about Bud. Where is this great IQ in his fights? I don't see it. I see a guy who wins by physicality.
I think
because Bud, people say Bud move a lot with his feet, but I think what it really is Bud fights off the angles. So Bud is countering and he's fighting off the angles, and he switches, but he's not really a switch hitter. He switches his stances in between.
Yeah, that's
rounds.
what I mean. He switches.
So I mean that's why people. I mean, he got good footwork. Don't get me wrong, but what I mean by like IQ is like
what I mean by IQ is, let me give you an example, right? Like you see fighters like say a Shakur Stevenson or a Floyd Mayweather or even like a Tank Davis you could put in here, even though I feel like his opposition isn't the best. You see them whenever they come out the first couple of rounds, they download what you do and they exploit you. I've never seen Crawford exploit a fighter for mistakes. I just see him overwhelm them and overpower them. But I've never actually seen, like, Israel Masvidal is a prime example. Like, yes, Crawford did good late, but Israel got extremely tired late. So it's not that he outthought him. It's just that you had a fighter.
I think that's what happened. Okay, when he fought Kell Brook, I know Kell Brook was a little damaged, but I do think that that was an IQ. Like he capitalized on Kell Brook's mistake. I think he figured out his range and capitalized and stopped Kell Brook. And then when he fought even Sean Porter. Now I will say I fought one of his hardest fights with Sean Porter. I personally had Sean Porter up. I did. But I feel like when Bud is good, he's clutch. Like he knows, like, okay, I gotta dig deep and figure this out. And I'm not saying like Porter was just whooping him, but I do feel like
a great finisher. He's a great finisher.
Yeah, he's a great finisher. Like if he has to end you, So I do feel like he figured out a way to like bait you in, and I do think he has some IQ. But against Canelo, what it is? It's not even just so much as Bud. I'm just if I'm basing it off Canelo's last performance or two, Canelo just didn't look that great, and that's why I'm saying that Bud may have a chance. And again, I think Bud moved better when he was like 140. Bud, like if this was 140 Bud with like the feet footwork that he had, yeah, he got it right. I just don't know if he can still do that and get out the way throughout the whole 12 rounds. That's my concern.
Okay, Key, what you got for Tony?
You know what? For me, I said it earlier, and I'm gonna stand on this. For me, I gotta see. I am going with Bud due to the athleticism, but again, I have to see how Bud is going to trade with Canelo. I have yet to see a fighter that can really bang. I don't think I've seen that since Lara. Really, that can stand right there and just boom, boom, boom. Like it's just you know what I'm saying? It's just shot for shot. And that's what worries me about Bud, because one thing I do know, Canelo's going to cut off that ring. He going to take it right to you. Canelo, for people that were saying that Canelo don't have defense, he does. And I'm just curious to see how Bud is going to get around that, because once Canelo start going to that body, which I believe that that's one of the plans, once Canelo start going to that body, cutting off that ring and hitting him, if Canelo feels Crawford's shot and it does nothing, and he's able to just attack and go to the body, I'm scared for Canelo. Hell, even Triple G, like, that's why I'm curious to see what did Bomac, because in all these interviews that I'm seeing, everybody is so calm.
They
So I'm
so
like, okay,
confident.
what?
I
Right,
told
they're
you.
so calm. So I'm just like, okay, what is it that I'm not seeing that
Right.
they are not intimidated or not? I no, and let me say this: no fighter is afraid of other fighters. This is what they do. This is what they pay for.
So
But every fighter going in, you know, in my opinion, I believe fighters know, like, you know what, this is gonna be a tough one, or you know what, this dude finna really put hands and feet on me, but I'm just gonna try to make it. You feel me? I
But
believe that some of these fighters do be having that, and with Bud and them, I have not seen that at all. And with the momentum, I mean, he just had a dang on parade to carry him to Las Vegas, a send off parade. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to come back home. You know, like, they're very confident. So I'm just like,
so
oh,
here's my
they're very confident, Tony,
All
huh?
right,
but
Tony,
think
what's your
about it.
final
Why
2
would
cents?
he?
'Cause
question.
I got somebody behind you, Tony.
Okay, well, I got a question for y'all real fast, and then they can have it. When it comes to IQ, right, you have to base it off of other fighters that they fought. Canelo has beat multiple multi-division champions. Most of the fighters that Crawford has fought have been career at one weight class. He hasn't fought no real transcending weight class elite fighters.
But he's
So
2 times undisputed, Tony.
I understand that, and that's cool that he's cleared out divisions, but within those divisions, there's not been any elite multi-division champions. They've just been one weight class champions. And there's a difference in guys. And Crawford's in the same tier because he's moved up through the weight classes. But there's a difference in fighters who can be successful in 2 weight classes, 3 weight classes, 4 weight classes, etc. And you're beating those type of guys versus guys like, say, Canelo beating a Triple G who only reigned at 1 weight class. Like, the best fighter that Crawford's fought was Spence. Now, you could argue that he was deteriorated, you know, had all the alcohol, car wrecks, etc. However, even Earl Spence, on the greater scheme of things, is still only a 1 division champion. We don't know how good Spence would have been in his prime if he went up in weight, if he would have even been a successful 2-weight champion. He might have just been a very good 1-weight champion, and that's it. So when you look at IQ, I don't even see Crawford's opponents being on the level of Canelo's opponents when it comes to IQ.
Mm-hmm.
No, that part I agree. I found was like Bud's best win is Spence by far and large.
No, it's not. You heard him as Postal.
What?
And Ricky Burns. He
And
said
Ricky
Ricky Burns
Burns.
and Victor Postal are his
And
best
Victor
wins.
Postal.
Yeah, if y'all don't go somewhere.
That's what Bud said. That's what Bud said.
Isn't that what Buzz said? He said that
Okay, I agree.
that's the
That's
toughest fight.
exactly what he said.
Bud be on some BS. For some reason, I think he has some type of emotional issue with Spence, and he refuses to give his props.
He does.
And he does. I won't now. You see how honest I am? I can like someone and be honest when they full of shit. Because there is no way, and I like Postal, but no, he is not. But I will say that's when Bud legs was moving, right? But he was a little bit more active. No, he had his footwork was working, but like no, he is not. Spence is by far his best win, and I think that he knows that Spence is his best win, so he keeps trying to pump up all these other fighters because he just want to accept that like Spence gave him that opportunity, right? But okay, I have a question, like real quick. Who would y'all choose? Because I think Canelo, one of Canelo's best wins is actually Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant versus Bud Crawford. Who would y'all pick?
Let me Tony get his final 2 cents, and then we're gonna answer that. Tony, what's your final 2 cents?
All right, this is going to be my final 2 cents. It's going to be Canelo by absolute destruction. Terrence Crawford is going to get beat up so bad that he'll be lucky if he sees that 12th round. He's going to
Oh
run
my
for his life.
God.
He's going to run for his life. That dog that's within him is going to turn into a chihuahua because he's in there with a cane corso. It is what it is. Too small, not strong enough. And that amazing IQ, I think people are going to really see a separation in what boxing IQ is. I think Crawford, and I like Crawford, and I'm going to make a prediction after this little rant tangent. I think Crawford's a very good fighter, but I think Canelo was a once in a couple of generational fighter, and Crawford's just a generational fighter, in my opinion. And when it's all said and done, and Canelo decimates this dude after he gets tired from running, you're going to see Floyd Mayweather Jr. He's going to come out and tweet, I can't believe y'all compared me to Terrence Crawford. I'm the TBE. Y'all saw what I did to Canelo. I was old. I was damn near retired whenever I beat Canelo. That
Oh
was
my
the
God.
easiest fight I ever had.
Nah, you ain't lying. And he won't be lying when he say it.
Watch. I guarantee you that's what he's going to tweet. On that note, I'm going to go ahead and get off so other people can get on. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. All you have to say.
In case you don't know, Key, that voice is for you. Shout out Manager Marty on the panel.
Hey, Manager Marty. Good to see you.
What up, Manager Marty?
Hey, what's up? I got the ladies here tonight, so I got to put my R&B voice on this evening. What's up?
Salute to the GOAT. Salute to the GOAT, Manager
Hey,
Marty.
how y'all doing?
Welcome to Ladies Night, Manager Marty. What you got for the show?
Oh man, first of all, thank you 2 Cents for having me. I'm so excited to be here. This is the first time I'm here with all of you ladies, so I appreciate you all allowing me to come up and, as 2 Cents say, give my 2 cents. So salute to you, Jup. Am I saying your name right correctly? Jupe. This is my first time seeing your name. So salute to you, Jupe. Kay, my girl Kay. What's going on, Kay? That's my girl Kay.
Salute, Kay.
And of course, Jab Queen. Salute to you, Ty. That's my homegirl Ty.
What's up?
Yup. And then of course 2 Cents. Y'all know how me and 2 Cents, we go way back. I'm so happy to be here, y'all. Seriously. All right. So I heard a lot. I've been backstage for some time, and I don't want to be too long. But before I say anything, if you don't mind, 2 Cents, this is the first time I came back up here. And I saw Tony Reviews. Last time I was here and Tony Reviews was here, there was some incorrect information that he didn't do it intentionally. He did it by an accident. I know he was being genuine, but I want to correct him since he's still here listening. On Vada's website, and I do stand corrected. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up. There is no such thing mentioned on Vada's website for 24/7, 365 Vada testing. I just wanted to clarify that before. I just wanted to clarify that for Tony's Reviews. All right. So enough with the hugs.
Since you brought that up, Mr. Greg, Manager Marty, real quick,
Yeah.
I got a quick question, right?
Come on with it.
How big of a shot was it for Jake Paul and Tank Davis to use USADA for their drug test?
It wasn't a shock to me at all.
A shot? Like, was that a shot? Like Victor Conti, like the whole Vada thing? Was that
I thought it was
a diss, like a shot? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, because I remember at one point, like, didn't Victor drive USADA out of boxing?
No. So it was kind of a shot, but you got to remember, a lot of people don't know this, and some of you that remember from a year and a half ago, I did a video when I spoke on VADA testing Victor Conti and Snack. It was one of the first videos I published when I married the three together. 3 days after I published that video, and the reason why I know this to be a fact is because I put Gervonta Tank Davis's name in the title, and it was Victor Conti speaking on the testing protocol between Tank Davis and Mario Barrios. Of course, Mario Barrios is a snack fighter. And this interview was a few years ago, but you know me, I roll the tape on old interviews to illustrate my point, and that's what I did. 3 days after I published that video, Tank Davis himself, and I have the tweet, I still have it. He said, "Get that snack SHIT out of boxing." I don't know if you women remember that.
Yeah, I remember.
And so from then on, Tank Davis, he don't trust Victor Conti. Anything that's involving Victor Conti, snack or Vada, Tank Davis don't want to be a part of it. Now, when Tank Davis fought Mario Barrios in 2021, you won't find anywhere where Tank Davis in any interview speaking against snack. It was only after my content had been discovered and people start watching me and listening to me that other boxers, including Jermell Charlo, start speaking on snack, Victor Conti, and even Vada. So I do think it was a shot, but more so, a lot of people are starting to be more leery when it comes to VADA testing. And this is not a diss to VADA, but as long as Victor Conti's fingerprints and footprints are over there representing them, you always going to get people that's more suspicious, especially after what happened with Ryan Garcia. So I wish we had more alternative testing. Victor Conti did not drive USADA out of boxing, but Floyd Mayweather did introduce USADA testing to boxing. USADA, they are well known and renowned for 24/7, 365 testing for Olympic athletes only until Mayweather, you know, introduced them into boxing. But with that being said, it's an alternative. They are a testing agency and they are for profit. So they can be utilized.
Okay, cool. All right. Now, what was your 2 cents? What you have for the show? I just had that quick question.
Okay. There's like 3 points I just wanted to drive home, and some of it is predicated off of Terrence Best videos, words, and of course Mr. Greg's words. And before we even go on to commenting on that, I want to play something. It's really only like 20 seconds. I really want to play this, and I've done videos on this 2.5 years ago when I first got on YouTube at the height of the negotiations between Terrence Crawford and Al Heyman. And I have to say this because this is as equally as important. Terrence Crawford, and I'm going to keep it real. I've said this in 15 different videos. Terrence Crawford had no interest, and I hope there's Terrence Crawford fans still listening. Terrence Crawford had no interest in fighting Errol Spence. It's just the truth. I'm going to play a tape. I'm going to roll a tape on something that most people forgot about. And I actually used this interview as a reference to illustrate that point 2.5 years ago. He had no interest, none. I have to say this before I play the tape. In December of 2020, in Texas, AT&T Stadium, Errol Spence was fighting Danny Garcia. Most people that know who I am on YouTube now, they've heard me tell the story over and over again. I'm going to say it again now. December of 2020, Errol Spence fought Danny Garcia. I was there. I was sitting ringside. Terrence Crawford was sitting ringside. After the fight, I walked up to Terrence Crawford. I did not tell him I was a boxing manager. I did not give him my credentials. I was just having a regular conversation with him. I asked Terrence Crawford, I said, "Bud, what you here for?" "I know what you here for. You trying to watch Spence, right?" Terrence Crawford told me, "Yes." I said, "Are you interested in fighting Errol Spence?" Terrence Crawford says, "Yes, but Bob Arum is holding up the fight." I told Terrence Crawford, and if anybody's from Omaha listening, y'all can go and ask him, and hopefully he remembers. I said, if Bob Arum is standing in the way of preventing you from taking care of your family and securing the biggest fight of your career, you shouldn't re-sign with the guy. In December of 2021, nearly 365 days later, I see a report online that states that Terrence Crawford refused to re-sign with Bob Arum. And of course, he claimed that it was due to racism, which I knew that wasn't true. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because of timeline purposes. When Terrence Crawford told me that, he still haven't told the world that he really wanted to fight Errol Spence. He was still more silent about it. He wasn't confident about it, like you see and hear Terrence Crawford fans saying, "Oh, well, he's been saying he wanted to fight Spence. He's been calling him out." No, he wasn't. And I want to put a reference out there so that we all can understand that in 2019, Andre Ward interviewed Terrence Crawford, and you have to take my word for it. Roll the tape.
They got it wrong when they gave Lomachenko Fighter of the Year when I won Undisputed. You're not happy about that? I'm not happy about that. I want to jump back to the Spence thing for a second. Obviously, he got a good situation over there. He's got a lot of welterweights, right, top welterweights that really, if he never wants to fight you, he could take that route. I know you can talk the talk. I see you doing it on the ping pong table, basketball court, dominoes, whatever. I always felt like Bud needs to be more vocal directly towards Spence. If he's gonna smoke Spence out and get it to a place where the fans are demanding it. That's my opinion about it. Cause that's in you. It ain't like that's not in you. I'm the type of person like really like I'm about that action. Ain't about all that talking. Mm-hmm. So like if I felt like if I really was gonna do something to somebody or I had a problem with somebody, I wouldn't let you know. I wasn't gonna talk to you. You know what I mean? I don't care about the fans, what they say. I don't care about what the media say. I know what's in me. Yeah. You know, I know what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. So when I say I'm gonna you up, I mean it. You know what I mean? I really mean it. Yeah. And if you don't think that I'm telling the truth, then show me. But with all the options he has, right? You're a competitor. Like, do you think you're gonna fight him? Your honest opinion. If he goes down the list and it's the way he's saying it's gonna be, this guy, that guy, top off will tack out, and then I'm gonna come see you. Nah. Do you think you ever gonna fight him? No. I ain't gonna be happy about that, man. I'm gonna just say, hey, it happens.
Those were the words of Terrence Bar Crawford in 2019. Even Andre Ward tried to convince him to be more vocal about fighting Errol Spence directly. In fact, after that interview, we all know this already, Terrence Crawford fought Kell Brook. Even after that fight, he still did not call out Errol Spence directly. The point that I'm trying to drive home is that Terrence Crawford had no interest in fighting Errol Spence. When you go and look at Katie Abdul, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, she did an interview with Terrence Crawford. Most of what I'm talking about right now, y'all, I've already did videos in this, and I played the excerpts of these interviews on my channel. If anybody want to go back and fact check me, he told Katie he already became undisputed, so it's not a big deal to him. He don't have to fight Errol Spence. In fact, he downplayed Errol Spence in that same interview by saying, well, who did Errol Spence fight? He fought Kell Brook after Triple G. He fought this person and that person. He fought Danny Garcia, and Danny Garcia is not that good. These are things that Terrence Crawford said. But I heard Greg say something, and I heard K just say something about confidence. And where's all this confidence coming from? And why they're so calm? I'm going to be frank with everybody. Terrence Crawford had no interest in fighting Errol Spence up until the latter part of 2021, because that's after he fought Sean Porter. Now, I hear everybody keep talking about this other side of the street. That was a conversation that you all were having with Terrence Best Videos when I jumped on here. Terrence Crawford has fought everybody in the last 6 years on the other side of the street. None of the fighters that he fought, with the exception of Horn, which is a little bit past 5 or 6 years ago, was signed to Top Rank. Kell Brook wasn't signed to Top Rank. He was coming off of almost a 2-year layoff, and so was Amir Khan, both coming off of 2-year layoffs. Neither one of them were signed to Top Rank. In fact, Joe Molina in 2016 wasn't signed to Top Rank. Joe Molina was signed to who? Al Heyman in PBC. Sean Porter was signed to who? Al Heyman and PBC. So what I'm trying to get at is there was no problem before for Terrence Crawford to fight PBC fighters and other fighters who were not signed to Top Rank. But when it came to Errol Spence, he had no interest in fighting him. There was nobody else that anybody can say that Terrence Crawford fought that's elite. Now, of course, people going to say, like Tony Reviews made a point about that, Errol Spence. People going to say, Errol Spence was a drunk, the things that we've heard Terrence Crawford fans say, including Mr. Greg before he left here. You know, basically Spence wasn't doing all the things that he should have been doing the right way. And most people say he was an alcoholic and he don't have any footwork and he don't move his head off the line and all he does is jab. He's just a weight bully. I mean, all these things we can say about Spence. Oh, he, had 2 car accidents. One was life-threatening. And, of course, now Terrence Crawford is downplaying the skill set of Errol Spence by saying that he's not even a Hall of Famer. I mean, Canelo Alvarez even asked him who was an elite fighter that he fought. He didn't even say Errol Spence. He said Ricky Burns. He won't give Errol Spence the credit. So the thing that I'm trying to get at is if Terrence Crawford is superb, I'm going to use the word that Greg made, superb. What did he call Victor Conti for? Why did he go over to the snack program? I'm still waiting for somebody after 2.5 years to at least answer that question. And I'm not saying he's not a good fighter because everybody knows that Terrence Crawford is a good fighter. But make no mistake about it. Top Rank has done a tremendous job with Terrence Crawford. Brad Goodman, one of the best matchmakers in the business. I've been saying his name for the last 2 years, and I hear people repeating his name. But Brad Goodman, the matchmaker over there at Top Rank, he has strategically matched Terrence Crawford up with specific fighters to make him look as good as he had been looking up until Errol Spence. And 2 cents, you made this reference a little earlier, and I totally agree with you. Bob Arum knew who Errol Spence was, and it was definitely not going to be his agenda to match him up with Errol Spence, knowing how dangerous Errol was. And I think I heard Jupe say, that they wasn't going to put him in there with, Terrence Crawford if they really believed that he was going to lose those titles. Everybody knew who Errol Spence was. And yes, he didn't look himself the night of the fight. But make no mistake about it. Terrence Crawford fans have more confidence in him and always had more confidence in him than he had in himself. They wanted to see him fight Spence more than he did until he got on that phone and he called Victor Conti. And he said, "This is Terrence. I know what it is that you do. I know exactly what you do. I know your history. You don't have to sell me on anything. I want in on snack." So the question becomes, what did you go over there for? Why did you call Victor Conti? You're already undefeated. You were already the WBO world champion. Why did you go over there? LC is a friend of Terrence Crawford. He's been on my platform several times. The first time he came, I asked him, "You're a friend of Terrence Crawford. You train in his gym. You're a teacher to Bernie the boxer's son. You know Terrence Crawford. Why do you think he went over to Victor Conti? What did he call him for, in your opinion?" He said out of his mouth, I got the tape. He said on my platform, everybody kept saying that Errol Spence is the naturally bigger fighter. And so, in his opinion, he believed that was one of the determining factors for Terrence Crawford to go over there to Victor Conti and snack. And I will stop the school bus with one more point before I let y'all respond. If you look at all the snack fighters, including Devin Haney, including Caleb Plant, including Bam Bam Rodriguez, including, of course, now we see Terrence Crawford, you will see that there is a trend, including J-Rock, Julian Williams, the list goes on, including Clarissa Shields. There is a trend, and I won't go into that until later on, but the point I'm making is there's a trend that's happening with snack fighters. They all have to get bigger. There's a reason why They cannot maintain that weight. They all have to get bigger. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it right there and stop the school bus. I digress.
All right, Manager Marty. Shout out Manager Marty. Anybody got anything for Manager Marty?
I do, if that's okay. It's key. So, okay. So then how do we so 2 Cents earlier has showed a picture of Inoue. Inoue, as we know, hydrates all the way up to shoot 150. He look about 145 right now. But Inoue isn't on snack. I think about another person, David Benavidez. He's not on, at least anymore. I don't think. I don't think that Ryan is either. Ryan just came out and said that he's 170 walk around weight. So, like, what about those guys? Is it because, okay, I do believe that, Snack, okay, is suspicious. Anything, I don't trust Victor Conte. I hate that so many of these fighters are with him. I do believe that you could turn a new leaf. But my whole thing is a lot of these fighters aren't finding a natural that in the weight class that they're supposed to be. A lot of them are shrinking down. And on top of that, a lot of them are just bigger guys. So what if, Bud Crawford in this situation, because he's athletic, he's been in sports all his life, and his body composition, like what if he's just a bigger guy and it's just not snack? What if it's just how he's made? What if he was born this way? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure out because there's so many other fighters that,
But the
they
snack
hydrate big.
fighters aren't shrinking down; they're moving up, like as in weight classes. I think is what Manager Marty is saying. Like Clarissa Shields went up to heavyweight, Bud's going up to 168. You get what I'm saying? They're not shrinking down; they're moving up.
Right, but anyway, it's saying that he's gonna be moving up soon. Like, I'm just saying, like, what about the guys that rehydrate on fight night to 2 to 3 times the weight class? I know Anyway does that for a fact. We all do. You know what I'm saying? What about those type of guys, Manager Marty? And what if Bud is just that's just his natural weight composition? What do you think? I'm still trying to learn all this stuff. I've always said, I need to link up with you so I can hear this because I keep hearing about snack, 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 and I don't like to talk. I always revert. I always say, the person that y'all need to talk to about all this type of things is Manager Marty. He is the expert in this.
I appreciate that. All right, so I wanted to be clear. So all of the professional fighters, with the exception of about two that I know of in the past 20 years, that usually stay around, they'll walk around weights, and that is Bernard Hopkins and Floyd Mayweather Jr., because they train year round, right? All of the fighters, naturally speaking, will shrink down a minimum of about 15 to 20 pounds to be in a weight class that, of course, it's not their natural weight. Those things are natural. I'm not speaking on, fighters walking around. Let's say a fighter walks around at 165 and they lose the weight during training camp to get down to the 154-pound weight class, get down to the welterweight weight class, right? Those things are natural according to how the sweet science of boxing is organized. What I'm saying is, when you look at the fighters with snack, when they rehydrate, when they put on more weight, it's almost as if it is natural for them. For example, Devin Haney weighed in on the scale against Regis Prograis at 140, but he rehydrated to 165 pounds. And when he was asked about that, he said that he drunk and consumed water and gained 25 pounds within a 24-hour limit. And we know that that's not possible. I'm talking about consuming through drinking. Now, when we talking about an IV being used, that's possible. But just naturally consuming water alone, no food, just water alone, and just drinking it, it's nearly impossible to gain 25 pounds within 24 hours. So what I'm talking about is the fact that Terrence Crawford is moving up in 2 to 3 more weight classes. And in the case of him being 147, of course, we know how many weight classes that is. 154, 160, 168. That's 3 weight classes. 2 weight classes from 154 pounds. I never spoke on Terrence Crawford's physique. No, you can't find one video where I spoke on it. What I'm really trying to get at is they have to maintain this weight. In other words, is look at what Devin Haney did. Right after he fought at 140, right? He's not going to fight at 140 anymore. He fought Ryan Garcia, but look, Ryan Garcia is a naturally bigger opponent. But Devin Haney's not going to go back down. He's going to continue to move up. And Terrence Crawford is not going to go back down after this fight. I don't think he's going to move up. I think he's actually going to retire, win, lose, or draw. The point that I'm making is that they keep moving up intentionally. And there's a reason for that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the natural progression of how boxers walk around with a specific type of weight. And then for the purposes of training camp and making the actual weight that they're competing in, 8 to 10 weeks of training camp, that they have to get down in size. I wasn't talking about that, Key. Do you understand what I mean now?
Yes, and I'm glad you said that because that was going to be my next question. Like, do you think that they're able to move back down? And that makes sense from like a Clarissa Shields standpoint because a lot of people are trying to fight her at the lower weight classes, and she's I don't think she can make that weight. She's not sounding like she can. So that makes I can see Bud retiring after this because it wouldn't be smart for him to jump back down to 154. He would actually have to fight at 168 or cruiser, and that wouldn't be good. You know, you leave while you strike while the iron is hot and get the heck on. So I definitely get that. Do you think that with all that being said, do you think that we would ever, if there is some truth to come out about snack and the things that's going on? Because from my understanding, I've heard people say there's different tiers. I heard people say that there's different products, etc. Whatever they're using, as far as like a Devin Haney go, do you think that it will ever come out as like the truth of, hey, this is what's going on? Or do you think that this will be the game that's continued to be played?
Well, I leave it up to the experts whether or not what they're doing over there is legal or illegal. We do know that their performances are being enhanced. We do all know that. I will say this, though. I never once said that the snack product works. I'll leave it up to Mr. Greg, Band Up, Shahid L, and some other people that use the promo code that Victor Conti put in my name to purchase the product. They used the product and they said it worked. I'm not an expert on that. So I don't talk about whether the snack product work. I usually say the snack program or the snack protocol works. And Victor Conti knows exactly what I mean when I say that, which is why he gets offended every time he hears my name.
Wait a minute, Marty. When are you
So
gonna put out? Now this is my last question, y'all. I promise I'm gonna digress.
let me
When
let
is
me
the?
finish. May I finish
Oh, go
answering her
ahead.
question
I'm
about
sorry,
the truth
Marty.
coming out? So if I will say this, if they are doing anything illegal over there, once again, I leave it up to the experts. But if they are anybody doing anything illegal over at Snack or anywhere else, but particularly Snack, if they're doing anything illegal, the truth will come out. I believe that with all my heart and with all sincerity, the truth will come out. But I will tell you this, the things that they are doing over there is highly suspicious. That truth has already been out for the past 2 years with all the evidence that I presented. And I will say that part. I'm sorry.
And when are you going to release the Victor Conti interviews? Because I want to listen.
You want to listen to you mean the 4 interviews again that I
Yes.
released?
Are
Since
they
you
on your channel? Because I thought that you took one down or something like that.
Yeah, I took both of them down. There's 2 different interviews, 5 hours of total live dialogue with Victor Conti. So I don't know which one you're referring to, but both of them are they are on private status. No one can see them right now. But since you asked me about it, I promise you real soon I'll make sure I drop probably the first one, the full length one. I'll republish it for you. But what it was is I was protecting my content and my assets because when Victor Conti left the first time, he kept, I guess, from what I was told, harassing Rachel Donier to basically get the video, get the live full content from me. I didn't know what their agenda was at the time. I do know what their agenda is today, but at the time I didn't know what their agenda was. And so they wanted to get the full video. They kept pressing me about it before I can even edit certain parts to release it. Release little parts. For an example, the first video I edited and released was the one where Victor Conti said that he believed that Errol Spence had altitude sickness during his preparation for fighting Terrence Crawford. And then the bigger channels like Boxing Ego, Showbiz, and some other ones, they basically used my content. Some of them gave me credit for it, some of them didn't, but it's all good. But they used that piece to basically comment on what Victor Conti said. And so that was the point that I was trying to drive home to Rachel behind the scenes and Victor indirectly, that, you know, as a content creator, this is what we do. I mean, we don't just release the full interview right away. I mean, we have to maximize our earning potential. And me, I had a game plan, and that's the game plan to give everybody the piece of information, slice by slice, clip after clip after clip in small increments. And guess what? That strategy worked. And now here we are 2 years later, and everybody and their grandmom is talking about Snack Victor Conti and Vada.
All right.
I had a quick question, if you don't mind. So I know that you said that, like you said, that there's a snack program, and you said the snack program works, but that you have never said the snack product works. And I guess, and maybe, I don't know if you can, I don't know how much you know about the snack program. I know you've done a lot of videos on it. So this is like my confusion. So I've heard people say stuff like, for example, Shakur, right? I'm a fan of Shakur, Boots, and I've heard people say, oh, well, Shakur is also on Snack, Boots is on Snack. But when I go to the website, if you look under Snack Fighters, I never see Shakur or Boots, right? And now I have seen their logos on their like shorts, and I do know like when boxers, they have like this thing where they have like you can like advertise on their shorts or whatever. And I've seen it with Boots like one time with Boots, right? But when I go to like Snack Fighters on their website, I don't ever see Boots and I never see Shakur. I have seen Andrade, I've seen Devin, I've been recently seeing Clarissa, I've seen Bud, I've seen I think Mikey Garcia back in the day, whatever. So does that mean that if we don't see them on the website but we see them on the shorts, does that mean they're part of us, like they just did a promo, or they're a part of the snack program? Because I feel like there must be a difference, because for some reason they're not on the website.
That's a very good question. In fact, that was a point that I drove home 2 years ago when people kept calling me a hypocrite for only pointing out the fact that everybody else that was on Snack, but I wasn't saying anything about Boots being on Snack. And people claim that the reason why I wasn't talking about Boots being on Snack is because he was from Philly like I am. And that's totally not true. I actually referred to the actual website, that Boots was not even on the website. So in the case of Boots, Boots was in a sponsorship opportunity for Victor Conti. And I'm not going to get into how much Victor was paying him and his dad every month to promote the brand and wear his paraphernalia. But he only did that for one camp, one fight. That's for Boots. When it comes to Shakur, Shakur is on the program. And he's been with Victor Conti now for, I believe, about 7 fights now. 7 professional fights. So when I say the product, I'm really talking about, basically what any of us, male and female, can go on snack.com and purchase the product directly online. And guess what? You don't have to give Victor Conti not even an ounce of your blood. And this is supposed to be a part of the protocol for Victor to say, hey, give me your blood. I'll see what you're deficient in. And then I'm going to give you the 2 or 3 or 4 different supplements that's on my website. So that's the product. I'm talking about the program, the protocol, mainly meaning that Victor Conti places these fighters on a calendar. I asked him about that when he was here. Not only that, Victor Conti allows these athletes, these boxers, to use hyperbaric chambers. I'll talk about that on another day, the process of that. Not only that, they wear the hyperoxygen mask, right? You've seen Devin Haney wearing it in the Netflix documentary. Some of y'all remember that. They're on the track running with Remy Karchimnia, a guy who went down with Victor Conti in the Balco scandal, and he is literally banned for life from all worldwide sports. Not only that, you have Victor Conti, of course, yes, he given them the supplements, but according to Terrence Crawford himself said he uses other things. See, when we start hearing people talk like other things, and we hear Sean Porter on the Boxing Voice say Victor Conti's a mad scientist. We hear Devin Haney in the Netflix documentary say Victor Conti's a mad scientist. There's other things going on, just a guy handing them 2 supplements, 3 supplements. And I'm only saying that because Victor Conti himself came out and he said, and he always been tweeting this in the last couple of weeks, scientific. He keep using that word. These snack fighters are scientifically, he keeps using those words, scientifically or scientific elite fighters. He keeps using that scientifically elite trainers. He keeps using that. Okay. So when I say the program, that's what I'm really referring to, and not just the product. And not only that, and 2 Cents was there when I talked to Victor Conti about this, when he talked about having Dr. Bonzo, a doctor in the San Francisco Bay Area that he hired, who works with the San Francisco 49ers. He hires this doctor to come in, and he gave an example of if a professional boxer's iron is low or if their testosterone is low, he will pay this doctor to inject professional boxers to increase their testosterone. We know that testosterone is on the prohibited banned substance list. So if any snack fighter or any fighter in general take any testing, like a VADA test, they're going to pop positive for testosterone. But the way that Victor Conti circumvents this is he takes advantage of the system known as a therapeutic use exemption. I spoke on this many times, where he will get that doctor to write the prescription for this professional boxer who's quote unquote low in testosterone, to get these injections to increase their testosterone and increase their red blood cells. And then what will happen is he will go to Dr. Margaret Goodman, the CEO of VADA. She will get the medical board of VADA to approve this prescription from Dr. Bonswell, so that when the fighter do test, of course, we know they're going to test positive for the banned substance of testosterone. There would be no consequences because they're cleared. It's above board. I'll use the quote from Victor Conti, everything is above board. So when I hear these type of things, that's what I mean by the program. This goes well beyond just anybody buying supplements online. I hope I answered your question.
So basically, like kind of like what the UK was doing. Okay, so like I remember this is like the heavyweight division a while back. I remember like Dillian White accused AJ of getting like some type of exemption where he can take. Now I don't know how true it is because I'm an AJ fan, I like AJ. I do remember him saying that. So he's so Victor is taking their blood and then recommending what they need. Then so that's because I kept wondering why is he like I keep saying that he's taking people's blood. Why would he need to do that? If he's going to give you a drug, he's going to give you a drug. So what he's doing is like assessing whether you have anything low or whether you are not, and saying you're low in this, recommending it, and then he talks to Margaret, who's with Vada, and so whatever he gives you, it's just like a supplement what he's saying you're missing, and that's how they get it through. Is that just? I just want to clarify.
Hey, Juke, let me answer that question real easy. 2 Cents Boxing saw the documentary, I believe Key did, and so did Jab Queen and most people in the chat. Let me tell you what Victor Conti said in the documentary when he was asked about why is he performing these type of quote unquote comprehensive blood testing. This is during the Balco scandal that he was referring to. He said the reason why he was doing comprehensive blood testing on those athletes was so that the athletes would not go through any adverse health effects when he was giving them dosages of steroids. That was his quote. That's not his words, not mine. So my question, and I've been waiting for Victor to answer this question, he still haven't yet, is if you were doing comprehensive blood testing back then during the Balco scandal when you were administering and providing performance enhancement drugs for athletes to make sure that there were no adverse health effects, why do you need to do that now when you're not administering and providing any performance enhancement drugs to any of these athletes? You can't tell me that you're doing that now just to give them supplements that any of us can purchase online and we don't have to give our blood to you for. You see my point, Juke?
I do. Cause like okay, because like now you're not, if you're just giving them over the counter supplements anybody can take, then nothing should be adverse. So you don't need to test to check for anything being adverse unless.
Hey, I'm just trying. Hey, you know everything I said just now, all night long since I've been on here, and I have witnesses to prove this. I have receipts and evidence to back up everything I just said. So I'm not making this up because people say you hating on Terrence Crawford and you're hating on Devin Haney. No, I'm going by the words of all these people involved.
So my thing is like, and to me, this is beyond the fighters. Like, I don't even know if they know. Like, okay, and I'm not saying, okay, we don't know. This is all alleged. This is just us talking. I don't even know. Like, if I think I'm just getting supplements and you're helping me, like, know who could potentially be, like, for example, I remember Bill Haney saying something like, we work with Victor because he's going to help us know who could potentially be cheating us, right? And so I can understand the value of working with someone who knows like cheating inside out. I still think it's weird. I do. Like, I personally wouldn't do it. I get it. But now that you say that is a.
But Juke, think about this, right? Bill Haney said that. I remember when he said that on Champside's boxing channel, right? 2 weeks after Terrence Crawford fought Errol Spence, and the reason why Champside asked him is because I made a big wave about Snack after the fight. The thing is, Bill Haney said that's the reason why they hired Victor, so that they can catch other people cheating, right? Right, Juke?
Right.
Now, quick question.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so quick question. How can Victor Conti stop somebody from cheating if they're in the ring cheating already? How can he stop them? The only way
testing and knowing if they cheated like beforehand.
There you go, Jupe. You're very intelligent. That's correct. What Bill Haney is basically saying is we're going to use the advantage of Victor Conti being connected and affiliated with a testing agency to do what they're doing. To do what they're doing right now to Brian Norman Jr. and to do what they did to Ryan Garcia and to do what they're going to do to Canelo Alvarez. In other words, is ramp up more testing for them. But we don't know how many times these snack fighters are being tested. We don't know. But we know that Brian Norman Jr. has been tested 4 times already, according to his dad. And he said that a week and a half ago already.
Oh, okay. So basically, test the. So what you're saying is it appears that they're testing the other fighters more frequently than they are the snack fighters.
You better believe they are, because Victor Conti told me. See, Victor knows I know what's happening. He knows that I know that. And what I mean by that is simply this. Victor Conti told me when he was here the first time on my platform, it is his job to protect his fighters. And he's right. And I know what he means. What he basically means is this. This is why all of them were extremely heartbroken when Ryan Garcia beat Devin Haney the way he did. And of course, he tested positive for Ostarine. In other words, is our performances can be enhanced, whether it be legal or illegal. I'll leave that up to the experts. But my fighters, I'm gonna enhance their performances. Once again, legal or illegal. I'm just saying in general, I'm going to enhance the performances of my fighter. But we want to make sure that the opponent that's fighting a snack fighter, their performance is not enhanced legally or illegally. You see my point?
And I always thought it was weird that Ryan would test for the most strongest, the most loud. That's a loud pack, Ostarine. But I'm not saying anything. I still believe that it was contamination. I've always stood on that. But I'm just saying, like, if he's putting out the test results for both Bud and Canelo at the same time, as far as Devin them go, there might be different ways that he worked with each fighter. But as far as Bud go, it appears that he's putting out him and Canelo's VADA test at the same time. So they're getting tested at the same time. And Canelo is a VADA test. Remember, it was Victor Conte that came out and assisted Canelo with his PED test. So I don't know. I think that I guess I'm gonna have to just tune in and listen to y'all stuff, man. Because I
I'm
don't know.
confused. Okay, Victor Conti. So this kind of what you were just saying, Key. If Victor Conti's role is in snack, right? How would he? And this is my question: how can he put out test results from anyone? Because to my understanding, Victor does not work with VADA, right? He's snack. So my thing is that you advise your fighters on nutrition, and you also encourage people to sign up for snack for VADA. So why is he so like? He shouldn't. So he doesn't know snack results, right? Like, I mean, he doesn't know VADA results. VADA will have to contact the fighter, and the fighter has to contact him, right? Like, he doesn't have direct information about test results.
No, he shouldn't. He
Right.
shouldn't. He should not. But he does. And I have to say this because I know there's a member of this panel that's going to come and try to refute what I have to say, Boxing Hacker. But I have to say this, Jupe, and Key. Victor Conti never posted the test results of any fighter. I want to be clear on that. What he did do with Devin Haney and recently Terrence Crawford, which we know that the dates were inconsistent, right? He's not posting or publishing test results. He's just posting and publishing a document, a paper that has VADA's logo on there that says the word negative. That's not test results. What test results is what I've been asking Victor for, not for myself, but for the general public, the boxing community, is more transparency. In other words, is just like Clarissa Shields. When Clarissa Shields wanted to disprove that she was testing positive for marijuana, she went to Quest Diagnostics and she got tested. And she posted the actual test results with Quest Diagnostics logo and name, what she was tested for, and the actual results of that test. Well, if she can do that for Quest Diagnostics, well, why can't Victor Conti and the snack fighters do that from the Smarto lab in Utah that's actually testing them? That way we can see what they were actually tested for. I mean, just writing the word negative on a piece of paper is not enough. We don't even know what they were tested for. Let's find out what they were tested for, when they were actually tested, when the biological specimens were collected, and the actual results directly from the lab, not a piece of paper, because we saw already that paper that was posted is subject to human error. So to eliminate any human error and to not make people believe that there's something suspicious going on, right? Why not just have him and the snack fighters just publish the actual results from the lab itself? And Jupe, I have to leave you with this because I know you heard me tell you what he said. This is Victor Conti from the Netflix documentary himself. So we all can be on the same page of the comprehensive blood testing that he was doing with those athletes and why he is suspicious of doing it now.
They were on this stuff. Victor Conti is your doctor and your pharmacist. That's very, very dangerous.
Oh my God. So I've been doing comprehensive blood testing on everybody, making sure there were no adverse health effects and all the dosages were correct. So the opposite was true.
You become numb to what's right and what's wrong.
Those were the words of Victor Conti himself.
Whoa. Okay, what's the name of the documentary?
It's called Untold Hall of Shame. It's on Netflix.
Okay, one last question. So I hear what you said about like, okay, he can just release a diagnostic. You said all Victor Conti released was just like a name on the paper saying negative. Why would he have a paper with the VADA logo? Do you think that was given to him by Terrence Crawford or?
Well, it doesn't matter if it was given to him by a fighter because what VADA does in some of the instances where the snack fighters are being tested, and I have the proof on this as well, they email Victor Conti. They email him along with the snack fighters. He shouldn't have any access to it, but
Wait a
they
minute,
email him.
why are they emailing him?
Well, he's affiliated with the organization. He helped found it. They email him as well as the other promoter and the fighter and the fighter's manager. They include his name in the email as well. I got the proof.
But he's not a pro. Okay, wait, that's a conflict of interest. Okay, wait.
Yes.
I understand the promoter getting emailed, your manager.
Yes.
Why would the person who's your nutritionist be getting emailed?
There you have it. There you have it. Mm-hmm.
It only gets worse the more you look into it.
Right. I'm just like the more questions I ask, the worse.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head. Okay. All right.
Mr. J. Manager Marty, thank you for coming up. I got to get around to the rest of the panel so I could hop up off of here. Anything else? What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show, Manager Marty? You're going to have to come up next Friday a little earlier.
Okay, I got you. I thank you for having me. I appreciate all of you ladies. I have to leave you all ladies with this. You are all doing a tremendous job. That's coming from me. You know, somebody called me the GOAT. Someone called me the GOAT earlier. I don't know who it was, but I appreciate the sentiments. Thank you. But you ladies are doing a tremendous job. Keep up the good work. Thank you for having me. 2 cents.
All right. Thank you, Manager Marty. No cap.
Make sure you guys like and subscribe to Manager Marty's channel.
Yes.
Nah, never done, buddy.
No cap. What you got for the show? What's your 2 cents? Y'all, we still going one at a time. I just got y'all up here because I'm about to do the show.
Yeah, I don't know shit about that snack, but I just know Terrence Crawford about to beat the shit out of Canelo Alvarez on September 13th.
Okay.
All I know is Canelo Alvarez got 2 left feet that got cement blocks on them and 2 bad knees because he an old man drinking alcohol, riding motorcycles and shit. He all them years of partying to catch up to him. He a 34-year-old old man about to get his ass beat. Boots Ennis beat Canelo ass in sparring. That's right. Boots Ennis beat Canelo ass in sparring.
Those things that you just named?
Boots Ennis beat Canelo Alvarez in sparring, softened him up for Bud. It's going to be a Bud stoppage now. I had Bud winning before, but now I got him stopping Canelo. Bud is a mastermind. He was sandbagging against Mandramoff to lure Canelo into this fight. And it's going to be a bunch of sad people crying. It's going to be a lot of people crying, especially the Canelo fans, and I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be one of the best years in boxing in a long time. We're getting Canelo out of here. Bud going to get him out of here. Then Tank going to get Jake Paul out of here. And Brian Norman going to get Devin Haney out of here. We getting all these whole ass niggas out in 1 year. It's going to be magnificent. That's a royal flush triple crown right there. You know what I'm saying? We clean the house with these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Canelo's a disgrace to boxing. Nigga been cherry picking for a goddamn decade, fighting old ass niggas. Fighting nigga Kovalev got 3 weeks to get ready to fight him and shit. Like dumbass shit like that. Charlo coming off a motherfucking 18-month layoff. Nigga had a broken hand, couldn't even spar. This nigga Canelo fighting this nigga. You know what I'm saying? The niggas giving this nigga acting like he doing some work. And then, man, Canelo ain't shit. I'm telling you this. Crawford go beat the shit out of him. It's going to be worse than Spence. It's going to be a worse domination than Spence. Canelo's legacy is going to be finished after this. He's going to embarrass him. We throwing that shit in the trash. Bud Crawford. Nigga, roll goddamn time.
Is this real? Is this real?
Yes, no cap is serious. There's 22. Thank you for your $4.99 in the super chat. Says, can you ask Manager Marty what boxer he managed? Shout out There's 22. Hold on, let me get one more super chat. Shout out Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. He says EJ pushed back the Crawford fight, not Crawford. We won't rewrite history. No excuse. Crawford was more skilled. It wasn't even about snack. Shout out Boxing Hacker with the cap.
Nah, that was the truth.
EJ did not push no fight back.
EJ definitely pushed back that fight.
Hold on, it's not your turn. Mr. Fitz, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
So I did want to clear up a couple things on both of them being opportunists. I agree with the ladies. Salute to y'all ladies. And when we look at the history of their careers, they're both opportunists. Canelo tried to get Badu Jack to fighting for the cruiserweight title at a catchweight because he couldn't fight the dude that Badu Jack actually wasn't the title from because everybody got on him about it. That's just a few things. Let's not forget Canelo was fighting everybody at 155 Canelo weight. Amir Khan is an example. He fought Amir Khan at 155. Amir Khan wanted a rehydration clause. Canelo told him no. I do want to say, however, that's how Bud is going out. On his back, looking up at the lights after Crawford catch or after Canelo catching. That's how Crawford go look. And I don't think Crawford has the ability to knock out Canelo. And dude is trying to get touched up. If Mean Machine can punch on him and knock him out, then or not knock him out, but drop him, then Canelo can definitely catch it with something. If Gamboa can daze him and hurt him, Canelo can definitely knock him out. And that's my 2 cents.
All right, Mr. Fist, thank you for coming up, giving your 2 cents for the show. Ladies, did y'all have anything for Mr. Fist? No? I forgot to ask if y'all had anything for No Cap, but no, he said what he had to say. He said, is this serious? Boxing Hacker, what you got for the show?
Hey, what's up, 2 cents? Hey, I just heard a lot of stuff, man. A lot of weird stuff. Well, first off, when it comes to, I'm an EJ fan. I always say, like, EJ, when the EJ and Crawford fight happened, I was picking EJ to win. Unfortunately, you know, it turned out the way it turned out. But when it comes to who really delayed the fight, when Crawford went to 147, he fought Jeff Horn, got a title, and he started calling out Spence. When him and Spence finally like had a conversation, like in public, Spence was like, "Hey, I'm gonna get all the other belts first. I'm gonna take care of my side of the street first, then I'll fight you last." And that's what Spence did. Kudos to him. He did exactly what he said. But if we're gonna be honest on who pushed back that fight, it was clearly EJ, because Crawford was ready to fight. You know, I don't believe in all. Sorry, I joined this chat late, but I don't believe in all this like that conspiracy theory. First off, Crawford beat EJ with pure skills. It wasn't about strength or anything. Like he was just a better man that night. I mean, we can make excuses if we want, but at the end of the day, 2 fighters get in the ring. Most fighters aren't even 100% when they get in the ring. Both fighters probably weren't, but one fighter was just a better man. That's literally what happened. As far as the whole weight situation of like, you know, fighters rehydrating, you know, like rehydrating heavy. It comes to combat sports. When you cut extreme weight, your body will naturally try to hydrate a lot when you start to put back in the nutrients. It's not only in boxing, it happens in wrestling, happens in MMA as well. It just happens. Like the more weight you cut, the bigger the possibility that you're gonna rehydrate a lot heavier than your initial cut, because you're not naturally supposed to be that low in weight. You know, so I just want to point that out because I heard some stuff where it's like, how could it be possible that fighters will gain so much weight. It happens all the time, and there's so many fighters that do it. Is it healthy? No. Does it mess up their metabolism? Eventually. I think that's also why some fighters, when they stop training, they also become big because their metabolism just messed up from that whole like cutting and gaining weight aspect. But it is a known thing in combat sports in general, you know. I just want to put that out there. I was listening to. I only caught the last half of this. The whole spiel about snack this and snack that. To me, until there's actual evidence, like somebody, like there's a snack drug that's tied to like a PED or something. I don't know why we try to put these jackets on people, or try to like create all this suspicion. If you feel like people are cheating, just say that you feel like they're cheating. But if not, I mean, let's let everybody be innocent until they're proven guilty. And I'll leave it right there.
All right, Boxing Hackle. Anybody got anything for Boxing Hackle? All right, Boxing Hackle, thank you for coming to the show. Sorry, y'all, we're going to end it. Mr. Fish, you came back. You had something else you wanted to say?
I forgot to bring up the fact that when Earl did get whipped on by Crawford, y'all remember when they were doing the negotiations for the rematch? Wouldn't Crawford be considered an opportunist for trying to bring Earl back to 147 when he said he wanted the rematch at 154 and stating we're trying to get the match at 147 because we know he doesn't want to come back down?
Right.
Exactly.
That's being an opportunist. So what we have happening is a match between two opportunists, and I'm sorry, I think Crawford is going to get knocked out. Canelo's been at 168 for years. Crawford is just going there after putting on a horrible fight with Mazemov. At least Canelo has fought this year. When was the last time Crawford fought? Not to mention, he has to carry around 168 pounds for 12 rounds. Not being used to it. You can spar all day with that, but it's different when you're in the fight.
And them gloves gonna be different too.
Oh yeah. And let's not forget Turkey talking about closing off the ring. So how big will that ring be?
I think they said it's gonna be regular size. He's not shrinking that ring.
Don't matter. You saw what happened to Caleb Plant after how many rounds? The 11th. He got knocked in the side of the head, and that was it.
Yep.
All
All right.
Crawford on his back looking at the lights.
All right. Well, can't wait for it. Fight coming up in 15 days. Thank you for coming up and giving your 2 cents, Mr. Fist. David Lynch, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
What up? Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me get the super chat right here. Shout out to Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says, all programs and supplements aimed at athletes all claim enhanced performance, improved condition, faster recovery. If it's dirty, it will come out. Shout out Mr. Greg for the $5 in the super chat. All right, David, you're our last guest. What's your final 2 cents for the night? I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight for Ladies Night, the review show. What's your final 2 cents, David Lynch? What you got?
My final 2 cents is this. Me, myself, I believe that Bud has, even though he's not the same fighter as he was at 147. And this is something people gotta remember, gotta look at objectively. As he went up in weight, it seemed like he's gotten a little bit slower. His defense has wavered a little bit. And against Mazemov, he took punches from somebody who's not really a good heavy puncher, and it showed. His movement is slower. His ability to evade punches has gotten slower. His head movement got slower. That's what happened when you put on too much weight, and especially when you put on muscle mass. I can't say this enough. people who are really muscular, that boxes muscular, depending on their frame, their punches lose a lot. They lose a lot of power in their punches, and their flexibility begin to go away from them. And I think there's something that's happening to Bud. But he got other problems when he faced Canelo. One of the problems he has is that Canelo don't just go to head hunt or go to the body. Canelo goes to the whole body. He goes to the thighs to affect your ability to move in the ring. He also goes to your arms, your elbows. He even hit people. He even hit boxers in the shoulder. After a while, all of these type of punches and different attacks that he put on your body wears on you. So by the time you get to the 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th round, it's going to be an interesting fight. The problem is, can Bud take what Canelo going to throw at him? You know, it ain't always the knockout punch. It's always the breakdown punch. The way he break you down in a fight. If he able to go ahead and start breaking Bud down to where as though Bud's real uncomfortable, some of that confidence and that swagger that he carries into the ring is going to start to waver. Now that's going to be the tell of the fight right there. It's not because Canelo been there. He's been there with heavy punches. He's been at that weight class for a minute. He even went above that weight class and came back down. Of course, he lost to Bevo, but at the same time, he's been comfortably at that weight class. Bud has only had one fight at 154. He's only had one fight at, 160 or 168? 160? Am I correct? Against Madrimov? But he only, yeah. So that's where the fight is going to come in at. When you hit that 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th round, that's when you're going to see what's going to happen in the fight. I will go ahead and pick Cinnamon, but I got to see how Bud reacts. You know what I mean? Even though I don't like him because I think he's a piece of shit, anybody to say they don't like, say fuck their fans and fuck me black people because they a bunch of book ass niggas, shit like that, I don't go for it. But his boxing skill is still there, but he's going to have to be able to move away from those punches. Because if Canelo beats on him like he's going to beat on him, he's going to have a long night. And it might end up being a sad night. So I end it right there.
All right, David, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you for coming on the panel. I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight. Rich, you just missed it. I just closed the studio. Everybody about to get a final 2 cents. Juke, I'm going to start with you. What's your, well, actually, Jab Queen Boxing. You there? Jab Queen, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. What's your final 2 cents, Jab Queen? What you got for the show?
We've been over so much. Just take it back, I guess, to the beginning. I guess we will wait and see who Shakur opponent will be on, I believe he's fighting in January. As I stated previously, I do not think it will be Teofimo Lopez. We have no idea what Teofimo Lopez has going on, so we will wait to see what happens with that. But to move forward to the Canelo and Crawford fight, I believe I explained pretty explicitly my issues with Crawford, and I also said who I think would win this fight and why. So outside of that, you ladies have a lovely evening. I'm going to get me some rest, and I will catch y'all on the next one.
All right. What time you go live tomorrow, Jab Queen?
5:30.
5:30 over on Jab Queen Boxing. Y'all know where y'all need to be tomorrow at 5:30. She's gonna drop her link in the chat. If you haven't already subscribed, go to subscribe to her channel. Jab Queen Boxing, thank you for joining me today on the All Women's panel. It's always a good time, always a great conversation. I like the new movement that we're all starting in boxing, showing that women, we know our boxing, we know our stuff, and we have way better conversations than the men. Shout out Jab Queen Boxing. Thank you for joining me. Jude, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
What up, y'all? So yeah, I'm definitely gonna join Jab Queen tomorrow. I'm gonna try my best to. Thank you again, 2 Cent. You have an amazing show. So my last bit, as a Shakur fan, I have to say, like, I really hope he gets a good fight. I do not like that it's gonna be in Saudi Arabia. Like, I mean, I get it, like that's what it is, the money the offers are, but it sounds like it's gonna be over there. I feel like he was really starting to build his name on ESPN over here, and I kind of wanted him to continue that. And I feel like he's, kind of being, buried over there. But whatever, we're gonna see. I would love for him to get the T.O. fight. I wouldn't mind if he gets the Lamont Roach fight. I think that's perfect. But because I prefer him to stay at 135 for now. But we'll see. When it comes to this Bud Crawford Canelo thing, and I know people are saying, "Oh, if they're doing something weird, it'll come out. It'll come out." A few people made that comment that, like, if Victor Conte doing something weird to come out, well, actually, it will not, because according to Victor Conte, his whole thing is that it will not come out, right? The people who end up getting in trouble is not because they tested positive; it's because Victor Conte snitched on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
His whole thing is getting past the test. And that's what's so terrifying about it. He knows, right? So, he knows how to get past the test. Is according to him. This is not my claim, my thoughts. He said it, and apparently we have proof of it, which is why, like Mosley and the other athletes before them. My dad is so, like, he hates the whole Balco scandal because he's like, it ruined so many favorite fighters athletes back in the day, and. Yep. And it was because of that whole scandal. He used to tell me about it. So he found out he was, like, in boxing. He was like, oh my God, like he still to this day doesn't understand how this is possible. Because he's like, what? Like, I went through this with this man already. He ruined some of my favorite athletes. And now we gotta go through it all over again. And people are like, okay. And so, like, for somebody who's like old school back in the day.
And Victor haven't ruined their favorite athletes. That's why they don't understand. Because Marion Jones is my favorite athlete.
Right, mine too. And so, like, my dad, like, he's a boxing, like, a boxing fan. He's a big sports person. And so me and him talk all the time. And every time he comes up, he's like livid. And he's just like, I can't understand how this is being allowed again after what we went through, right? And like in baseball and like all these different sports. So I don't think when we talk about this today, people are grasping it. I don't think they're getting it.
They not.
Like, my dad is distraught. He's so mad. Like, he's like, and I'm not even trying to laugh about it. Like, he's really, like, pissed off. And I get it, because I like Marion Jones and like he ruined so many. I don't think they're getting it until it's like, sometimes, like, it's sad, but sometimes it has to happen to you for you to get it.
Right.
And that's why. So like, oh, as long as he's passing it, yeah, they were passing their test.
Yeah.
And that's my fear. I love Bud. I don't want something later on to come up and ruin his entire career because this man was a part of it. And they're like, oh, you just hating on Bud. You just get, like, y'all, I don't know if y'all don't have the history, So that's my fear with it. And so when Tank is saying, get that snatch at a boxing, oh, he just hating. No, he's right. I understand he's somebody y'all don't like. But sometimes the person you don't like is right.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my opinion on it. And I'm telling you, if I brought my dad on here, he would go on for lament for hours. Anyway, hours. Okay. Anyway, that's that. I pray Bud wins. I want Bud to win, right? I want him to shock the world. but my fear is that he may not. Because even though he got Victor Conti, Bud got that camp that we know have tested positive too. And Canelo has that team that's tested positive and got all this stuff going on. So I don't know. It's an uphill battle. Like, and it's not because I feel like Bud is unskilled, but there's a reason why there are weight classes, and there's a reason why Canelo took this fight. At the same time, I feel like there's a reason why Bud took this fight, and I do think that Bud sees holes in Canelo, and that's why I say they are both opportunists. And when I say that, I know you can see I'm saying that they're equally matched in that right mentally. I know people are upset by me saying that, but it's true. And the gentleman was talking about, who was it? I think it was that who got on here, Boxing Hacker, saying, Spence pushed that fight back. Listen, I remember that like it was yesterday. He did not. Bud, and I love Bud. I do. But I remember that Bud re-signed with Top Rank in late 2018. Bud did not become a welterweight until, if I can remember correctly, I think was like I think it was in like a couple months before, right? Because I think he fought Jeff Horn that summer, right? He got in disputed with Ndongo in 2017, and then he went on and he became a champion in early 2018, and then immediately after becoming champion, he re-signed with Top Rank. But you were a welterweight, and you knew that Top Rank didn't have those fighters, and then you re-signed with them. And Top Rank wasn't trying to give you Manny. So we keep saying, Bud called them out and said he would fight him, right? But Bud then immediately re-signed with Top Rank. I remember it like yesterday because I was mad because I was like, come on now, Bud, stay an independent fighter because you can get like all the other fights. Because we had Spence. Actually, Spence wasn't even a man at that time.
That's the moment Bud split his fan base.
It did. That's the moment because at the time, Keith Thurman was the guy. You had Thurman, and then you had I think it was Brooke, and then you had like it was a lot of different motion going on. But like Spence had not even made a name yet, really. And I was like, I want to see at the time. I wanted Bud versus Thurman, and Bud immediately re-signed after he beat I think Jeff Horn and got the belt. He immediately re-signed with Top Rank, and we already knew that Top Rank was not going to give him nobody because they already tricked Manny out of the Jeff Horn fight, robbed him, and then Manny went to PBC. So I'm like, okay, cool. You free agent. We about to get it cracking. And then what did you do? You re-signed to the person who had no other welterweight fighters. And I kept thinking to myself, why would you do that? Are you crazy? And then it was like, and then they keep saying, well, he called him out. You went in the middle of Popeyes and screamed that you wanted a Big Mac. Like it don't.
But guess who did the same thing, Juke?
Who?
Is that not what Shakur Stevenson just did? Go to match room where they ain't got no 35 fighters. He became a free agent, and then what did he do? Went to Eddie Hearn, signed with Matchroom, who don't have no what? 35 fighters.
You know what, 2 Cent? Because I'm a real one. Kind of sort. However,
it's the same play, Jude. Bar for bar, word for word. It's the same.
Okay, I'm be real.
And what is he doing? Chasing one fight. And what is he doing? Trying to gain leverage that he really don't have. You should come to Turkey, flight on all of that. It's the same thing.
Okay, fine. Okay, maybe kind of sort of. Okay, God dang it.
Listen, let me tell you something. Bud, I've been following Bud. I keep telling people Bud one of my favorite fighters, but they don't believe me because I criticize him. But I've been following Bud his whole career. I watch. Bud's a genius. Like the way he moves.
He is. I love it.
He's a boxing genius. It's the way he is cool. I don't have a problem with it. I just point it out. That's it.
No, and you're right. And I think that's the issue. I think that we're not as much, and maybe because we're I'm a fan of boxing. Like again, like I got into boxing with my mom for years and years ago. I'm a boxing fan first. I like Tank. I like Shakur. I was a big Wilder fan. I'm still a Wilder fan. That's my baby. I don't care. I'm gonna film to the end. But I can be honest. Like, I can be honest and say, yo, Tank, this fight is trash. Like, I can be honest and say, Shakur, you kind of moving weird. Like, it's okay. Like, no one's infallible. And so I agree. Like, what you're saying is Shakur is doing some Bud-ish stuff. And that's why I don't like the idea of him saying, oh, well, I can fight Tank and we can let Turkey. There's no reason for Turkey to be involved in a fight with you and Tank. Just like I can say, Bud did do some weird stuff. Like, we just gotta be real about it. I feel like Spence is just too honest. He's the truth, and he lives by his name. The problem is he's too freaking honest. He's too upfront, and it hurt him in the end, right? I do believe that. But
I ain't support for all of that, man. You're gonna
right, like it's right, and he fights. And I remember KO said something like he fights the way he acts, and it's so true. It's so true. He does. He's so straightforward, up front. And I just feel like when it came to, so they're saying like, oh, Spence pushed that fight back. No, he did not, because Spence wasn't even the man when not really when Bud got the belt. When Bud got his belt, I did not understand why he would resign after he did not give you that Manny fight, because you were trying to fight Manny before you even moved up. He robbed you of your biggest fight, and then you knew everybody was free agent or at PBC, and then you resigned, and then you kept saying, "Oh, everyone's ducking me," blah 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 blah. I know that didn't happen, because at the end of the day, you were getting guarantees. And I think at the time, and the Spence Bud negotiations proved to me that at that time he felt comfortable, like, I got this guaranteed money. No matter who these fighters are, and it's easy money, and I get it, because at the end of the day, it's you and your family first. I get it, but you can't play both routes with me. You know, you took the money, that's fine. Spence took the chance, and that's why he became bigger. Because and Spence did take the harder fights. I can admit that too. And it just is, but you in the minute you became to be a free agent, because he could have re-signed with Top Rank, but you had tried to sue them and all this mess because you knew that there was nowhere else to go. So all I'm saying is that Bud is an opportunist, and he's a lot like, to me, in my opinion, Canelo when it comes to mindset. And so them two battling each other, I feel like their camps is what's so interesting to me, and how they're going to prepare them for this fight. Does that mean Bud is not as talented as he is? Because he is. He is who he says he is. That's my point on that. When it came to this whole snack thing, everything that Mr. Marty said is so interesting to me, because I have a whole lot of new things to think about. I already knew there was something weird stuff going on, but now that I think about it, like, you're right. Like, why is he taking your blood? Why is he? I just wish that Bud was not associated with this person. You see what I'm saying? I just wish, because my fear is now I got to worry about something coming out 5-10 years later that can tarnish everything he did. You know, and I don't like that feeling. It just is what it is. I'm gonna watch that documentary. But you know, all we can do is pray about it. I do not like the move that Tank is taking right now. I hate this fight. At the same time, as a business move, I do get it, considering the landscape. But that's all I got. Thank you again, 2 Cent. You're amazing. I love your channel. I love the Ladies Night, because like, it's so hard to find women who like the sport like I do. And that's all I got. And you guys have a good night.
Shout out Jupe. Thank you, Jupe, for coming up on the panel for Ladies Night. Your input is always greatly appreciated. Jupe is in high demand. Jab, Queen, Key, everybody love when we all get together. Listen, when y'all are running on these YouTube streets and y'all see ladies in the panels and in the chats, invite them to the show, fellas. Invite them to the show. Shout out Broken Dangerous with the $1.99 in the super chat. He says $2 for 2 cents. Shout out Broken Dangerous. Shout out to Broke and Dangerous back in the super chat with another $4.99. He says, and a couple extra for all the ladies. Shout out Broke and Dangerous. Listen, y'all. I want to thank all the fellas that joined me in the chat, all the ladies that didn't click the link that was in the chat. I seen the chat was fire today. I got to go back and read it. I seen a lot of back and forth. Y'all, please respect people on the panel when they come to my chat, please. I mean, you could say a couple things, but don't just be sitting here just going on and on and on and on and on. Don't disrespect people on the panel over here like that, please. I'm not trying to tell y'all what to say or nothing, but just, tone it down a little bit. We talked about some interesting topics today. Shout out to Jab Queen. Shout out to Jupe. Shout out to Key with the T that joined me on the panel. Shout out to all the fellas that came up today and gave their 2 cents. Canelo, Crawford, we got 15 more days left, man. We just trying to raise the buzz, get some back and forth going. But we can't never get no back and forth going about the fight. If every time y'all gonna come up here, we got to start playing the violin because y'all and nobody wanted to get by Crawford and then he got, listen, we don't want to hear that, man. Let's talk about the fight. Just because people think Bud gonna lose don't mean we hating on him. We giving you legitimate reasons, legitimate breakdowns of the fight, why we think what is gonna happen. I don't know who gonna win the fight. I hope Bud win the fight. But when I sit down and look at it analytically, right? Analytically, when I sit down and look at it, it just makes more sense for me to pick Canelo. Now, I'm going live again Sunday, and this is what we're going to talk about Sunday. Is Bud Crawford fans making the same mistake as Errol Spence fans by overlooking certain things for this fight? And listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, timing you out, muting you, kicking you off the panel, leaving you in the background, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.